I think for me it was really simple to approach train. I played B in my past team in mouse sports. I just thought that I would stay on B, and I think my teammates were happy for that.
Well, me, I'm between, throwing net on the left, throwing net on the right, trying to help my teammates to put them in good situation, and sometimes being a joker in a way, like being with Robin on 2B or Zaiwu supporting, trying to be around.
There's a lot of aggression towards B nowadays, that because the kind of how the layout and the timings work, you have to be a lot aggressive. Then you need some flashes, you need some smokes and stuff thrown. But then if you just play passive, like there's 2 spots you need to hold on B, and you say which one you have, and that's kind of it.
Pretty easy.
Yeah.
When you play with Robin, he has a lot of ideas how to play his positions, and ideas how he wants the support from. He show you most of the time some nades, or we try to do nades together. Just the one he's the most happy with.
You need to know the right flash to push B, for example. Train B is one of those maps and bomb sites where like you don't get any action in the whole game. You know, it might happen that they decide to execute A 12 rounds in a row. You never know. Well, in my opinion, on Train, I think the timings are very unusual. On B, the timing is really weird, like because the CT can be really aggressive and the T cannot get any space. Also, pop now is like really separated. Like now you really have to like take your time, and if you don't rush, it can take like 10-20 seconds to just walk around, and I don't know, it feels very separated on the map.
It's really like a weird balance for now that we need to get used to. I don't feel we need like every map to be the same. It's kind of fun to have something really different. One of the most important things for sure is to learn ordinates to help everyone, because I'm helping my Ivy, I'm helping B, I'm helping team A and pop.
The area where you crunch on B, like when you have that as CT, it's like a really nice thing to have, because if you get part of the map, you know what the T's are doing. Like it's so obvious. Like they can only go A. Don't be scared to use nades and fight for the map control on B, because it's really useful to have that area to yourself on CD, for example, and for T as well.
Fnatic against that performance of FaZe. He gets the triple spray down, all headshots, an absolute bloodbath there. Fnatic just outclassing that, it looked like the better squad. Flash is burned! He's burned alive! He couldn't get the defuse!
Spodek, it's your final map. We will have a champion after Train. Let me hear you one more time, Katowice. Get the players ready, because we're jumping in. It's time to find a champion to IEM Katowice.
Connector. Behind fire. Mid-low side.
Not really much the CT defense can do about this. FaZe with 4 players alive.
Jag tror han kör rally. 2 kör rally. Pusha fram mot 6an. Ser mig. Död. En ärlig. Död. Ärlig. 2 båda. 6an död. Nice! Fan vad bra. Bra boys.
JW has no idea he's here. And there's the first kill.
Finish big connector. Connector dead. Backside dead. Dead. Last side. Nice. Nice. Oh, sick Nico. Han vill jobba på smoke.
Ja, men fan, jag hörde inte det, så jag det alltså.
He's flashing. Oh, bara din fuck. Let's chance, go.
Nere low. Jag känner till.
2 till nere. De pikar höger. Find tree. På plant nu. Go low.
Both play towards upper, essentially have 2 lives. They don't know what's going on. Crimson's on it. Will Nuke be able to find him? He will!
Holy fuck, he didn't defuse. What? Speak before he defuse. Okay.
But I saw him going in the smoke, that's why.
Nice guys, nice save. Jag kör low bias och kör säkert lite vid resten. Jag har VP nästa också.
Tänk på att vi kan få exakt samma flow som de.
5-1 Fnatic. They have been down like this before, but comeback's certainly a possibility. Full execution on the cards here. Smokes towards the lower ramp. Molotovs in the connector.
Man kan pusha gata. Kan fram bulle.
Go default.
Borde den vara framför 3an typ?
En close.
Han med 3an borde vara. Nej, han är i 3an.
Svaga. Han pikar upp nästa sida.
En dubbom. Nära. En bakom low tåg.
One behind Loa. Loa train. Loa! I'm holding. Loa! Default. Nice! Fett bra boys.
Vill du göra något speciellt där? Annars borde du picka aldrig och skrämma upp dem lite.
Should lower train first. I see no one reacting. It's okay, fine. It's fine, guys. I can buy up. I have money. Let's go inside again. Let's fuck them inside.
And my whole team asking me, why is he bullying me?
There, my son. I've heard a lot of flame in my time, but nothing comes close to what that 34-year-old man said about you.
Mr. Spaghetti Arm is not fucking in this trophy. I don't give a shit, boys.
Mr. Spaghetti Arm.
And for ESL to publish such vile toxicity.
I'm disappointed in ESL.
Can't believe they do that to you, man. That's fucked up.
So unprofessional. Magic said Kerrigan body shame me. He went to speak to FaZe manager. I'm just a kid. It's misunderstood. I'm just a chill and kind guy. They're saying Aura. They're saying don't swipe. It's all wrong. I just see opponent, get scared, and try hide.
So innocent.
Can you even remember a dunk watch?
No, I don't actually.
I'm afraid of the coaches. Do you remember what happened to Zontix on the major? Infinite 2.0.
Another Kerrigan victim. You poor souls. Go home, my son. Confession is not needed. Only rest after this ordeal, my son. Ah, there's our young prodigy.
Donk is in the building. I repeat, Donk is
Such a
in
pleasant
the
young
building.
man. Look at
Just in case you...
Let's ride!
him. Friendly banter. Boy's possessed. I think this is too short.
That's what she said.
players will go back to it. Maka light! Oh, God! Close hits him. The little feet poking out. Maka grabs a third. And somehow a 3v5 won out by 3D Max off the back of their in-game leader.
Surrounded. Ooh, still a chance. Still a chance. Magisk, 4 health. 1v4. Surrounded and successful. Gravity attempts to play his hand. Oh my God. Spur is despicable. Gravity starts this one up.
Yeah, it's up for the jump. Told them before, enough is enough. It's never just luck I erupt. They came up this high at a slump. Me, why they keep eyeing me up? See, I got the quietest touch. Please, I'ma keep firing up. That's why I am the one. The ring of fire, man, I've been through it. Hard song, let me sing to it. The narrow path, I ain't on the cross, but the smoke clear. Let me bring you in, oh Lord. Tell them I really want more. I came to settle the score. Yeah, I'm about to deal the noise. This ain't what you want.
He's looking for that final headshot, and Donk is designed for violence.
Rez, where am I?
You're in a hotel room in Katowice.
A hotel? Looks more like a hospital to me.
Yeah, perfect.
I was tuning into the major, G2 was winning, then all of a sudden there was this blast.
Was this before or after they lost their FaZe in the semis?
FaZe? In the semis? Give me that. Spirit defeat FaZe 2-1 to win Shanghai Major.
Don't worry, we go through it all slowly.
Magic's popped off. I must be dreaming.
This are gonna take a little adjusting to, okay?
No, it's all wrong. That's so right. Never mind, it's cooked.
The world's different now.
Wait, what is that?
Oh, this whole thing? What do you think?
It's so weird.
The young prodigy is yet to peak. They're both of us.
Huh?
Click over the pitch, Josh. Should I say, steal? That's right. Let's see it. Show us the black and red.
Wait, what?
It ain't 2014, Ankh. Your options are limited.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, and Zowie.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to jump out.
And it's all done.
again in the grand finals. Katowice!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Good afternoon, Mezzy. I'm sorry to distract you from your team, but I've got to ask. First time in a grand final in the Spodek. What's going through your head right now?
Just excited to play. I think you got to embrace it. I think if you try and think too much about the crowd or the moment and the atmosphere, I think it's going to maybe take over for just same as yesterday. Enjoy it, see what happens.
When we were chatting to Zyru yesterday, he was saying since you've become a dad, you've had a little bit of a buff, right? Do you feel it?
Yeah, apparently so. I don't know if it's directly correlated, but I mean, it's working at the moment, so I'll take it.
What is the breakfast of champions? Is it beans on toast?
Yeah, I mean, beans on toast, full English, anything like this. I don't think my teammates will agree, but I mean, I think the quicker I get them on board with the beans on toast, maybe we'll start winning tournaments again. So I think this for sure.
Thank you so much, Mezzy. Good luck in the grand final.
Let's talk Intel Grand Slam. Jacob, it is always on the minds of our teams. We know it is very, very important, and it is... Let's set the scene, because it is a bit harder for Spirit than it is for Vitality.
Yeah, to contextualize it a little bit, Spirit have to win today, and then they have to win the following two tournaments coming up, which is going to be Pro League and IEM Melbourne, if they want to clinch the Intel Grand Slam. So it's a bit of a tough task for Spirit. The last time they won one was last year in Katowice, right? So they have two of those championship events if they were to win, but they need an additional two.
Yes, as a reminder for the viewers, you need 4 in total, but you need to win at least one of these championship levels. So for Vitality, that was Cologne. That means that they have a little bit more leeway, a little bit more time. But when it comes to Spirit, even though the timeline is short, it feels like it's possible just because of the level they've been showing, the strides that they are on, but of course a lot hinges on today.
I mean, if you win today and you're Team Spirit, you're coming into the following two tournaments at IEM Melbourne and obviously at Pro League as well as the heavy favorites. However, Counter-Strike is so competitive these days. So the fact that they have to win 3 in a row, that's going to be a big task ahead of them. I would personally prefer to be Vitality in this position. You have 6 more tries if you were to win tonight to just win 2 events. So if you're Vitality, there's a good chance you can win that $1 million if you win today.
True, it's Spirit has been talking about fatigue as well, right? It's a lot getting to all those playoffs. Vitality doesn't always have that problem. But that means they'll need the consistency with ROPS now if they want that as a goal. It is possible, I guess. So let's see what happens today. Of course, they're in direct contention against each other in the final, so it couldn't be any better.
Championship Sunday, and I'm here on the concourse. I've got 3, sprightly young gentlemen here right next to me, ready to get some Counter-Strike going. I got Yanko down in the end. I got Moses in the middle, as they like him, Moses in the middle. And
absolutely.
A little bit of steel in between the two. So, gentlemen, welcome. We've arrived at the final day of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
Yeah, needed some backup after yesterday. Trace, increase the numbers, bring the OG bodyguard. But yeah, have a big one coming up today. We saw that the Intel Grand Slam talk, right, with the Vitality teams. I think Vitality in actually really good position considering some of the following tournaments, teams won't be there like Dallas. So yeah, a great final ahead of us today.
I like how we restored kind of balance to everything. NA needed some representation here. None of them made it to the playoffs, so we got 3 of the boys here to represent in some sort of fashion or style, and I agree.
Oh,
nice.
Well, there we go.
Well, yeah, well, we got the agreeing out of the way, so that's good. That's
the disagreements will come later on.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to do up here, create disagreements amongst analysts, or pundits, I think you're called. Hey, let's talk a little about this tournament that we've just witnessed. We get all the way to Championship Sunday. That means we've watched a lot of Counter-Strike to get up to this point where we are now, where in which we will see 2 teams duke it out for a best of 5, right? Yanko, what do you got?
Yeah, for me, I mean, the storyline of the tournament is just team spirit in another grand final, right? Not only winning it last year, but you look at the last 4 tournaments, they made grand finals, winning the major, Blast as well, and then you go back to the World Finals. That's where they fell to G2. So this one, a little bit of a different environment. Some of those had small crowds. Obviously, the major is a massive one. They managed to come out on top there. But Navi was team of the year last year. I think there's no doubt that Spirit is the #1 team at the moment, the most consistent team right now.
Yeah, and also like in a situation where you can kind of establish that you're going to be the team to beat for like the foreseeable future as well after Katowice, if you're able to take it here for Spirit. For me, I took like a bigger picture on the tournament. I love seeing all the new roster changes come together. Okay. We had that wild offseason. FaZe obviously picking up a Liege. Virtus.pro making massive changes. Vitality bringing in Rop. So just being able to see all the different roster changes. Nerds joining Team Liquid. Nico going to Falcons. We've had a crazy time. Rez might even be one of the bigger ones because he's all of a sudden looked resurgent. So yeah, getting a first glimpse at these teams with brand new rosters has been a lot of fun for me the past.
I figured out how Nico wins a major, guys. All right, hear me out.
Okay.
He needs to go to NIP for just 1 season.
He needs Jesus.
Just 1 season in NIP.
How long's a season?
Half a year.
Half a year. Oh,
Just
man, that's a...
Dip your toes in, right? After that, apparently he's going to be the best player the game has ever seen.
Resurgence. I mean, that was the word we were looking for there, Josh. Do you disagree?
I think we see that a resurgence. We're seeing
a resurgence,
a resurrection from the dead. Look, you talked about it with all the roster mania. We see these big players going to these big teams, and you're expecting FaZe and G2 and now Falcons with Nico to be putting up these big numbers and making it all the way to the playoffs. But what you actually see instead is you're seeing the little guys, the small dogs with a small bark but a big bite. You see teams like Gamer Legion making their way deep into the event, almost making playoffs, taking a map off Spirit. You talked about them being the #1 team right now. It could have been Gamer Legion in here. We talk about teams like, we see Nerds going there, Mongols and Eternal Fire making the playoffs, getting their stadium games in. We saw a stat, Mongols is on their second stadium game.
And like
ever.
And Virtus.pro kind of getting their legs beneath them as well.
Yep.
Virtus.pro turning it around. We wouldn't put them in like kind of the small dog category. They're more of a medium-sized dog, but it's good to see them at least on the right track and turning things around with Electronic at the helm.
Polar bear even.
Yeah, they're not quite a bull mastiff yet, Jason.
Not yet, but we're getting there.
Yeah, for them, obviously, they came in with a weird situation as it was. They didn't come in here with this new lineup where we got to see a glimpse of what they might have to offer, but rather stand in city.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. That was unfortunate because it was just like when I think started out the group stage rough, but turned it around. And then you got to see kind of what was so positive about Virtus.pro that they probably enjoyed coming into this event. It was a bummer, man. It does feel like we kind of got our legs taken out from beneath us going into the playoffs with them having a stand-in.
Tells you their expectation for the tournament definitely wasn't the playoffs. Otherwise, they would have sorted that out beforehand. But great result for them and just continuing to build on Electronic as the IGL and Flamus and IC as the new, shiny little pieces.
So let's do this then. We're talking a little bit about these roster changes, new pieces. I know that we're talking about some that are more exciting than others, but I think in this moment, who do we actually see a rising stock from right out of the gate?
We have to give it to like Gamer Legion, I think Heroic as well. Basically any party where instead of them being the ones to start the move, which I guess it was one player starts the ball rolling, it cascades, but it's all the big players making the big changes, and then it's whatever you're left with. So Heroic, Gamer Legion, these guys have to do another major roster rebuild because everyone was taken from them. So I would say those two would be the starting pieces.
I mean, I think the easy one is just say Vitality right out of the gate in the grand final as well with Rops. And I mean, it was kind of a team that was knocking on the door, but couldn't really get into these situations a whole lot last year, kind of struggled with it, but you bring in a player designed specifically to increase your ceiling and increase your output in these pressure stage games, these championship games, and Rops is delivering, this roster change is delivered for Vitality immediately.
Yeah, it almost seems like it plug and play right away, and that doesn't always happen. In fact, it's just like you're alluding to, Josh, sometimes we can see a team go through several roster changes before they get it all ironed out and all the kinks worked out.
Well, we saw that happen with, Astralis a couple times where it doesn't really work out the first time around. You're seeing that with G2 and FaZe, like not even making the playoffs, even though G2, maybe we talk about being a little bit of a downgrade.
They lost a big piece. They
lost a really big piece. But like FaZe, you look at them, you're like, well, they lose a big piece in Rops, they get a Liege. But like, again, where did it start from? It was kind of like, oh, this happened, therefore now these options are opened up. And that's kind of how most of these roster changes, I feel like, happened. It's not like they went into the offseason thinking, let's make these changes for next year. I think it was just like, oh, this is now presented to us. Let's get on board.
If this, then that is essentially, I think, the roundabout way of what you're going for there. Josh, I'm going to pause you right there. There's a ton of history that comes into this. We talk about new teams and how you forge your own history within this environment, within the Spodek itself. Well, the history may just be repeating itself.
The back-to-back at the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice. It is a feat that not many have completed because it is so darned difficult. There are two, though, as we can see on our stairs behind us, 2015, 2016 Fnatic, and a little further back, 2010, 2011 Na'Vi. That is a long time ago.
I mean, the two teams you're mentioning right here are obviously legendary teams in their own right. So as you said, winning back-to-back is only something the best of the best have ever done. Fnatic did it, Na'Vi did it, and now Spirit have a chance.
They do have a chance, of course. Spirit, after their 2024, which was extremely successful, it is now on the cards. But it is crazy to think that that came completely out of nowhere almost, with Donk bursting onto the scene, and now they have a chance to continue that and pull it off. It would truly be historic.
It would be historical. I think there's an argument to be made as well that it's one of the most competitive eras of Counter-Strike we ever had. You take into the equation that Donk is only, well, he was 17 years of age when he lifted the trophy the first time. He's 18 years of age today. There's just so many stories within this story that makes it remarkable if Spirit were able to do it today.
Do you think it hinges on if they have evolved and have added layers in terms of getting that today? Or is there, again, just like last year, no contest?
There will be a contest today. I think Vitality have shown that they... But at the end of the day, you know, I can simplify it to a point that if Donk really wants to win today, I think he will.
Well, let's leave it at that.
What the hell? Like, if he really wants to win today, they'll win. Like, just please win, guys.
Well, I don't know. It's going to be kind of interesting as well because Donk as a player, just, I mean, like, you can kind of replicate now what Olaf has been able to do. That's that 2015, 2016, that crazy burst out from Olaf when he popped off joining Fnatic. Donk being able to do that would be something special. That'd be something really unique. And I mean, doing it in the fashion that he has, I think what's fun about it is on the other side of that is another player who you'd expect to like step up in this kind of a situation in ZywOo. So Donk's going to have to do it against the hardest of opposition as well.
Yeah, and you know, I think there's sometimes you look at Donk and you're like, surely this sort of crazy run that he's got going on, and I don't mean just peeking the hell out of people. I'm talking about you think it slows down, you think it comes to a head at some point, and it just seemingly hasn't happened.
It does not happen, and it won't happen. I think it's proven by now that he's going to maintain his level of play, you know, that fearless sort of attitude. He does the same thing all the time, and it's up to you to see if you can't stop him, if you can slow it down at all. I mean, now he's added the aggressive high five into his repertoire, Trace, right? Like, he's really pushing the envelope. He's trying to instill fear into his opponents. You don't want to lose and have to deal with that high five.
I almost feel like at the moment we have like a little bit of deja vu to last year because like now, like, look, the Donk conversation is its own entity and obviously we're always going to have it. But now, yeah, it's not going to end. He might dip in a map or two here or there. But the conversation we had about Spirit coming out of Katowice last year was like, holy shit, look how deep this roster is. How are you supposed to beat them? Zontix is solid whenever he's called upon. Magix is stepping up whenever he's called upon. Shiro's one of the best oppers. Like, we had this conversation last year, and now coming in again, we've seen Donk start slow. We've seen Magix play really well. We've seen Zontix play really well. Now the pieces behind them are there to pick up and actually delivering in situations when they're called upon. So yeah, the main talking point is always going to be Donk. But once you get past him, there's a lot of strength in this team still.
Yanko, let's pick up right where he said Shiro.
Yes, I know.
Best opper. Thoughts?
Yeah, on the team, he's the best
okay,
hopper,
yeah, fair.
Right? I think that goes with...
One of the best hoppers.
One goes without saying. No, but I think it's just a lot of questionable statements there, maybe. Zontix, some would say he's a CT side merchant. Shiro, some would say doesn't have too much impact outside of his clutching. In some of these biggest of games, I mean, the second most impactful player yesterday and at the major grand final was Magix. So we'll see. There's every next final is a chance for these players to change the narrative, and a great opportunity for that today.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I disagree with the narrative. Last year, I remember the narrative being that it is the Donk show, that the rest of the team's not there. And if we look at the other pieces of other teams, you know, I remember the conversation being about Na'Vi. You have the core of like the Bit, Imma, JL.
Sure.
And like these are this is the best core in CS. And you look at other teams like Nico, Monazi, and you look on FaZe and G2 and all these teams. It was never really a Spirit thing where it's like all the teams elevated. It was on the backs of Donk. So yeah, I don't really fully agree with that.
Wrong.
Okay.
That donk to donk donk donk. I think
I'll fight that.
Yeah, I know. Like, okay, wrong. Yeah, thank you so much, gentlemen. In that moment, we talk about, you know, some of these upper echelon players, and Donk's definitely found his way into that category, and so are our DHL MVP candidates. Well, let's have that conversation about our DHL MVP, who it might be, who sticks out to you guys. We talk a little bit about how a team can elevate a player of their own to that next stature, and in doing so, that's where we find our MVPs, right?
Yeah, definitely. And you're going to look at the obvious candidates in terms of Donk and Zaiwu, right? I don't think anyone else can even be in the conversation for Spirit. For Vitality, potentially. We know Rops is a big game player, right? Grand Finals, when FaZe won it a couple of years back, was extremely impactful. But, you know, people will say, oh, why is Apex in there? Well, low-key, he's actually going to have a big role considering, you know, the maps. We're not going to get into it now, but he's in some crucial positions where actually it's going to be up to him to slow down Donk.
I would agree. I think like you have the obvious picks, but then we look at what's going to happen from the side of Vitality. Who are the ones that are going to step up? Is it going to be Robs? Is it going to be Flamesy, who's now in kind of that star role? And we can see how his regular rating is compared to his impact rating. And he does do a lot of things, the scrappy work, opening up, a lot of double opening kills for the team to be able to get his team into the round. Robs and Zaiwu might be closers. They might be able to pick up the pieces in the mid round. But I think a lot of it stems from Flamesy's impact there, just getting it down to the 3v3, get Zaiwu and Rops into any sort of mid-round situation in, you know, a 2v2, 3v3, they'll close it out.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, look, the MVP conversation is always, as you said, going to center around Donk and Zaiwu. I think those are the big names that you have. I don't think anyone can really kind of escalate and reach. And especially if you want to talk about Vitality being able to beat Spirit in the grand final, you're going to need a big performance out of Zaiwu. You need an MVP level performance out of Zaiwu to overtake him.
And that's the thing. I mean, Donk was in his rookie year last year. Historic performance in Katowice, won the MVP. Definitely was the MVP of the final against Rops and FaZe. You know, his first major grand final, he knocks it out of the park. Zaiwu's been around for 5-6 years. Where are those games? Where are you just carrying your team, you know, single-handedly, almost just having one of those mercurial performances if you're the best player in the world 3 out of the last 6 years, right? So I think he was maybe a little bit pissed off he wasn't in the conversation last year for best player in the world. So now is the perfect moment where the team is still figuring things out. You're still a new lineup to sort of put some extra, you know, cargo on your back and take your team over the finish line.
Which is where you want to be, and if there's a time to do it, it's probably here and now on Championship Sunday in the Spodek. Gentlemen, there's also a bit of a conversation to be had around the big D in NA. That's Dallas for short. Of course, that means that we do have tickets on sale right now, 20% off. You can use that code KATO2025 to learn exactly where you need to be. That's Dallas, Texas, Jason.
And get out there to Dallas, Texas. It's a beautiful place. We have a good time there every single year. That crowd's wild. We're going to love it. Somebody else help me out here.
Yeehaw!
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Yeehaw, partner.
Yeah, hook it up.
Yeah, howdy then. Yeah, so make sure you grab yourself some tickets. Head on down to the Big D in NA. That's exactly what's going on. That'll be going on towards the summertime itself, but there's still so much more Counter-Strike on our docket here within the Spodek, within Championship Sunday. But first, let's check out our vote of the 1xBet Clutch of the Playoffs.
Okay, well that's going to be
a fail.
Yeah,
That
that's going to be coming right up in just a moment. It's fine, Trey.
Any second now.
Yeah, any second.
Psych.
I mean, we're going to get some good clutches today, though. We might have to actually recrown.
Bro, that's another thing. Is like Donk is their best player. He's the opener. Shiro is good in the clutch. I'll give him that 100% of the time. But Zaiwu and Rops in a 2vx, we talked to Zaiwu about it yesterday. You know, they don't even speak. Their minds just meld, and you know they see the game in the same way. Like, I think that's the X factor for this Vitality squad.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get into a rhythm where they're like really feeling the tempo of how each other likes to play situations, that's going to get really, really dangerous. And I mean, the question is always, I've kind of talked about this yesterday with Donk, is you're not going to be able to stop him completely, but you need to be able to neutralize him enough to put yourself in decent enough positions in the mid round, and Vitality can definitely do that.
You got to find a way to quell that, Josh.
You do, and I do wonder what's going to happen with the side of Vitality, because we talked to Zaiwu after they won their semifinal game, and they're basically talking about how they leave Rops on his own. He can play by himself, he can get an op, he can do whatever he wants, and we can trust him to be able to hold his position. And I wonder if that's going to kind of be a double-edged sword for them, in the sense that when Spirit decide to do things, they do things as a pack of 4, sometimes even 5, depending on if Shiro wants to join up, or Zontix, depending on the round. And it's going to be a tall order. You can't rely on one person to be able to fend them off. So it's going to be a lot on Vitality to figure out how they want to move around and deal with that.
We can't just rely on one vote. So perhaps I ask you for a second vote over there for our 1xBet Clutch of the Playoffs. Let's take a look.
When we return, Apex looks to end a 15-year Katowice drought and cement both wins in Cologne and Katowice. The only thing standing in his way, Donk, the world's #1 player. It's Vitality versus Spirit, it's Katowice, it's the Intel Extreme Masters Winter Championships 2025.
Surrounded. Oh, still a chance. Still a chance. Magisk, 4 health. 1v4.
It's going to be hard to let this one go, but Donk will find a way to get Spirit firing again. Another chance. Donk with 3, and you cannot stop.
Now the day can finish. The trajectory wide. Zyru holding on, pushing closer, edging into this round, edging into the side. Zyru bests him. Aggression from this AWP, perfectly timed on the mat. Penetrated, but he pops out the back. Shiro's gambit.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Chad and I have the opportunity to be bringing you this grand final from the commentary booth. It's a big one. Final boss Spirit waiting in the wings.
Yeah, back again, the reigning champs of IEM Katowice 2024, the reigning major champs, the world #1, the best player in the world, taking on Team Vitality. Can Spirit do it again?
Yeah, has Rops perhaps brought that little bit of missing power in order to overcome someone as big and dominant as Team Spirit? Is he that missing link? Is he the talisman to overcoming Team Spirit in this grand finals? They've already broken the curse, Chad. We'll see if they can go all the way and lift the silverware as well. We're going to find out, and hopefully, maybe, if we go all 5, we might even get a train grand final. That could be a whole lot of fun, and that's all coming up later on. Let's get Freya moving this show along.
The Spodek steps adorned with so much history, and tonight one more name will be joining that list of legends. Whether that's Spirit, back-to-back victors here in Katowice, or it's Vitality officially breaking the curse in the Spodek. That is what we are here to be finding out tonight. A best of 5 does await us, and by we, of course, I mean myself, Rose Spears, Steel, Yanko, and we've also got Moses. He's just getting his microphone on. Gentlemen, this is such a special occasion. We get a best of 5, Vitality, Spirit, going down. Gentlemen, how are you feeling?
We're feeling great. Freya. We're happy to be here.
You've had a bit of a run, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit of mo. We had a time constraint. Some stairs as well were mixed in there. Yeah, it was fun.
He's getting up there, you know. It's not what it used to be. He's just an elevator man these days.
Let's talk about the 2 teams that we have going toe-to-toe, because we look at 2024, both championship winners of the ESL Pro Tour. That was Katowice, obviously, for Spirit, this time last year, and it was also Cologne for the side of Vitality. This is going to be a legendary clash going down, Yanko.
Yeah, without a doubt, Freya, and a bit of a different year outside of these tournament wins for both teams. For Vitality, that was their only trophy, and Spirit started off strong last year, finished even stronger, lifting the major trophy. So for Vitality, that's why a change was made. One tournament, even if it's Cologne, is not enough when you have ZywOo on your roster.
Yeah, that's the highlight. And when you have ZywOo, you should be winning tournaments. I think the fun thing is for Spirit, last year in this win here, that was like a progression. That was a build-up to them becoming kind of the best team in the world that really peaked at the major, obviously, with that kind of a huge win. Now this year is like you start at the top of the mountain. You're starting your year out with everyone gunning for it, with anyone looking to take you down. It's a different philosophy, it's a different style, and now they have to learn how to contend with that angle as well.
You agree with that sentiment, Steele?
I think I agree with that. It's always, though, that you have a target on your back when you get to that number one stage, and it's hard to stay in that zone. We see the meta shifting all the time. We saw, years ago when Astralis was setting the barrier for everything, everyone was copying them, and then what takes them out of that? It's getting like a little bit random, a little bit scrappy, taking all these timings, and then that's kind of how we see the meta today, and that's where Donk is. But then we see the resurgence of certain teams, like we see Gamer Legion coming back in, we see Eternal Fire, we see
You're really hot for Gamer Legion.
I know, he's loving it.
Right? But you're seeing these
another ambassador over here.
Okay, let's put it this way then. You have these coaches that are being touted instead of like the in-game leaders. You're seeing people like Saw, your Ash, Blade even. So it's all about the systems that we're seeing coming back into place here. So maybe the systems are going to be the things that topple Spirit and Donk specifically, who gets to just run around and shoot people.
And then you have guys like me and Jason who are, back on broadcast.
Speaking of running around and shooting people, Donk did exactly that this time last year. Against who is now on the side of Vitality, Yanko?
Yeah, against Robs in the grand final, and it wasn't even close, FaZe Clan, this lineup full of stars that's winning all these tournaments, right? Very experienced. They go up against Donk, and there's just nothing they can do. I mean, it wasn't even competitive. You can see it on their faces, just pure disbelief in how it ends.
Last year was a conveyor belt of these faces. It was like Zonic. I saw Zonic coming off with his 4 majors, just like, what am I supposed to do? And then it was FaZe in the grand final, everyone looking shell-shocked. But the surprise factor is gone. Now you kind of know what it feels like to go up against Donk, and you know what to expect. Like, it's still going to be a very tough affair. I don't think anyone's really figured it out quite yet. But I mean, look, you've got a chance here. This is where, with your Vitality, that we're going to keep punching this all through the show, is going to be ZywOo. It's his turn to step up. You have the players to match it.
Look, teams have been getting closer and closer to taking out Spirit. I mean, Spirit had a fall-off period, and it kind of started with, like, Vitality, actually, in their first debut, the ZywOo versus Donk head-to-head. It was ZywOo who came out on top of that situation. So, we're talking about these guys like they're up on some pedestal, but really, they can get toppled over so easily.
Vitality, they made history yesterday by having their first win ever inside the Spodek. So let's go ahead and check in with Apex, courtesy of Sharks.
Apex, in your first Katowice final. Now, when I was in Cologne last year, I felt like there was this air of Vitality's gonna do it. And I want to know from you how realistic it is to you. How much in your grasp you think it is to lift that trophy here in Kato?
Well, I think today Spirits are the favorites because they didn't change a player. They won the major, they won Blast Bounty. Another final for them, so for sure they are the favorites. But yeah, we have also a good chance to win. Not gonna lie, I think we showed how good we can be. So yeah, I think 60-40 for them, I guess.
I love to hear you say that because I was expecting you to say it's too early, Robs has just joined, blah, blah, blah. But that means that yesterday things were good in the stress moments with Robs?
Yes, Robin is also a really good stage player. He helps us a lot in those crazy situations by either winning those moments or either just playing really well. So obviously he helps, but yeah, I just told him when we started our first bootcamp with Robin, I don't want to hear, oh, we don't have time, we can't go to Katowice final or whatever. I want to win that one, so let's give everything. And now we're here. Now we're here to be in final, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, one final question, because they were speaking to Mezzi earlier as well, and I feel like a lot of attention is on Robs joining, but for some reason it looks like Mezzi has grown some new wings because of that situation. Why do you think that is?
Well, first of all, the daddy buff, for sure. Also, I think on the city side, he has more opportunities now as he plays more rotation roles. It just helps him to perform because it's also what he prefers. So I think both of them combined makes a really good British player for the first time ever, probably.
Thank you very much. The daddy buff stay winning. Thank you.
Now, a lot of the conversation is obviously centered around Dunk, around Saivu, along these big star players coming into this grand final. But I want to raise that conversation a little bit with Messi, a player that has had a recent upshine or a recent uptick in his performance. And some may even argue that getting a kid was helping him out. Now, before he became a dad, he was struggling a little bit. Vitality and I guess the community as well were probably wondering maybe Messi will be replaced. Maybe there's a player out there who can elevate Vitality. He had a bit of a break, didn't play a tournament. Jax came in, stood in. Messi came back after getting his kid, and ever since he's been playing at a very high level. Now, all jokes aside, I don't think that's necessarily the point, but Apex even said during this tournament that Messi is getting a little bit more responsibility. They wanted to free up Messi by bringing in Rob. So as much as I want to look out for Dunk tonight, as much as I want to see Saivu play well, look out for Messi. He could be the difference maker as he has been for Vitality the past month.
Now, crazily enough, 50% of the people up here are dads. Is there truth to the dad buff, Jason?
Absolutely, Freya. It's a very strong buff. It sneaks up on you, but it's there.
Yeah, you don't expect it. Usually it's in the abdomen where you get buffed, but yeah, we'll see for Messi. Mostly it's been on the server so far.
How much is this, Rops moving into Vitality had a switch up on the team's identity overall? Because obviously Apex, we knew him previously as being that kind of, I don't want to say micromanagey, but he had to be quite on top of a lot of his players. Rops, he wants to do everything himself, right?
Yeah, you have Rops, who's kind of a lone soul, and now Messi is like, who's your daddy and what does he do? He's moving around and he's giving up a lot of these positions to Rops so that Rops can do his Rops things. And that means that Messi needs to kind of fill in the blanks with Flamesy about that void that was left by Spinks now. So they have to go move around, and maybe he gets more roles where he gets to fight a little bit more. So certain maps might mean like, hey, I get to actually challenge people more, especially on the T side.
I think one area where Rops also helps, and this doesn't get talked about too much, but obviously Rops is an extremely nerdy Counter-Strike player. He likes the micro details, and not every player is like that. Some guys just go in and start playing the game, and they just kind of learn things by feel. Rops is someone who looks down to the micro detail, tries to extract every little percentage that he can out of a situation, and having someone who's like that can pass those little tidbits on to teammates is sneakily helpful when you talk about an individual game of how you want to prepare for a certain matchup or a certain position on a map. He's going to know those small details of what little things mean.
I mean, just as such an experienced big game player will elevate Vitality no matter what. Also, Messi doesn't have to be an anchor anymore. Probably 6 months from now, Messi buys Rops a Rolex or maybe gets him winter tires or something like that as a thank you. We'll see. It's looking good for Vitality.
I mean, last year I feel like so much of the conversation around Vitality was like this weird feeling that you weren't getting everything you possibly could out of all their players. There was some kind of weird role interaction or what responsibilities of the players that meant that like a player like Spinks couldn't reach his full potential. Same with Flamesy. And that was a lot of the conversation. And this move of Rops to bring him in, and as Apex said, give Messi a little more opportunities, seems to have really cleaned that out within the team. And now everyone feels like they're ready to go.
Well, on the other side of the server, of course, we have what hopes to be the defending champions in Team Spirit. So let's get a few words courtesy of Chopper.
Chopper, you have a chance to get the double today and win Katowice again. Can you tell me in your own words how much you think the team has changed and what specifically has changed coming into this final?
Our change, it's we don't think about win second title in a row or something like that. We try to just be happy on the server, and we try to use our experience in last year after the wins major and the wins blast, and that's all.
I have to say, I was watching your player camps yesterday, and you were very emotional and hyped and screamy. Could you tell me why this means so much to you, this particular Katowice?
I was so emotional because a lot of people here cheer against us, and it's be more how to say in these moments I feel that I need to give more emotions to my teammates because everyone against us, and we need to be like really close like family and try to play for ourselves.
Can you tell me something about that? Because Zontic said in the interview, they are against us, but, we don't care, basically, right? Are you proud of them that they can just shake it off? Because they played all very, very well.
Yes, maybe for Zontics and Magics, sure, maybe for Dunk, for them, it's nothing that everyone cheer for against us, but for me it was something like personality, I don't know.
I understand. Well, good luck today, and let's see if you get the double.
Yeah, it makes sense. If you don't have a crowd cheering for you, just create your own inside the TeamSpeak. How does Chopper compare to the in-game leader on the other side of the server, though? Apex, obviously his first foray ever in a grand final in the SPODEC.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. You know, Apex has more responsibility on the server as well. That has remained the same even with the addition of Robs. But with Spirit, you know, we haven't had a villain for a long time, right? You probably have to go back to Fnatic and their back-to-back to think of a team in that way, and they just don't care. I mean, if anything, it's going to make them play better, it's going to strengthen them, it's going to tighten the connections and the relationships within the team, and it's just us against the world at the moment.
Yeah, I would tell you, the one other team who actually reached some heights with that kind of a mentality, remember, that was built around it, was the heroic Cadian lineup, who very much had that whole, like, everyone hates us. We are
fewer trophies.
Yeah, fewer trophies. Yeah, but I mean, you had that mentality, and you saw them kind of shoot up in a very similar way. I think for Spirit, for Chopper, I mean, what I like a lot about his calling is he always seems to have some kind of a plan in the late stages of games. I like watching a caller like Chopper, and Apex does this as well, who builds off the game plan that they've been running throughout the half. It's a lot of fun, and Chopper can throw some tricky things at you with the way they do things, and in fact, that's kind of how they won the semifinal as well to get here.
I was going to say that about the semifinal. We got to see, it's kind of like you're starting in that overtime where you get those mind games right off the get-go where you already know what to expect from the other team. You've done your preparations, but in that case, you had already played against them. I'm sure both these teams right now coming out of it are going to be thinking about that, Apex and Chopper, the respective coaches as well, going into this about kind of what they need to do to figure things out, because you can't just go in here and get a vanilla game to be able to close it out again.
And I think if you look at the performances for the players in this tournament, right, you will see obviously Donk leading the way for Spirit and then Shiro being in second place. I mean, his stats get so buffed by the fact that he's an AWPer, and there's so many no-impact kills that buff his stat. The second most impactful player on that team is probably Magisk on T side, Zontix on CT side. Like, yes, he has his moments, but you look towards the other side, you know, obviously Zyvu, but then Robs, Mezzy, Flamesy, like everyone playing really well. For me, this has to be the tournament where Shiro sort of, in the biggest of games, finds ways to have more impact and help his teammates, because you can't count on Magis matching the amount of kills on Donk every single time.
Janko, you put up a convincing argument, but do you have any examples of that actually happening? Can you give us the data?
I do have it, yeah, from the game yesterday, right? I mean, I picked out a round to show to the people where I see him being able to go for more impact, but not really doing it, right? And we can just play it out on the screens now for you guys to see it. It was in the game against Na'Vi, right? Look at the buy first for the side of Na'Vi. And Spirit can deduce this, that their buy is bad. There's probably no AWP, right? On the other side, there's an AWP. Now they're getting up for a cat push. That's Zontix coming as the last guy, and Shiro's behind them. Why doesn't Shiro say to Zontix, stay and hold the flank? I'm gonna go with the guys in the site. He can just post up from site, search duels for long, search anything, just sort of exude his dominance with the big green. Instead, he's just sticking around cat, sort of waiting for the flank. Ima is able to sneak up all the way slope without anyone even checking. Like, look, Shiro is like on your Rek'Sai behind the wall. Nothing. There's nothing here, you know? Like, this is exactly the sort of situation that I look at and say, go for it, bro. Like, you know that there's no one waiting for you with the AWP. Like, try to get a kill or two and then play it safe. He's going to end up in a 1v5 and he's going to save the gun after this. Like, I feel like if he does something like this, that's where he can find like more impact for his team.
I'm not going to jump to the defense of Shiro because I think there are a lot of non-impactful moments, but I do wonder how much of this is on the team's system or calling style that they go for a play like this where they layer those couple of smokes down. It's like, what openings are you going to get when you're doing a full execution like this, and you're kind of like shooting yourself in the foot, so to speak. So, you know, maybe a question about Chopper's calling there in that situation, or being able to get more out of the AWP, because half the time we're going to see him just sitting in suicide watching the door cross. So yeah, I can understand that searching up cat would have been a better like EV play for him there.
Y'all crazy. Y'all thinking way too much into this. You've got a Donk leaded. Like, why are you going anywhere if you got Donk? Just let him go out first. That's what he wants to do. It's what he's good at. Let him go have fun. Go do your thing. I'll come in a little bit late. I'll help out at the end.
Yeah, talking about helping out at the end, Jason, you know, I'm nothing if not fair. So we have a couple of examples also where Shiro does his best work. And the round that won him the major, it was actually him in the B bomb site getting 3 kills defending the retake, right? So we saw it yesterday against Na'Vi as well in a couple of key moments, right? This is where Na'Vi is sort of getting back into the game on the CT side. Shiro in a 1v2, you know, just plays it very smart, knows that the opponents won't have any idea where he's coming from, gonna hide in hide behind bench, of course, and then, just going to do a very good job of hitting the shots. I think his accuracy is one of the best out of any AWPer, really. Like, he hits a high percentage of his shots. Don't watch Dust 2 yesterday against Navi, please. And that's where he really delivers for Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Also the round to get them sort of into overtime, like to keep them alive on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I know what you mean by like this. Sometimes it feels like he has more to give, but I think, at some point too, it's like Donk is just doing so much for you. And I think too, I wonder how much would be the conversation with AWPers right now with MR12, with the economy the way it is. How much is there concern about being able to hold on to the AWP for a significant number of rounds?
I just want to give a shout out to a guy who tweeted at me the nickname for Shiro, the janitor. He comes and cleans up after everyone else does the work.
Dirty.
Swiftly moving on, let's talk about the map veto. Obviously, this is a best of 5 uncharted territory between Vitality and Team Spirit. 3 head-to-heads in 2024, but never in a best of 5 situation. I feel like obviously the permabans are going to be coming out for either side. The order gets very interesting.
Where's Anubis?
Right?
I think Anubis probably goes first for Vitality to pick up, and then I think Crane's going to be the decider. That's kind of how I was playing it out in my head.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right. We got
Nuke going for their staple picks. That's the first picks that they've been doing all series.
Yeah, I feel like it's been going really well for them. And you look at the amount of times they played the map with drops as well. I think these 3 maps, I think that was very little doubt for me that this was going to be the first 3 maps. And then what happens with Train? Is Train 5th, or does Vitality maybe try and go for it? And they do.
That's interesting. Maybe it's Vitality is not feeling comfortable in their Anubis, which is really because Spirit's worst map out of these maps available would be Anubis. So Vitality probably thinking in the back of their minds that they're not confident in that. That's not a good thing to have coming into a grand final, right?
I think in one sense too, it's got to make you happy that Vitality is feeling this comfortable to not to go for one of those kind of trick picks, target the Anubis, which may be a little bit weaker, trying to get Train earlier on so you can catch a surprise. You're seeing them come in with maps that they know both teams are good on because they're just confident in their game and their game plan coming into this series against Spirit.
Let's talk about 2 very specific players that I'm sure we're going to be seeing a hell of a lot from in this grand final. The best player in the world, the 3rd best player to be coming out of 2024, Donk versus ZywOo. It's an interesting case, Shanko, because they don't obviously deploy the same role, ZywOo being an AWPer, Donk being a rifler. What kind of head-to-head do you reckon we'll see from these 2?
Well, they're the last 2 sort of phenom-type players we've had in Counter-Strike. ZywOo, his rookie year, also absolutely unbelievable. I mean, #1 player in the world in 2019, right? But they're different in what makes them so insanely good. With Donk, it's the mechanics. It's just, swinging at you, blowing your head off, like being fearless all the time, being constantly aggressive. With ZywOo, it's a little bit of everything. Like, he's so smooth, he's so fluid when he plays the game. It's clutching, it's rifling, it's AWPing. You never know what he's going to bring out.
For me, I don't even actually in this situation, we've talked about Donk enough. For me, this is all about ZywOo. This grand final, I mentioned it last night at the end of the show. This is the last time I want to call ZywOo out and just say, you better show up today. It's time for you to kind of perform and flex and get on stage and show that you can be the best player in the world. You weren't even involved in the conversation. That was kind of a little bit of a gimme that we're being nice, that we kind of had you as #3 because you were never, ever going to be #1. That's the first year it's happened for him where he hasn't been in that conversation. And if that's not a point of pride that motivates you to come into this game and shut Donk down, shut Spirit down, I mean, what are we doing here?
So, Jason, I think it's fair to say that you're going to be watching through Face It Watch ZywOo's perspective.
Oh, all day long,
final,
Freya.
Right? You could also win yourself some very tasty skins indeed. Steel, let me ask you about this head-to-head that's going to be going down. How do you think it's going to be playing out between Donk and ZywOo?
Look, we were talking about Shiro earlier. I think ZywOo brings a little bit to the table in terms of like slow is smooth, smooth is fast. He does it, he's really consistent, but he's not going in your face style like Donk is. But we do see the ZywOo impact on that op, on that T side, where they decide to walk around in contact and he gets to post up on an angle, at least take them 90% of the way, post up, let the rest of the team go out. Shiro could take a page out of his book because we're going to see ZywOo getting a lot of these opening rounds that way and just helping his team get into the round.
Yeah, specifically for Dust 2, this is going to be really exciting when we're talking about the AWPing side of the equation, right? It's an AWPer's paradise. I'm interested to see how that ZywOo Shiro head-to-head goes down.
Sure, but the Spirit's utilities, I mean, the AWPers, I think a lot on Dust 2 are going to be negated. I think a lot of the, at least early action in Dust 2 is going to be, are there any aggressive rifle plays towards lower B tunnels? But more than anything, it's the taking that catwalk control and showing that you want to take the mid to B split. The AWPers are going to come in late on the A attacks when they're actually actually aggressing into the palm site. Those are where those battles are going to become. I think the Operas, for the most part, are probably going to be pretty chill and neutralized for most of these Dust 2 rounds.
I think Vitality will try to make Spirit uncomfortable, right, and disrupt them. They are not scared to be aggressive on the CT side as a team. Early round, mid round, it doesn't matter. So they're not going to let Spirit just sort of sit back, play their own game, take map control, let Donk run amok. They're going to try to fight them on their own terms, not on his terms.
Well, gentlemen, it's almost time to get this grand final started. Legacy, it's a word that we throw around a hell of a lot, but this time last year, in this very city, on this very stage, is where it all began for Donk. Now, at 18 years of age, he has a chance to go back to back, but not if Vitality have anything to do with it.
The Spodek. It's one of Counter-Strike's most beloved places of pilgrimage. Its hallowed halls have seen both triumphs and tribulations. Heroes are forged here. Careers can be ended here. For every player looking to make their mark on our beautiful game, Katowice is the goal. But the privilege of playing on one of Counter-Strike's greatest stages, one of esports' oldest trophies, should never be taken for granted. For 12 years, Katowice has bear witness to tears, joy for our champions, frustration for those who couldn't take the final steps to lift our trophy. Please give a warm welcome to the mayor of the city of Katowice, Marcin Krupa, as he brings out our historic cup. The Intel Extreme Masters Trophy is one of esports' most iconic. First awarded in 2007 in Hanover, Germany, this will be the 12th time it's lifted here in Katowice. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the mayor of the city of Katowice, Marcin Krupa.
Winning in Katowice is so special. I always wanted to lift that trophy. From watching at my parents' house to actually be in the arena, to have failed in the arena, to walk the long walk down the stage and grab the trophy. Finally made it. The 2019 trophy was special because Peter's dad passed away.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now.
We all wanted to win it for Peter and his dad. And when I went down with the trophy down the aisle, I could still feel the moment in my body. It still means so much to me that we won that event for Peter.
A star is born.
What we saw last year here on this stage, what we are witnessing, CS2 has brought a lot of hungry talents. The responsibility of the younger generation lies in their hands. They become the device, become the Nico, become the symbol.
Guys, heaven's open. Heaven's open. No way! Come on! You gotta be shitting me. Oh, they hear attack. They know he's still boxed in, but Flames. Oh, Flames! Oh!
Steps charging down to Bieber. Can he deal with his spins back? What is that from the impact?
Shiro can lead this plant, taps on it, tries to bait him. The jumping bit. Hunting him down now, Zaru still gets another. And look at Dog do it! That's disgusting! This is unprecedented, eclipsing all who came before him.
The Katowice curse is broken. Apex Eye with Vitality. They make the grand final here in Poland.
But Dog is still alive! The killer of dreams! And Spirit's Prince of Darkness, the defining round in this series.
It's a long time waiting. I missed that trophy so bad. When we walk into the stage, I'm looking at it. 2 majors, I won Cologne. I just missed that one piece, which is Katowice.
Katowice is a pinnacle of esports in CS. The moment here, a year ago, we understood that we are capable of winning the best teams.
We need to be mentally strong. We need to put our DNA first. Our DNA is to not give up and give our best, no matter what. They're a team for a longer time than us. They will be the favorite, for sure. But I don't care, actually. I don't care who are the favorite, who isn't. When I look at my players one by one, when they are at their full potential, I think no one can match them. No one.
You don't wait 11 years to fail at this point. Please welcome to the stage, Team Vitality!
We have our advantages now, like we did last year, but it's kind of different. There was not enough respect for us from other teams. We are more confident because we have been winning a lot of different other championships. It's more about you, how you perceive the game, how you understand the opponent. Vitality, they rely on individual performance.
All pressure that we can get, it's from the crowd cheering against us. It's always funny to win against the crowd and make everyone silent.
To win in Katowice, it's hard. To win back-to-back, near impossible. But we'll see. Please welcome to the stage, Team Spirit!
This is why we do it, Katowice. This is why we're here. Over the next 5 maps, for that trophy, something iconic is about to happen. But who is taking that trophy? We don't know just yet. So let's find out from you. Katowice, is it Team Spirit? Is it Vitality? Remember, this is for that trophy. This is to be champions here. Is it Spirit? Is it Vitality? One more time. Katowice, are you ready? Let's get it on, baby.
A Katowice clash that will go down in history. For the side of Vitality, an opportunity to lay their hands on a trophy that has always evaded them. On the other side of the arena, for Spirit, a chance to do the double. Either way, Jason, this is going to be a battle of epic proportions.
Absolutely, and I love listening to Apex talk about this trophy because he knows you only go down in the legend, you only go down in the history books if you can win this trophy. It's a must-have piece of hardware to be recognized for the work throughout your career and the heartbreak you've overcome.
And the new generation is here, there's no doubt about it. But does the old guard still have something up their sleeve? It was Apex in the first map of the Cologne Grand Final to take it over the limit for Vitality. Who is it going to be today?
We can see it means a lot, but Apex in those star positions, I'm going to look to him to set the pace and the tempo for the rest of the team, to lead the team by example. It's all on his shoulders if they want to be able to endure.
Well, they're going to have to endure a hell of a lot because Spirit on the other side, it's going to be no easy feat. And again, you want to talk about record books, Donk has been breaking them all through his first year as a professional player on this level. Back-to-back MVPs, that breaks yet another one for Donk, and he's coming storming into this grand final.
And never breaking a sweat whilst doing so. Yanko, what is going to be key for Vitality to make sure Spirit aren't getting off to those hot starts?
Actually, for Vitality, the key is the star players. They need to show up, they need to deliver. This is your time. Robs, show us why Vitality brought you into the squad. On the side of Team Spirit is actually everyone else. Robs is gonna do it. We've seen him do it every single time. It's up to his teammates to help him to lift this trophy.
We hear from Spirit about Team Vitality that they do things on their own, but what they don't understand is that Mezzy and Flamesy together are setting them up so that Robs and Zaiwu can nail it down.
Well, it's going to be interesting because Spirit's at the top of the mountain right now. They know everyone's coming for them, and now they're learning in this very moment on this very stage what it takes to not only be champions, but maintain that championship level for a significant amount of time and make sure all your opponents fear you in the server.
A best of 5 of epic proportions. Vitality versus Team Spirit.
Living legends clash in pursuit of Counter-Strike's oldest trophy. This event has stood long enough that those competing for it today were inspired by those who came before them. Now it is their turn. Now they are in the spotlight. And now, their grand final. It begins. A marathon, not a sprint. 5 maps on the agenda. Locked in. And it starts in Spirit's home turf, Dust 2, to kick off our grand final.
Ten straight wins on Dust 2 for Team Spirit. Comfortable map for them. Go all time with this roster. 29 times played, have only lost at 6.
Jesus.
This is comfortable territory indeed. Vitality with Rob's edition, well, they played it twice. They've won it twice. And Rob's, he's the Bianca.
And he may very well have a lot of work cut out for him right out of the gates. He has got that block utility. Kevlar on the dual Berettas as well. Will they disrespect him? Will they really want to test him? Dog down! That's a dream!
That's the opening scalp you're looking for. The big man on campus. This is Dog's house.
The balls to spam it, and now look at this full mid control. They try and pivot back. ZywOo was there on the watch of that lower tunnel. Doesn't hit his first couple of speculative taps. Up top mid with Bomb is Chopper, getting awkward. ZywOo good for Zontix. That Shiro P250 is deadly, but so is Flamesy. Comfortable collection.
Chopper left in a 1-on-4 situation, and Flamesy kicking things off with a bang, going toe-to-toe, an aggressive rifler. Will need to deliver that and more against the likes of Donk today. Said he wants to take down Donk in the grand final. A fourth head-to-head between these two teams, and this time a best-of-5. Chopper, what do you got for us? Not a lot. Rops with the opener and the closer. And speaking of pistol rounds, Vitality, they have the best record in Katowice as far as those are concerned. So putting their best foot forward out the gates, and an aggressive stance as well. Might be a necessary piece of the puzzle against Spirit and their default heavy play. You give them that cat control, you let them execute A, and you're going to have a tough day in the office.
It just looked like a perfectly designed pistol to counter a start B.
Well, for Team Spirit, not too many kills. No bomb going down, have to take the eco. A flash for Chopper. Glocks for everybody else, and there's no rush about this. What about a run up mid? Not the case whatsoever. Sprint to life, nobody home, and well, a kill or two, the bomb going down, that's the best you can hope for if you're Team Spirit. I'd love to see them winning around like this. Apex on board with him right now, has a key role to play. Could be the rotating rifler on A. Having to read the maneuvers up short, helping out the mid to Bs to combine with Mezzy, who's been freed up. He was the Bianca, now the Rops has come in, he's taken that role. Mezzy getting a, well, I'd say more preferential position. As a run boost into ZywOo and Apex, a nuclear nade, a couple of kills, and this one clean as a whistle. A perfect start for Team Vitality.
And not only in just the 2-0, but also in the people that are fragging. We've seen Flames, Rops, ZywOo, all fragging to start.
Now, ZywOo, for me, is the big conversation. 3-time world #1, the Phenom before Donk. Is he able to show up and go toe-to-toe? He's an AWPer, Donk's a rifler. The AKs are in the hands of Team Spirit. No AWP for Shiro. Mid-door smoke lined up from Chopper. Magic's outside long, Shiro top cat, Donk and Zontix to work through the tunnels. No early pressure points felt for Vitality. No long corner smoke, no flashes. So knowing that Team Spirit are just setting up. Going through the paces and the motions, as they will be able to take this mid control. See them get away with this more often than not. It's going to be about how short is blocked. Will they go deep smokes? Will the HEs come in perfect timings? So the protocol utility. Molly lands, clears out anybody on that 50 line. HE lands. Damage done. Chopper down to half HP, and Apex, the Grenadier, will grab another.
The bait. 4 Robs to go looking. That's more than enough.
Well, helps them piece it together that it's still a default. It's not just that short finish. The fact you see something upper tunnels, it means they're still spread across the map. And actually, it's more bodies where that came from. Chopper the late piece, 4 in upper tunnels.
Ooh, he's going to be tested. That's a second test after the pistol. And they come his way. He has got support in Mezzy at the back of the site. Jump spotting for that mid-info with the CT smoke down. Spirit, time becoming a factor now, Chad. And ZywOo, he takes this as an invitation. A little too quiet, and more than an answer, he finds a headshot.
Very good signs from ZywOo, showing some confidence. A very important aggressive maneuver. Now the 2 on B can lock this down 2v4.
Yeah, they're out of nades, though.
25.
Lot of work for Mezzy to do. If he can take that first contact, avoid the flash, hit the headshot, Robs is set up for success. Mezzy turning all these flashbangs. And there's the damage, the headshot found. Robs delivers onto Donk again. ZywOo arrives just in time, but Magix puts him down. Big frag, and there's more from Magix. Oh! Magix the destroyer!
6 seconds.
4 into the site, they need to plant just in time. Shiro punches in the code. Can Flames make all of that for naught? All of that for nothing. Ooh, Shiro's low. Magix spotted, he knows where they both are. Has he really got it in him? 18 in the mag, stacked up. Surely Shiro can close. Spirit on the border, hard fought. 4 from Magix.
And the opening kill, you think with the number advantage there, but Magix, he's turning out to be a bit of a big game player, isn't he? Boris the Butcher making mincemeat of that B defense. Watch this one again. Saw what he did at the major, stepping up, and it's this third kill that is a thing of absolute beauty. Into the fourth, bang!
That's stunning work. He was a mainstay at that Shanghai final. There's a reason he's got 6-9 on the jersey. That was his frag total.
All right, well, back towards B again. This pressure on the B side. That's the early calling for Team Spirit. Robs and Mezzi to be tested once more. Might be a quicker tempo this time round.
Yeah, Robs is going to potentially get caught in transition here. He's pulling out nades. Oh, he's under so much threat. He swings in. He ain't scared. Look at the damage. 3 members of Spirit, sub 50.
Awkward smoke, very awkward smoke. You don't want to push in if you're Spirit, and can you get out if you're Robs? You're worried about getting spammed through. And with that pressure, Vitality didn't over-rotate. Flamesy didn't push long. ZywOo has cheated over Shaw, but they don't know exactly where the finish is just yet, so called off.
I feel like we're all learning something from Robs already.
Well, the plans had to change for Team Spirit. Rerouting, mid to be split into this AWP.
Yeah, he's going to be potentially flashed off of the line. Serves as a beacon of intel. Baited, nice worker. Orpa knows these tricks.
Feels like a race to A right now. ZywOo needs to get in position. Are they going to brave the smoke? Are they going to fake the mid to B? What's the finish? 40 seconds on the clock.
Chris Cross, and Chopper does poke his nose in to investigate.
He'll go through that into CT.
Certainly could. And that's exactly what he's trying. That gives a gap being watched by ZywOo intermittently. Short distraction now from the smokes. He's aware of this. Doesn't hit the shot. Pressure amplified. And now released. Apex takes down Magix on his aggress. Around the smoke, Apex dips down. A nice double from ZywOo. That's the support he needed. Apex and ZywOo, the Frenchman, on the stage, deliver the double. Apex puts the cherry on top.
The French Legion locked and loaded on A right there. Beautiful work from the two of them, the in-game leader and his superstar. As they're not the only ones dressed for success today. 3-1, the score reads as Halley into a tactical timeout. Stalled on B, ping-ponged across the map into ZywOo's AWP and delivering on that home turf. Remember, 10 consecutive wins on this for Team Spirit and in important games. I don't think we have to go back too far to remember against FaZe Clan in Shanghai. Pure cinema, but still a W. And they're looking for one more of those to kick off this best of 5 to retain their title. Beautiful work from ZywOo, read it very well. And at the moment, for Vitality, it feels like things are flowing nicely. Individuals are hitting shots. Communication looks solid. We're only 4 rounds deep, sure, but this is the start that you're looking for. Well, 15 maps in total. Robs has only been in this team for 30 days. It's a new year. And is it a new Vitality?
Already has a different feel about it.
Anti-rush utility dropped. Has a deep smoke as well. Robs and Mezzi well prepared for any of these B antics, and obviously does too. If you're not getting the long spawns, your options are limited. You go through the defaults, you take the short control, and again, having to pivot. Right now, the Dragon with the tail between his legs. Just having to reset with this investment. Donk with the Galil. Pretty hefty. Shiro's the only one with residual cash, so we'll have to keep the flow of this forward.
That was a rather aggressive CT flash. It will perhaps slow them.
They're quite quick to this, and ZywOo's actually taken the AWP long, so Flamesy and Apex are going to be the two contributing.
This could go wrong. Vitality up against a lesser buy. Just Tech 9s. And yet there was a little bit of a threat towards the A side. They're second guessing it now.
Crisscross could come up again into a bit of a mid to B splitting. Fact is, these rounds are coming down to the final few seconds for Spirit.
Apex's patience could be rewarded here. Throws out that
Team
team
volley.
volley. Yeah, it's going to spread, really limit their options. They can't disrespect that in the same way they would the Incendiary. Advancing towards Mezzi's position. Pressure from both fronts. Already Apex lends a hand, spams the smoke, removes Magix. Mezzi's, ooh, he hasn't gone down. A missed shot on the Tech 9, and there's Robs as well. Lays a hand, lays 2 to rest. Chopper last to fall. Solid from Vitality.
How does this sound? Donk 0 kills, Zontic 0 kills, Chopper 0 kills. We're 5 rounds deep and no opening kills for Team Spirit. They are being stunted in this very moment. the start they were looking for. Reading all of these situations perfectly. It is going to have to just be another partial. This time it's a scout for Shiro, some pistol upgrades again, and yeah, this buy pattern for Team Spirit has seemed a little bit odd, but regardless, the rifles will come out into the next. Shiro will be able to get out his AWP. So a full buy for the world number ones. It's not too late to get this party started.
I mean, not bad. If Donk doesn't get started until round 6, you've already done something right.
They kept him very quiet, haven't they?
This could be perfectly timed. Unarmored, and well, without a captain, Saiwu sends Chopper to spawn. Ouch, that hurts. Donk does deliver. Oh, there it is. It's a guarantee, the Donk Dig. It's enabled a plant. But is it a round? Oh, it certainly should be now. Apex feels the wrath of the Donk Dig as a third delivered.
How long can you keep a lid on the kid? Well, you just got your answer. 2v3 retake. Shiro's got that AWP. Kid in the smoke. This is still doable.
The first presented with resistance for Vitality, and on cross, Shiro hasn't connected. They will get across. Time-sensitive mission. Dogs Dig does 4, and they could still lose the round. He has the kill, has the smoke. It's an AWP for Shiro. This gets awkward. This gets really awkward, really quick. He's spun around him. Painted circles. And a shot defused. Dogs Deagles mean nothing. That's a round that's really hard to shake off, Chad. Come on, if I'm Donk, I'm vibrating with rage.
You got to keep the context. This is only a partial buy. Look, this is massive. This is a statement. He's just announced his presence. But at the end of the day, this one feels worse for Vitality. The fact it got that close, Donk almost had his moment. You get away with murder. Your cash is low. Mezzi back into a Famas. You need to see if you're a Spirit. Donk's impact now. Can you make good on it? You know that you've taken away a lot of rifles there, so the finances lighter on. Double AWPs, however. Rob's enabling that. He's even going to take an aggressive stance in towards the upper tunnels. This one posted up on the line of Zontix. Not careful, can be taken another round for free. But Apex, take a look at his position on that radar, trying to read the play, thinking they're going to go back into the mid to be split or be hit. Well, the fact that they have this beacon in upper tunnels, it tells that maybe, just maybe, he's gambled incorrectly this time round.
It's a lot of info for Robs. It might educate Apex on a bit of a relocation. Chopper starts with the crisscross smokes to cook in mid. Apex, he's happy to just waltz into the fight. Zontix bests him. Flames, this is an avant-garde position. It's unique. Will it be overlooked? He's been spotted. Perfect. Good awareness from Magix. Brings down a defender of the A site, and it's wide open for the taking now.
Double AWPs, it has to be the save.
Especially with the damage.
So much damage in that previous round. You need to hold on to these AWPs. You've invested heavily within this. Mezzi, the fact that he stayed alive after that defuse, he has residual cash with that Famas being brought back in. Apex will be able to buy himself. They can get a gun in the hands of Flames, who a little bit unfortunate there. That was a gamble, right? I wonder if it's because Mezzi got tagged at the start of the round that Apex wanted to cheat over. But Team Spirit starting to stabilize. Second round posted, looking more like themselves now that the guns are out. And a pretty easy round just to kill onto Apex, rotating desperately. Flamesy getting caught. Simple stuff, nothing crazy.
Yeah, another round. In fact, 2 for 2 now, where Magix is featured for the Spirit conversions. Zontix as well with his first. An important catch on Apex in mid.
And you look at the campaign for Spirit this time round, back in 2024. Didn't drop a series.
Yeah, we have been here before.
This time they have, and I think because they've been at the top of the pops, the top of Counter-Strike Major Champs, 4 consecutive grand finals now. That loss to Na'Vi, it's a team that they tussle with quite frequently, but it's one that you can shrug off. You beat them in the playoffs, that's where it really mattered. It's just a group stage game. We do have what is looking to be a technical timeout, so bear with us. Get this one sorted ASAP. Shiro just wanting to get his pillow.
Ah, yeah.
I'll just puff it up.
Everyone's got their own personal preferences. He's always been a pillow gamer.
It's the pistol and the conversions for Team Vitality to get them to 2-0 start. Magic's happened on B, even after a ZywOo opening kill for their first round, then 3. Vitality to make the scoreline 5. Now, 1 bag makes us 5-2. We still find ourselves in this technical timeout, so got to get things back underway ASAP. The good news is, taken to attack, and this one taken by Vitality. X has an opportunity for him to make the adjustments. You have double orbs. How do you want to wield them? You've got some options.
Question, sir. Were the orbs noted?
That's a good point. Over towards upper B, they went for the cat execute. In terms of the late round, I don't think they would have been wary that Romps has an orb in play.
Perhaps that's beneficial.
This is the key, right? So if you want to play the orbs again, you're still likely to start one over towards B and one over towards A, unless you want to go for something crazy like a double orb mid. You'd love to look if you have a good lower tunnel spawn. Well, right now, the likes of Romps does. If you wanted to do something completely out of the box, he could use his spawn, force his way into lower tunnels, try and take an early fight, but then it's about getting out. Do you boost ZywOo Cat to be the oversight? Those are the questions, those are the conversations that Vitality have just had. And, well, Robs has pushed into lower dark.
Interesting, they're actually testing long this time with their spawns. An early chip damage from the HE, but they are out. Tuck Blue bin for Anti. Long conceded by Vitality.
Well, that was the start, and that was the conversation they just had. ZywOo takes Cat to oversee Robs, Robs into lower tunnels. Now, these two orbs can catch any lurks on the way back. The riflers are going to need to harass with nades, but ZywOo has a full belt. So at some point, he's going to need to come over and assist, because Apex is starting to siphon through his. That one lands, but they're ahead of it. The timing could be off for Vitality.
Yeah, Flames, however, catches the perfect timing. Look at the damage from that FAMAS. Magic's unable to contribute. A good catch. Oh, and a refresh from Flames. A second flash set up for success by Dan Mattis-Clare. ZywOo here with an opportunity to throw the knockout blow, remove Shiro, and awkward for Zontix. 11 points of health. Chopper the only one healthy. Oh, we can't find another. Zontix so low and takes down ZywOo. That's a good start. This would be an incredible clutch against all odds. Robs has to hit a hard shot with the AWP. Close! Okay, he'll do it anyway. Flames definitely gets a firm pat on the back.
Whoa.
Wait.
Okay, Robs went to drop the second orb to Mezzi on ramp. Round expired. Robs lost the orb. They didn't get either.
An unforced error. An unforced error very early doors in map 1 of a grand final.
Well, there's money to drop it. Robs can facilitate one, but if double orbs was part of the plan, just trying to do the maths right now, because I got caught a little bit off guard by that. Here it is, the throw, and round over. They lost it all. Okay, you might see the reaction here. Well, still smiles on the face, so keeping the vibe. They can drop that, so ZywOo still gets his prized possession. Rifles for everybody else, the same for Team Spirit. So we're back into big buys on either side of the server.
Knowing Ropsy's just said, I wanted an M4 anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, he's the talisman, at least that's as far as we're branding him. One here before with FaZe Clan, took on Spirit last year in the best of 5, got demolished. And now he wears the Vitality colors. Is he the difference maker? Well, he brought Vitality their first ever win in the Spodek. Apex has been chasing that for 11 long years. Now an opportunity in this grand final. A great start, a 4-round difference. Default spreads, Zontix upper tunnels, Donk through lower. Chopper and Shiro support Magic's patrolling long, calling out the nades, conveying that information to his in-game leader, the right-hand man of Chopper. He's been there the longest. And right now he is looking like one of the strongest pieces. Up short, they want to bait out the U2. You need to seem threatening. We could be coming. What's the timing on our execute? Use your smokes, use your mollies. This time Apex, he feels that long late because he's tucked in pit. So essentially, he's using Flamesy as bait. You may have read this situation wrong again. It looks like the bomb leering out mid on the back of Magic's is about to have a lot of support. Rops and Mezzi to be tested once more.
Heavy investment of utility. There's got to be a finish soon. 35. Pressure applied towards this window position. Mezzi trying to catch the timing. He's got support. Robs takes first friction. Mezzi restrained. Knows time against Spirit. Still can't handle Donk, but an immediate trade. Robs with 2.
Not bad.
Not bad, serviceable, especially if you finish off Shiro on doors. Can he get away? Amoli should aid his escape. Repositioning Flames could perhaps hit the wall bang. Shiro trapped. The retake is taking shape. I say that, I don't know. Zai was only just starting to make a move.
They have to deal with Shiro.
Oh, he wasn't ready now. He's got support. Good find from Zontix. Aids his Orpa. Zai catches him on the punish. That was a chance. A small glimmer of opportunity for Apex. Magic's too good. And now Zai preserving that AWP.
We'll be able to get out of there. Should be able to retain it as well. Zontix and Magic's, they need to start thinking of their bank balance as well. Zontix picks that one up to give it to the likes of Shiro into the next. And having to work hard for these. Rops did very well to get the double. The problem is the rotation was just cut off. The fact that you had two players towards long, unlikely to see both Flamesy and Apex rotate back. When they know that's in play, it's like, oh, well, we drop all the way back. We're going to be smoked off CT. We have to push. That's a risk within itself. And it's the longest rotation point to help out. So let's take stock. Vitality need to look at their inventory. What is possible as far as the purchases? Well, the Zaiwu saved up short. Mezzy can get into a rifle. MP9s for the other three.
It's not pretty.
This is where you need Zaiwu to do something a little bit more risky, to make a play, to be that superstar.
How's that for a risky play, Chad? He's already posted up to try and punish this early occupation of upper. And now starts to bring the fight to them. Robs to strike in unison with them. And he's done it just like that. Robs dispatches two on the MP9. Zaiwu in perfect synchronicity pulls the trigger on a third.
They know about Chopper. That's the question.
That is a good question. Rob seems hyper aware now. He's actually being flashed through the doors to go searching. Smoked off and being cleared. Even Zaiwu through the doors hasn't spotted him.
They've given them the sight.
Audio. That turned. Headshot provided by Chopper. Now Shiro piecing it together. Flames good for the one back. And Chopper now spotted on the cross back. Plenty of time for him to cook. Flames knows he's searching. Apex partners up, gets close, could be vulnerable. Chopper, another one. Can he clutch up? Oh, the damage is huge and Flames finishes. Down to the wire there. Fair play to Chopper. He made him work for that. Considering the way it started, it looked like it was going to be a damn squib for Team Spirit.
Yeah, those propellers were damn silent, weren't they? The pathing that he was able to get there in towards the side, sector clear, and hits a couple of good shots as well. The Goosh and, yeah, just head explodes. Great work from Flames. He's surging forward. This is still touch and go, but Vitality, they have won the half. 7-3, 2 more rounds. And what a time to break Spirit's streak on Nuke.
Drops Orc, goes Tech 9. Get you a teammate like Magic's. Ouch. Donk humbled. 50 points of health for him to operate with in this round.
Conversation being had for another mid to B, letting Donk be the pointy end of this round. He's going to clear through first. They like to get out the doors, make this staging zone, then the smoke comes in and the go.
It's not gone well for Mezzy this time. Empty-handed as they advance up that B ramp. Only the one for Rops. That Magic's Tech 9 still working.
3v3.
Legs to this. Zaiwu though on the cross. He's so vulnerable to that potential. Apex sends two of his troops through turns. Zontix may be hearing them. Apex progresses. Clears out close. Oh, that's awkward for Donk. Don't forget the nade damage. He's just going to burn down. Flames with the Flames. Orb. Trade potential. It's not easy, especially with two Orbs walking through the tunnels. Flamesy down. Spinning around. Magic's gets them all. What a round.
Magic's is Mr. Impact in this game so far for Team Spirit. He's the man you got to turn to for more than a few of these rounds that they've been able to throw on the scoreboard. 7-4. Money in the absolute bin for this final round to play for Vitality, so they've done enough to get themselves a 7-5. This will be one of the easiest rounds that Spirit will have had to have gone up against. And again, another big round for Magic's.
Bro, he started with just a Tech 9 and he leaves with 4 kills in a round for Spirit.
Awkward retake, sure, but still having to work hard to get back into that.
Say it's home turf for Spirit. I think it might be home turf for Magic's. Dust 2 looks good on him.
Question is the buffer enough? 5 rounds looking likely. Unless we get a miracle out of Vitality. You can see the bite. Deagle. Handful of 5-7s. and an MP9. Extremely light on in the util department, and if it is just another mid to B, they've got less resources to work with as Apex chips away. You could tell the game plan. So many B pops early, few of them denied. Mid to Bs are plenty. That round that they did try and execute in towards A against the likes of Apex and Zywu, they shut them down. Smoke smoke lands. Oh, they're going to collapse on mid.
Yeah, there's actually something here.
This is a brawl.
Apex overlooked. Long range, there's not the weapon for the job up against the AWP, but there's Flame solid on his MP9. Rock building around out of this. If he could just finish off one more, he gets away with it. Sontics is low, one bullet could have done it. 7-5, Spirit, they recover. A run of rounds to close it out after Vitality started strong from 5-1, 7-5.
Give me something, give me something, give me some aggression, yeah. Perfect, nice.
Putain, t'as ton tour de prep là, c'est relou.
Calme-toi, tout va bien, ça va bien se passer. T'es pas comme ça normalement.
At least I was locked in.
What is that? Bro think he's Professor X.
What the fuck?
Oh no, not the beans.
I've made a huge fucking mistake.
Let's go, Nico! Nice, Nico! Let's go!
Second half, first map, best of 5 grand finals. Team Spirit, the defending champions of Katowice, up against Vitality. With just 30 days to integrate ROPS into the ranks.
Well, their home turf of Dust 2 is being desecrated right now. 10 on the trot, a 7-5 lead, but some stylish counter-strike from Team Vitality. Magix has been the saviour for Team Spirit up until this point. But the pistols have been a thing of beauty for the Apex-led squad throughout their Katowice run. Can they pick up 2 from 2 on map number 1? Smoke lands mid. Draws the prying eyes of Chopper and Shiro. Zontic started on B on his lonesome. Lower tunnels, this is very diligent. Molly Lounge, nobody home. Still have a smoke and a flash for the finish. Shiro using that smoke against them, ushers over towards the B side to help out Zontix. It looks like they're going to be setting up to test the turf of Donk. On a ramp, Magix cannot support him. It's going to have to be Chopper in through spawn.
And Robs continues to deliver for Vitality. That's Mezzi finding Donk empty-handed in the pistol. Went back from Shiro on the P2K.
They're quickly trying to channel up mid. Do they go long or short?
Robs is kind of ahead of the play.
And he might even play an active lurk late. He took the long control. His teammates can now have that space, and he gets to be a continued thorn in his side if he'd like. But he's parked the bus, wants some sound cues before he gets moving, and that's enough.
He's moving. This is really cheeky from Robs. It's still a 3v3, essentially, on the site until he arrives.
Well, there's a smoke for Zontix, but I don't see a key.
Oh my god! That is filthy from Zywoo. Just pure instinct on the tap.
Kind of crazy. Robs on the CT side gets him the opening kill on the pistol round with the dual Berettas, and on the T side, he plays first.
Yeah.
He's gone out long first in a 1v1 duel against the likes of Magix. Now, sure, he doesn't know what he's up against, but the fact he catches that, gets that opening kill, and now they get both pistols on Dust 2. What's up next is Nuke. That's a map that they are 3 from 3 with Robs in the roster, 6 on the trot, so still a strong map for Vitality, even with Spinks in the team. This is the reigning Cologne champs going up against the world #1. I guess this is the champs from last year, the major champs. The world #1 player in Donk.
It's a long list.
And, well, Flames in an interview coming into this said, hey, I want to take down Donk, I want to take down Spirit in a grand final. Well, they have that opportunity. And everything looks good so far for Vitality. These are positive signs in terms of the comms. Everybody seems like they have a calm head. You've seen contributions from almost every single member. Now we get to see the calling of Apex on the T side. If they deal with this Force of Spirit, they are a huge leg up to getting map 1 done.
First opportunity for the Shiro Scout. Does not connect.
The gap is long. Vitality aren't to know it, and it's one of the riskier positions to go against pistols.
And yet, it does seem like they're reformatting for exactly that. Flash from Greenbox. Robs has got him set.
And Flames to go out first with that Mac 10, so can keep his head on a swivel.
Spirit will hear this.
The biggest issue is it's just a HE and a couple of flashes to work with. Long cross, smoke dropped. 45 seconds on the clock.
Rob staying diligent to the walk-up. He knows that that fast flank long would be a problem. They've got nothing to report, so Rob's patience could lead to an effective lurk.
Smoke break.
Ooh, exposed and deleted. An important shot hit by the Scout of Shiro. Now looking to disrupt it. Zontix. Oh, and he does more than disrupt! He distracts! 3 down on long.
Oh, shell-shocked, Robs. What are you meant to do from here? 15 seconds on the clock. You'd be lucky to stay alive.
Oh my god, that was beautiful. The perfect weapon for that kind of fight.
He's going to keep on pushing. Robs might get caught by a timing here. He's going to drop on back. Will he find it into a safe haven? Yeah, everybody getting some upgrades at AK, some Galils. That Scout's going to be carried over. And Robs, well, the good graces of getting to hold onto his weapon. That's huge. So coming out late long, there was nobody close. They get the space for free, but this was massive. The HE was used perfectly. Zontix through that. Shiro got the kill. The flash from Chopper, the alley-oop, and the slam dunk. No one playing anti-flash is likely the frustrations, but Apex got to deal with that quite quickly. Take a deep breath, get back into things. 2-round gap now.
Well, losing both pistols for Team Spirit's going to test just how good their Dust 2 is, and well, that force buy certainly is evidence of it.
And if it can start the frustrations for Apex, that's another conversation as well. Everybody in the team quite used to it. The conversation, well, can Robs be? Played with Carrigan for years. Likes to get fired up, but I think he's a bit more cool, calm, and collected. Nothing wrong with wearing your heart on your sleeve, and if your teammates know what to expect, it can be all good in the hood, but in the pressure environments, the best of 5 grand final, with all of it on the line, a trophy that you've been chasing for 11 years, your 3rd playoff appearance only. You kind of want to seize the day. They try mid to B. Chopper looks like he is set up for success. He's floating over. And back. What's the timing? 55 seconds. Here comes the nades.
Chopper does have that break. Hoping to perhaps draw attention to him as Zontix takes a look from the window. He's waiting for sound cues, waiting for that. Oh, here we go. Chopper breaks, lends a hand, more than a hand, takes two. Mezzi, God, Flames the same. Hang on a second, Robs his Galil's done work, and now Apex's P250 chips in.
Bomb's loose.
Can he pick up the bomb? It's really high priority, but he knows he's got to be patient. The smoke actually does give him a chance, but he doesn't want to overcommit to this. Good damage into Magix, and still Shiro hits it. Apex, he's set for success. 15 seconds, can he stay composed? For Vitality.
That's intense, but that's immense from the in-game leader, Apex. Beautiful, a statement piece. You lose the force, you get your own back. And he was under so much damn pressure. I think he had about 5 bullets left in the P250.
So much going on, he just pulls back, gets the reload, the bomb, his teammate's dead, the bomb is miles away, he focuses on the frag, he trusts with conviction that call. Rob says he's low behind the box.
And a timeout immediately called to screw your head back on. Look at the smiles on the face that Zoe and Robs are sharing down that end of the table. They know they got away with a bit of daylight robbery right there. That's going to reset things. That's going to recalibrate. And that's exactly what Xtaz is looking for. Boys, we got them right where we want them again. And they know they are likely to get the force. Or are they? Yet to see the heavy investments coming through from Spirit. Even with the loss bonus only being at 1900 going into the next, they're taking the more conservative of the approaches. So they know that they have residual cash going forward, that with only 1900 they can still get out what they'd consider a full buy. Shiro should have an AWP, there should be rifles for the rest, and well, Zontix, maybe, just maybe, he'll operate with an MP9, but that's fine for the B anchor. So it's all good in the hood. What are Vitality ready for? Normally in this scenario you'd expect a team to go for the force buy. So the worst case, they blindly go into a site, into a stack.
A 6 shot. Nice shot. Nice shot.
Sick, boys.
Nice, boys. Nice.
Sounds pretty calm to me. I think this round for Vitality would feel more scary than it looks like. We can see where the stack is, we can see what the investments are. But again, it's that unknown of, hey, we would expect a force buy.
And you also know that Donk's probably got enough money for a Deagle.
Yeah, look, he had one massive round that they couldn't convert upon. They're going back to the same approach. I think fortunately for this time, there's no HE and no flash, and Zontix doesn't have a 5-7.
Good point. And there's a clear. Chopper's been spotted out. Flames the first man in.
Rotated in on time.
And time will become a factor if you don't commit. You can see they are a bit hesitant. Don't want to overcommit before that smoke does bloom. Likely no more HEs for the break, no flashes for the swing, so 25, it feels intense, but they should be able to just time this to a T. No Deagle spam through the smoke connect. Shiro hiding out on the side, and Shiro's done well in combination with the Donk Deeg. Gets a bit uncomfortable now with Gandalf and Short. Never mind. Good damage. And around full Vitality with just the one casualty.
Only 3 more rounds required for Vitality to break that streak of 10 for Spirit. This is the team that has been in, well, their 4th consecutive final, winning the last 2 on the trot, the major, and then into the new year, 2025 underway. Plus Bounty picking that up not that long ago. But we're back in the arenas, we're back in the ones that matter. And they're back to defend their title. They 3-0'd FaZe last year. Unusual territory for them to find themselves a map down.
How's this? For unusual, Shiro posts early cat. Looking to punish this walk-up. Zaiwu on the AK. Nothing to report. That's intel on its own.
Yeah, well, if teams are going through the default, you can only hang around for so long because you know the timing on the lower dark crawl, there's likely to be a flash. Shiro hasn't sensed any of that just yet. Long smoke starting to fade, and oh my god.
That's just pure feeling. That's just a random spam, and it's looking to translate to 11.
Nothing you can do about that, Magix. There's nothing you can do about that at all.
The stars have aligned for round 17. This might feel effortless to the Vitality camp. The frags have just materialized before our very eyes.
They know that Shiro is the A AWPer. Now, whether or not he has an AWP, well,
how about now?
That's confirmed. Let's head over to B, shall we, gentlemen? But not only that, let's cast a wide net. Let's take this away. If you want the spoils of the Spodek to be yours, you can't give them anything. Apex will take the bomb over towards B. Mezzi's got long, Zyro's got short, Robs has CT, everything covered off. The game changes for Shiro. He knows he's a wanted man. How long can he hold on to this? At this point of the game, where the finances are at 2,400 into the next, Spirit are in so much trouble regarding buys. If he can hold on to this, it gives them some hope. Spotted again, noted towards Car. And, well, that was quick. Didn't turn into much of a minigame after all. And it's happened pretty quietly. But Robs, he's on a rampage. 22-7 for Mr. Cool. And still keeping his Magic's. Robs, the new addition to this team. An upgrade over Spinks. The perfect replacement. A winner here in the Spodek before in a FaZe jersey. Apparently he is the difference maker that Apex has been looking for all these years.
I mean, I'm sure for Apex, knowing that the player you've just added to the roster has already lifted the trophy that has eluded you for over a decade is going to fill you with some sort of confidence right there in your gut.
And he wants revenge from last year. He knows how it felt to get dumpstered by Spirit. He doesn't want that to happen again, and Spirit, they've shoved all in. You win this Vitality, it's essentially for the map. How often do you see Spirit get ragdolled? Taste of their own medicine. Donks everybody else's living nightmare. Well, he's kept quiet. He's the one still in bed. Having to take a gamble because of this investment. Zontic's playing retake on B. 4 staunch defenders on A, but just with pistols and MP9s. How you meant to win this one?
I'm sure it feels like Vitality are everywhere right now. You've heard action long, now mid. For Zontix, he's got nothing to report other than an incendiary was thrown towards the B site. He's calling a good game as Apex. He's walking into the path of least resistance here. It's nothing more than Zontix who's about to be smoked out. A burst and a frag. He's done well there. Not only playing retake, he finds one on the way in.
Oh, is it enough to entice them to give this one a go? Rounds extremely limited, but still a 4v5 on a tough to retake bomb site. No defuse kit. And so far, no support. They're on their way. Looking for lurks, they find nothing.
Do you really want to concede 12? You have to fight for it. And that hurts. Zontix swallows the nade. Another where that came from. Shiro throws one of his own. Just softens up the woo a little. That deep smoke is really suffocating. They're going to have to flash and go. Turn. Dead. No! Still gets one somehow, but Donk with 2 back. It's all come down to the Zywu taps. Clean 3, and Mezzi, he holds on. Spirit made him work for it, but still 12 on the board already.
Hey, it looked flashy. Gave us a bit of action. There was no kit. There never would have been time. Lost bonus there. A couple of kills. Maybe that's the positive that they were looking for. 600 smackaroos locked and loaded into that back pocket to help facilitate what is going to be 2 M4s, 1 Famus and 2 MP9s to defend their honor on their home turf. 10 straight. You're in the grand final. Opening map. And you're getting dumpstered. What a way to break the streak.
Oh, and there's another opening from Robs. This is stunning start to his grand final. More action on Robs in mid. Shiro looking to test him, challenge him. You can't get past Robin. Robs! A stunning way to close out Spirits. Does 2. It's all Vitalities. He hits him through there on the car as well. 26-8 from Robs. Zontix and Chopper know their fate is sealed. He stands his ground for a nice double 3, is asking too much. Chopper, the last victim of this one. The last man to fall on Dust 2. Robin Cool, unfazed, breathes new life into Vitality.
Rez, where am I?
You're in a hotel room in Katowice.
A hotel? Looks more like a hospital to me.
Yeah, perfect.
I was tuning into the major, G2 was winning, then all of a sudden there was this blast.
Was this before or after they lost their phase in the semis?
FaZe? In the semis? Give me that. Spirit defeat FaZe 2-1 to win Shanghai Major.
Don't worry, we go through it all slowly.
Magic's popped off. I must be dreaming.
This are gonna take a little adjusting to, okay?
No, it's all wrong. That's so right. Never mind, it's cooked.
The world's different now.
Wait, what is that?
Oh, this whole thing? What do you think?
It's so weird.
The young prodigy is yet to pick. They're both of us.
Huh?
Click over the pitch, Josh. Should I say, steal?
And still picks up an ace. High by penalty.
That's right. Let's see it. Show us that black and red.
Wait, what?
It ain't 2014, Unk. Your options are limited.
Okay guys, I'm sorry, but now you have to fucking listen to me. I don't give a fuck, I'm asking to come. Don't go against me, please, don't go against my goal.
I know Mirage was tough, but we had a lot of frustration. After that, we were pretty good on it.
It's the key if you want to win Cologne, guys. It's just one map. Thinking about your fucking Counter-Strike, your DNA, eyes in the sky, locked around, discipline, guys. 3v3, discipline, use your team.
Vitality! One map away!
Dust2 may have been the map pick of Spirit, but Vitality eager to remind them the origins of this very map. It was once known as a playground for the French, but it wasn't on the Frenchmen solely today, Yanko. It was Rops to be paving the arena with.
I just can't believe they got this guy for free. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy, the upgrade you are able to get if you're Vitality, one of the best arena players we have in the space. And it pays off immediately.
Honestly, we need to get some cameras on the Vitality guys right now because they're popping champagne somewhere being like, well, we made all the right decisions in the offseason. It's all feeling good. That's incredible. And you could see the attitude Vitality came out with very early. They weren't scared of any fight that came their way. They peeked into it, aggressive and assertive, and that's a stunning win.
You could see the, revenge that Robs in particular, he wanted to enact onto Spirit because it was them to be beating him on FaZe Clan just last year in the best of 5.
Yeah, it was a great start of the game as well, starting from that pistol round. I mean, Vitality got both the pistols. They open up with the first gun round. And when we look at, the defensive Vitality, it's Robs at that B site. It's stopping against the mid to B hits and everything like that. And, he's living in a lot of situations as well where he's getting sieged by Spirit. We're talking about in the pregame, what's going to happen if he's holding sites by himself and Spirit comes with 4 people at him? Well, he's going to either stuff them in their tracks or he's going to be able to somehow navigate and escape.
I mean, this is an incredible achievement, really. They just stopped a 10 map win streak on Dust2 for Team Spirit. It's been their home pick for quite some time. That's a huge effort. And for if you remember back to the pregame, Donk was a word in like every 3 sentences we had. He was negated here. Like, I have nothing to say about Donk except for one round of a Deagle highlight that they lost. That's about it.
Dive right into that, because despite him getting a 4K with the D, Yanko, somehow Spirit still fumbled the bag.
That's right, because we feel he has to come online, and this is a round where they're on a half buy, really, just to scout a couple of pistols, a Deagle on him, but here he comes. Zywu's head blown off. Flamesy, he's out of there, right? They get into the bomb site. It's a 3v3. See ya, Apex, bye-bye. And then in a 3v2 for them in the post plan, what happens? Shiro has the op, can't really connect in any of the shots. Now Mezzy, smoke defuse,
Look
right?
at this.
And he can't
find Messi in the smoke. This is the one thing we said Shiro can do. One thing he can clutch. And it doesn't happen even this time around for Team Spirit.
It was like watching a train in slow motion. I remember being back in the green room looking at that round. I'm like, wait, Shiro just missed that shot. Why is he so bad? Wait, Shiro's going to lose this. And then it just like, you just see it second by second. How does Dunk make those openings that he goes in, Shiro picks up that off Zaiwu's body and then just like hides with it, basically.
Seconds that feel like, minutes when you're watching it. It's so tantalizingly close, but nope, somehow the spray just doesn't connect.
Actually, that key to the highlight, too, is like, look at the scoreboard. That's the 6th round of the game. Chopper, Zontix, Donk all have 0 kills when that round begins. Those Deagle kills are his first kills of the game. There was no fight back from Spirit in the first 5-6 rounds, and we know they've talked about they've been a little bit tired, a little bit exhausted going deep in tournaments. I know they've mentioned a couple of times they've had matches where they feel like their communication on point, they're a little bit too close to tilt for their liking. So, I mean, this is going to be Spirit between this map really having to figure out what went wrong, either shoving it out of their mind and just saying the attitude has to change.
All of that is just going to feel way worse after how those two went, but I think Vitality, they've shown us the recipe for beating Spirit. I mean, it's about winning pistol, resetting them a lot. There were 4 or 5 ecos in this game for Team Spirit. They just never had the economy behind them. And what's the second thing? Get in their face. Don't let them play. And I have a clip of Zaiwu to show you that he came to play, right? Like,
I love that.
Playing to win. This towards the end of the first half. Still up in the air a little bit with the economy. There's MP9s on the side of Vitality. Their money is broke. He's in lower B with the op, pushing while they're doing a crunch on sort of upper B. Got 2 kills with the MP9, and that's a massive advantage for Vitality. Going to get a little bit close, but still being able to close it out. If they lose this round, it's probably 6-6.
And this was a principle that Spirit talked about in terms of beating Na'Vi in the semifinal to get here, is pushing those tunnels and being disruptive to what the other teams want to do, not being able to just sit back and play standard against the best teams in the world. And it's exactly what Vitality does right back on the Dust 2 today.
And it was actually caught on the mainstream. Zaiwu would actually go for that pick at middle doors, looking for that player in Suicide. And, it didn't happen a few times, and the smoke came and blocked him out, and he reset into a passive angle. But the third time he goes for that type of angle and holding for the players, that's when they set up that crunch on that B tunnels. So I really like the progression of like, okay, I do it once, I do it twice. Okay, this is the gap. Let's take that gap and strike.
And the fact that he does it all but, 20 seconds into the round as well. Let's give Rops his flowers, though. We already touched upon it. Just an insane amount of kills posted in that map.
Just the amount of kills. I think his rating was 2-point-something, 148 yards. He also had 100% cast, which means every round he got a kill, an assist, survived, or got traded. Like, he was in every single situation in the thick of it for Vitality.
And I think if you put that in the context of how the game plays out tactically with Rops playing at the B bomb site, some of the strength of Spirit's Dust 2 has always been being able to fake those mid to B splits, being able to get control of Catwalk and pressure it, have some wins there and make the defense really, really concerned about it. But if you have Rops with this kind of a performance in the B bomb site, shutting down those B hits, it's like you no longer have that jump off point, that leverage to alternate what you're going to do and wreck that defense.
I think there was a pivotal moment in yesterday's semifinals between Spirit and Na'Vi where the same B split comes on that Tech 9 force by Donk with a Deagle. They get into that B site and Na'Vi isn't really set up to deal with it. They lose that, they lose momentum, and then suddenly Spirit's picking up rounds. But here we have Rops at back plat. He's locking down tunnels. It allows Mezzi to just sit window and deal with this one spot, and they deal with this force by shut it down right there. And then Spirit's like, okay, well, normally like we get these rounds. What do we have now? Yeah, Magix gets a couple of 4Ks with like an opening in B side and a clutch in a 2 versus 3, but that's all they had. They didn't have that Donk entry because the setup was so good.
Well, surprisingly enough, that wasn't even Vitality's pick. Nuke is going to be coming up next, where I believe Jacob has a little moment to be breaking down. What you got for us?
Set the scene for you guys with Nuke coming up. Now, it's a map that both teams like to play. They have played it quite often. Vitality have played it 5 times the past 3 months, and they won 5 out of 5, where Spirit, they won it 8 out of 9 times as well. Now, the matchup between the two is interesting, and I picked a round from this tournament where Spirit is playing Gamer Legion to showcase you something I want you guys to look out for when the game begins. I just want to set the scene quickly. Spirit not off to a good start right here on the CT side. Gamer Legion in control. Now, what Gamer Legion is doing and what they were doing were taking a lot of space away from Spirit, which Spirit is okay to do. You see Sontix fall away from ramp, you see Shiro not taking that duel, and you see the instant reaction coming in for Chopper. He is aware that 4 players is out ramp. ramp, he's seeking the duel, and he's finding the kill. Now, if we zoom in on the minimap right here and pay attention to Chopper's movement pattern, right? Look at player number 3. Look at how he's moving and taking away even more space for Gamer Legion. I love that reaction coming in for Chopper. He's now putting himself in a position where Gamer Legion is going to have a very tough time falling back. They're even trying to re-aggress Yard, and in just a couple of moments, they will face Chopper. But this was a great example of what Spirit did over and over again. Nice kill, by the way, by Chopper. Stays alive for as long as he can. Spirit were okay giving away an awful lot of space on their CT side. Now, one thing is doing that against Gamer Legion, but if you do it against ZywOo, if you do it against Apex, is that going to work against a team like Vitality? I could have my doubts about that.
That was going to be my exact question to pose to you, lovely gentlemen. Obviously, Gamer Legion is one thing. Vitality, Jason, that's a whole nother beast. Can they get away with deploying that kind of playstyle?
I mean, yeah, you can. You're going to have to, it's going to be a little bit more challenging. You're going to have to test it, I think. I think Gamer Legion is going to, different style than Vitality, and Vitality with more experience going to be spreading around the map. But as always on Nuke, I think a lot of this is going to come down towards Apex and ZywOo are your outside players on the CT side. I think that's such a critical information gathering position for Vitality and a strong point of defense. Those two working in tandem have been very effective in the past. Needs to be there again today.
And Apex had over 100 ADR in this game, and the clutch he had in the force buy with the P250, that was crucial for Vitality. Also a weird series where the first 3 maps are the best for both teams. Like, they don't want to really play Train or Anubis. Spirit will obviously have to if they're going to end up winning this final, but a lot rides on this Nuke.
And that's what's so crazy about the performance from Spirit on that first map, right? How are they going to be getting back into the groove and making sure they don't get, steamrolled again?
I think one of the things that we're going to look for here is just how is Spirit going to deal with Apex right now, because I see him on some... He gets ahead of himself. Let's just put it that way. They're winning 5-1 or 6-1, and he's the guy that just tries to take these fights, these duels. But you look left, you look right. You've got Rops, you've got ZywOo, we've got Flamesy and Mezzy. Well, maybe not Mezzy last game, but you have all these people to focus and rely on. But then you're trying to be that guy. Look, you're not that guy. Let the other guys do it.
Yeah, Apex. I mean, I like how you say he gets ahead of himself, because I think sometimes you're right. He does like to push up. He does like to try and take advantage of chaotic moments and take those risks. But I think with ZywOo behind him, those risks can still give you benefits even if they don't work, with information and setting ZywOo up to be successful.
Well, Vitality off to a flying start on Spirit's map pick, no less. But this is a best of 5. Nuke awaits on the other side of this break.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Guys, what are you doing here? Shiro, you're supposed to watch Quantity demos.
I'm watching him.
Zone 6. You have to watch Beat.
I'm watching him.
Chopper. Lady Alexi demo.
I'm watching him.
You're all watching.
Dog with 3, and you cannot stop him! Dog is so unbelievable!
Dunk?
There's can be only one here.
One mid. It's me, guys.
I'll be one.
Dead.
D1.
Dead.
Nice. Let's wait.
Take your time. Nice, boy. Guys, there is no smoke. I don't see smoke. I have. Is it on the right or on the left?
Yes,
it's on the left.
Dan has those. Dan has those.
Okay. It's on the.
Dan has those.
I'm gonna come down when he picks. Yeah.
Bomb was C1, I think.
Should I begin, Shadar? Be ready, window. I'm with the
Clocks.
Oh no.
Nice! That's the low guy.
I play two for you, Sharon. I'm gonna go out window. I pick on the window. Don't see.
Car clear hard.
Close
One on the window.
And Carl. TP Veto.
Oh, this in the window.
Oh, let's try. Car. Two maybe. You can nice blue.
Nice,
Robin. Everything start
yet, William. That's a bit sick,
Take the up car.
Everything starts by a lucky shot from me.
Against Magic twice.
I'm the main outside player, rifle guy, and he is a sniper rotator, I would say. So he's playing around heaven and I'm playing everywhere.
I'm just playing in heaven, but not playing outside. For me, it's just rotate.
He needs to know where's the enemies and where should he go.
If Donk tell me it's rain, he's running secret, I know what I need to do in 20 seconds. Rotate from A or ramp or stay in outside.
It's always the smokes that people can go just through, and you should just hold it in your head that they can do this or this, and you should just go. And basically the hardest thing is to control everything. Every moment it can happen. Call your teammates to be aware. When you got the smoke, there is 3 ways where enemy can go. You is one person, you cannot hold all 3 in the one time, so you should tell guys care they can be inside main, guys care they can go under heaven, and just you should tell people where them should go. It's not about knowledge of nades, it's more about some timings and great reviews. I know basically only one molly at city side. All what we need to know is how to review some kind of smokes to get people distracted and kill them.
I just remember he spam and smoke and kill Face Clan in Katowice, but we don't have together playing and most kill.
We've played against Face in Shanghai on the major. It was pistol round because some technical issues. I was mad. Face Clan was popping the ramp. He had a full eco with my one deagle, and he was sitting, waiting for some opponent behind the box. I killed 2 and he killed the first guy with the USP, and we won the round.
Yeah.
Defending champions waver. Their first taste of defeat on Dust 2 this year. Vitality look rejuvenated. Rob's demonstrating early in this final what he brings to the roster. Apex closer than he has ever been to a trophy that has always eluded him in an otherwise illustrious career. And now he'll be calling the shots on his turf, their pick, a map to the good. Let's get ready for Nuke. Shots starting on the T side, Apex clashing with Chopper's team Spirit on the defense.
6 in a row for Vitality, 3 of them with Rops in the colors this year. Starting to become one of their comfy maps, one of their picks, and well, this is a fast ramp.
Already Shiro under a lot of scrutiny. He hasn't been able to connect, but he gets away. A reward of his own kind. Dropping pressure a lot onto Shiro. He's calling for the backup and they're arriving, but Shiro departs. Thanks to Zywoo's handiwork on the Glock. Chopper next victim, 2 out of the Glock. Already Donk needs help. He needs more than just one. Mezzi is put down. Nice find from Donk. All the same, the site is lost. It's fallen. No bomb plant just yet. Robs goes hunting in the single door. And it's double out of the Glock of Robs. The damage done, unless Donk does Donk things. 3 ahead of him. A couple of consolation frags, but this one feels like a certainty. Robs ain't giving him anything. Begging for that swing. So focused on the bigger picture here, Vitality. They're not letting this one slip. They're not giving you an inch because they know he can take a mile. ZywOo locks it down with his third.
Speaking of threes, 3 from 3 in the pistol department. And the left-right good night. The combination of ZywOo and Robs potent on the pistol. Question coming into today's grand final wasn't about the Katowice curse, that had been broken. It was about, are you a worthy contender for the world #1? Are we asking too much of Vitality with a roster change? Oh, it looks like plug and play. Sure, there's been a couple of changes, but this honeymoon's one to remember. Forced by Team Spirit. Shiro's vision obscured for a moment. There are the smoke, nothing found. Rotating down to deal with the leak down to low up. And another opportunity, but still a rough time as Shiro. Back-to-back opening deaths.
Zontix has done very well. That 5-7, we saw it on Dust 2. Had some impact. This time, just the one.
You're going to get more out of this force buy. Oh, absolute worst case, try and hold on to these 3 investments.
Oh boy, a 5-7.
Better than nothing as Vitality now hit the brakes, allowing the gameplay to come to them. Apex, the late piece in yard, takes down Donk at range. That was the Galil. Donk could just come out of hell. Apex wins a head-to-head duel. He's been looking sharp.
He certainly has. All of Vitality just looks so poised.
Again, this is about being able to tell the comms are flowing. With a lot of these moments, they're flashing for each other, they're playing off it. Nothing looks flustered. There's only one real moment of frustration, and that was in the second half of map #1. And then they bounce back immediately. Apex is the one who stepped up with a huge clutch, so an easy way to get rid of those worries. 29 seconds. Need to find the finish. It's going to get caught, Magics.
That's beautiful.
Tidy stuff, no rush, no worries. And now it should be a Team Spirit full eco, so 3 rounds more than likely for Vitality, and this is huge. Just talking about their...
Guys, they won 2 events in a row. They've done like a fucking good ending of last year. They're wrecking people right now. They won't change the play style. They just say, guys, let's step up. Be better than them. That's all they will say, okay?
We should focus on it on there.
Let's focus on ourselves. I should be...
Talking about his opponent and then saying, focus on ourselves. The unfamiliar taste of defeat for Spirit.
Well, they know they're up against the world's best. Another one starting stronger here today. And it's just that pistol prowess that has been powering Team Vitality throughout a lot of their wins. They've been the best pistol team in the tournament. And they're continuing that in this grand final. Opening kills are saying that they've had a great little success rate out as well. And both these teams, they were the 2 highest in terms of opening kill success rates. No surprise to see them locking horns on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, what a gift that is to have the strongest pistol conversions. I mean, you're just starting these games with a real leg up. More often than not. Certainly been the case here.
The spoils of the Spodek now just 2 maps away.
Potentially.
Have to dive into the Dragon's Lair. Might better snatch this away while they're still asleep. The question is, how long until Spirit wake up? Well, the first rifle round coming up next is going to be extremely telling.
That's crazy.
It's just a mop and bucket right now. Shouldn't be too many more issues whatsoever. Flamesy diligent on the clear. Zontix dead. Just one more man to find. It is Donk.
Oh my.
And he is dead. All 5 staying alive. Spotless for Vitality as this is another dreamy start. Well, this is where things are about to heat up. Donk is going to be towards Yard. Going to have the support network. You're going to have the likes of Zontix over towards Ramp, Chopper. Magic's contributing from that top side, and obviously Shiro overseeing business with the AWP, which he has been able to get into his hands. And we saw against the Mongols yesterday, Rob's still up to some of his tricks. He's the lobby lurk. Is he going to do one of these door pops again that turn into an A piece? Well, they have the Mac 10 on Flamesy. Why not go for something a little bit more poppy?
Well, he's certainly going to start with a squeaky break, but they're actually going to test early Zontix. You know he's the ramp player, and he's done well for one. ZywOo cut out of the round. Mezzy will trade. Instant drop out of the vents from Donk. He's already here, quick to respond to this. Oh, the nade forced the fight. How does he handle? Gets them both down. And Apex now wondering where his support is gone. He's got no help. And now he's got no head. Robs was supposed to be the late piece, but Vitality picked apart. And that instantaneous reaction from Donk, admirable.
And you can see how that could go wrong. The timing, right? He slides out into the fight. They line up. He gets the double under so much pressure there. So really important stuff for Donk. Now winning double. As it is just Rops floating around, the last man standing. Damage would be nice. Now, because of the nature that those last 2 rounds were secured by Vitality, they've got oodles of cash to work with. That was the bonus. This is a moment where you just get a kill, maybe 2, see if you can deny this AWP, and you're going to force Spirit into some drops. Keep pressure on the CT finances. So Robs is aware of that, not just going to throw away his life, and knows he doesn't need to save this Galil. Ever diligent with the clears is Mr. Robin Cool.
Right, so his objective, well, obviously, besides winning the round miraculously, is here to use every second he has to make this as costly for Team Spirit. Talked about that big picture. He's going to try and milk everything he can out of this lost round, and, well, they kept it clean, did Chopper. Not allowing that to fall out of control. Instead, retrieves a kill and an AK-47.
That's about the game planning for Vitality. As mentioned, there's more than enough cash to buy everything they want and more. Do they get a ZywOo AWP out immediately? Excuse me. And there's that double. Just highlight it again. Secures the round, causes chaos, allows Chopper to slip on out. Bomb now dropped, and that one's done. Still early stages. Apex can keep a lid on things. ZywOo will go into the AWP. Apex ZywOo on the lower deck. Mezzy there as well, or at least he was, so donating utility. Smoke wall being dotted. Zontix starting red pole, AWP of Shiro starting ramp. The bomb wants to get down secret.
Donk's gonna be supported by Zontix. Flamesy, oh, just deleted by Donk. Fantastic opener for their campaign. ZywOo susceptible to that walkout from Zontix, but he's actually on this elevated position, hoping for an overextension. An equalizing frag, their priority here. Shiro looks like he's got Rops dead to rights if he does commit. Or not! Oh no! The blink of an eye! Suddenly Vitality have the edge! Zontix goes down! It's getting worse, their problems exacerbated. Donk, though, he has the opportunity, and now they know. You can see their immediate reaction, running away from him, but running straight into Magix. ZywOo gets the info, gets the kill. The round is theirs for the taking. And ZywOo wants to bring this fight to Donk head on, ensure he can't slip towards the lobby side. Lovely from ZywOo. That kill onto Magix, it may look so casual, but that determined the round.
You were bang out on about Robs, though. Sorry, not Robs, on Shiro. He has to hit that shot, right? Yeah. That's you're posted in that position to deliver that kill. The fact he misses under pressure, then the stereo kills come in across the map. That's a big problem. So a bad round to lose if you're Team Spirit, and maybe worrying signs. Donk, the only one putting up resistance. You could even see the plan that was in play. They know that Donk wants to stand and fight. He likes to break the smoke and catch you crossing secret. It was a gimmicky maneuver to counter him by getting Flamesy to play ahead into the duel while he's focused elsewhere. I couldn't catch him off guard. They didn't stick the landing. They lost the opening kill, and they still converted the round. That's why you see Apex with that level of celebration. Now, if they can win back-to-back on the T side with the rifles, they'll break Spirit's finances. Sure, the loss bonus is building out to 2,900. We'll have the conversation about the saves. But if they wipe the board, the possibility for 6 or more rounds.
Rops goes looking! That's disgusting. Every advantage in the world for Magix, and Rops still comes out on top.
Where's this guy been?
He definitely does look like he's revitalized. Vitality himself as well, his game looking polished. ZywOo down though.
And Rops is low.
Yeah, and so Donk knows he's got to get a move on. one. That's a big headshot from Apex. That was a lone venture.
Apex playing like the entry fragger version of himself, not the in-game leader, hitting some absolute bangers. And now he can call the round finish. Rops is just going to sit back, make sure that there's no big flank available. If he needs to come into play, that's where it gets tough. Shiro can't miss another.
And he has. Lets it slip. Bomb now across towards that Astralis plant spot. Nades, good. Flames limit his contributions. They have to respect it. They have to allow that bomb to go down.
You need to be saving.
Shiro's already moving in that direction. You can see Donk almost in two minds. He's sick of losing and conceding these rounds. I'm sure for Magix, he's had a rough go of things, thinking about that death on Long Dust 2. Now this death to Rops.
And Magix was one of the key reasons they were even getting rounds on Dust 2, especially on that T side for Team Spirit. They're looking rocked right now. Zaiwu with 7 kills, Rops with 6. So the two of them in combination are looking hot to trot. They kicked it off on the pistol and they're keeping it up here as they will be looking to retain 2 M4s and an AWP. Flamesy, you better run. Zontix is doing the same. So stalemate to end the round. But that's 5. Now, with those saves, drops are available. Chopper and Magix can get gifted rifle. Shiro can drop one, means no utility. Don can drop one, means light utility. Unless Chopper wants to operate with an MP9 to just bolster the nade's sake.
Here it is again.
It's great to see. It's really important because of Lurk, if they can be active and take these risks. The worst case scenario there is pretty grim. He dies. Now we're in a 4v5. That would really suck. But the fact you have someone with a cheeky grin on their face like that who can pull off an opening kill, you just get a leg up. It's massive. Changes the dialogue of the round completely.
Looks like Mezzi's doing that here. Just straight into it. Wants a biff, wants a bash. Zontix obliges. That's a good catch. Apex goes down to Donk. Yard is under Spirit's rule.
They rotated heavy towards B and they're coming back. Magix needs to deliver now. This smoke is so awkward to have to play around.
You know Rops is in the server. You see that smoke, you start getting paranoid. Donk working on a big flank, but
it's all Boris. He's on his own.
He's got a lot of work to do on this fight. He's re-clearing into Zaiwu's angle, and he still bests him. Big frag from Magix, his first. Seems to have confirmed that the second round is coming Spirit's way momentarily. Only Rops and Flames, 7 points of health. On Flames, he's a dead man, spraying. Flank coming in. Donk collects. And Rops the last to fall. There it is, Team Spirit, a convincing one. A response to Vitality's start.
Something out of Apex's variety pack right there. This one was head ramp, look for the trade. They managed to get it. They forced the rotation, but Apex goes down top silo and they couldn't get the gaps they were looking for. Confident counter-strike from Donk with the yard push. Important hold from Magix with all the pressure coming his way. Looking to stabilize. 5 rounds already on the T half. Another hot start for Vitality. Anything they can add to the scoreboard, it's going to be a big bonus. Oh, the timing there. Played well by the replay. Hard smokes land. Bomb in lobby. Pressure felt everywhere at the moment.
Rops is proactive once more towards that hut. Steps heard. Knife out Apex. Gonna try and maneuver through the smoke. It's a good call from Apex, but that's a good pick from Donk. Awareness at an all-time high, catches Apex upon the fade of the smokes. Opening kill goes the way of Spirit. An attempt at the wallbang. It's not too far off of Chopper's location. Flames on the roof, waiting for his moment. And that's now. Drops into Donk. A double. He didn't like the way Dust 2 felt. Well, doesn't like the way that smoke bounced either.
No, it's not great, but looking like 5th multi-kill from Donk so far, and this has stalled them out again, so another round looks like it's going to peter out. Good setup on ramp to deal with this.
Shiro miss. Zontix set up. He doesn't actually engage, falls back, thinks twice about it. That Monty forces him back. Ramp could be taken, and actually in the process, Robs has managed to catch Magix in transition. Donk confirmed heaven.
Bomb still going ramp. This has forced a big rotation. If they go down towards B, they're going to have to get past Zontix on the lower deck. He's on his lonesome back of the site. Time's the biggest issue. 18 seconds. They got to get a move on.
Yeah, Zaiwu does have that smoke. Will he just throw it onto the site for a plant? But timing is everything here. Perfect from Zontix. Now Zaiwu tasked with clearing him out and planting. He might do both. And Shiro caught on the rotate. It's Robs' patience. He does prevail. Chopper pushes through. There's no time for the plant. And Zodok, just by existing, is going to convert the round.
All right, hefty in terms of damage, sure. But the round will go to Team Spirit. Very costly.
I thought he had time to plant after the first kill.
Yeah, but we knew that he was on his lonesome, and they identified that as well. The fact that Robs gets the kill from ramp, the comms are screaming, ZywOo's on his own. If he's planting, all we're going to do is kill him, and you don't even have to do that. You pull him off the bomb, the round is secured, and you force a tactical timeout out of Vitality. Xtaz now on the mic. ZywOo gets away from that round with an AWP. They're taking a look at their finances right now. 3.1 on Flames, 2.9 on Mezzi, 3K on that of Apex. Lost bonus. Starting to build as well. Find yourself going into the next round with 2,400. So do you just buy some light upgrades, see what you can get out of ZywOo and Robs, and then go into a full buy into the next? You can still be threatening here. Looks like that is what's going to be the call. Apex, Flames, and Mezzi all yet to invest in anything too hardy. Oh, when I say that, Apex going down to 400, so maybe, just maybe, they do want to shove. Looks like they are going to fight for this one. That damage, they're still keeping Team Spirit in a very awkward position. They're still under pressure with the CT finances. Vitality looking to make this their 7th win in a row on this very map, the 4th with Robs. And that has chopped and changed some of their positions, making them harder to read. How many more plays do they have up their sleeve?
Ooh, good start from the HE damage, just catches Apex with some trap. Bombs moving. Like you discussed, setting up ZywOo, surely priority number 1. Maintains that heaven angle. The spam from Donk is hard to avoid, and yet, ooh, just across. That's bomb spotted. Deliberate or otherwise.
Somtix is down towards B alongside a chopper, so they have 2 of them down to deal with this. It's all blown off. Tucking in.
They're flying blind, Chad.
Well, they have that info on the bomb, so they know that that needs to cross back, but Shiro has given up that cross. Donk hasn't.
Still considering it. Shiro trying to lend a hand, a hard shot to hit. Flames spotted as a push through. What is that? ZywOo removes the AWP threat. Now heaven is open and accessible. Flames making a move. ZywOo dips down to catch the potential re-aggress from the CT. Into the hell position. 40 seconds and now range from Flames.
Stripped him.
Hang on, wait. Zontix, the ramp player, hasn't been nameplated yet. Only the one though before Robs gets his crosshair on his head. Donk, audible, drops into the vents. 30 seconds, they can still pick them apart. Magic's onto Apex, they know where the 2 of them are. Or were. Swings open the door, can't get both, gets away though. Parkour, nearly 2. Save plant, should be there round. Magic's, are you gonna give this a go? Are you gonna drop straight to your demise? ZywOo doesn't miss these unless you bait it with the legs. Gets away and has to save. That is a very crazy round of Counter-Strike.
Right, those saves pay off, and you could see there that the window smoke actually missed from Vitality, and ZywOo gets that kill. Little slip through the window, Shiro dead. That enables the chaos, as guess who's looking for the AWP. Magic's wanting that prize possession for Shiro. Isn't going to be able to find it, so just has to retain this silent M4. Because of the rounds that they were putting on the board, unfortunately for Spirit, it means only 1,900 going into the next. So right now, with the war of attrition of the finance game, Vitality, in my mind, are coming out on top. 6 rounds, T side, Nuke already, with a possibility of 9. Now, that would be absolutely crazy. But the tone, it feels like it has been set in this series. Spirit are the ones who are needing to step up. Now, Donk has been finding his contributions. You can't have this kid have 2 quiet maps, and that's not the case whatsoever. 12 and 5.
Just been informed a cool extra detail as well, that not only the missed smoke, look what he's working with, but ZywOo didn't understand the call initially. It was made in English. Apex then relayed it in French, and he found that frag.
All right, we got translators live and direct coming to us here with the comms.
It pays off, Chad. Oh. Okay, now it's kind of changed hands. It's messier on the buy department for Spirit.
And that's what I'm talking about. We're down the home stretch this first half. I know I'm saying 9 is crazy, but it is a real possibility if Vitality can win this one out. 3 M4s, 2 MP9s. Finances are in trouble. 2,400 is the loss bonus into the next. You guys can do the math. This one is looking dire. They need this round.
Oh, and the same result.
And this time onto Donk.
Oh, even better.
He's the only one getting kills. Zontix with 5, Chopper 2, Magic's 2, Shiro 1.
Oh dear.
Add those together, Donk's outdoing all of them.
Got to admire the plays Flames makes for this team. He is such a space taker. Back it up with good aim as well. This time he's got the luxury of an AK-47, not the MAC-10. As he works his way with Apex in tow. Full yard control. A molly no less to clear out heaven.
Magic still undetected. This could be a jump scare for Apex if he times it right. Up the ladder as well. Chopper testing this. Confirms it's occupied. There's Magic's now revealed.
Bomb loose.
This is really hectic. 35 seconds with the bomb on the floor. Flames. Oh, wow. Clears out Shiro. A sitting duck behind the Tetris boxes.
Zaru has to get the bomb and get into A.
How? Time. Everything. Apex. Everything with the double. All that pressure released.
Brandon down hell from the top rope. The in-game leader secures them another. Just need to get that bomb punch now. Zaru ushers it in. It's just Zontix with an MP9, and he's gone looking. Looking for trouble. Rob secures the 7th.
I'm glad you're here, Chad, because that round felt so sticky and technical. I mean, that is high quality Nuke gameplay. How do you not get confused with all of that moving pieces?
They're entrenching themselves deep into enemy territory, right? They're getting that warehouse control. They're getting around heaven and hell. And then at that point, the CTs, well, we know how the meta goes. You need something. You need to own real estate, a piece of the chessboard. What do? You push into lobby. Well, in this case, they've actually tried to fight for that space. The jewels have come their way. The bomb gets loose, sure, but Apex the savior. Second tactical timeout, Halley. You're losing control right now. The scoreline, it's feeling a bit dire. This is the CT side of Nuke. You've only got 3 rounds to your name. You need to go into a partial. Your individuals are not online, other than Donk, who, well, his multi-kills have been the ones converting them rounds.
That's why it was such a good scalp to find in that pickoff towards hell to start.
All right, well, upgrades into some pistols, some util to block. Spirit need a miracle round right here, right now. Who's going to deliver the multi? Who's going to deliver the opener? Who's going to take the wind out of the sails of Vitality? Swiftly crossing undetected. No sound. Silent as the night, and they're down, and another one.
Big opening kill. Captain versus captain.
They just keep coming.
Round after round. I can't quite believe it, but 8 T rounds on Nuke feels like a certainty. 8.
Especially considering the record. Sure, this is a pretty damn good map for the likes of Spirit as well, but at the moment, this isn't looking like the world number 1.
Well, it certainly is starting that debate. Sound cues heard. Zontix takes some liberties with his armored P250. Through the smoke, could be overlooked. Apex, can he tame the spray for 2? Flames will chip in. Zontix, good shooting, but there's just 2. He needed all of them. Magic's disconnected from the pack. We've got a bit of a standoff in lobby, and ooh, wow, he's actually hit the shot onto Rops, and he's not going to let him have anything.
Cat and mouse game right now. Magic just wants this kill. You deal with the lurkers. You try and really rub their nose in it, especially when you know he's got him down to very low points of health, but Rops playing cheeky games. This one is done. This is 8 secure. Magic's can do absolutely nothing about it. The best case, walk away with an AK-47, but Rops faked that he was heading backyard, now goes to the safe haven provided by his teammates, and he's going to dip onto the other side of the map. You've gone looking for nothing. Magic's as a bullet in the back of the head. Brain splattered across the wall. And the cheeky smiles that Zaru and Rops keep exchanging with one another, playing some high-level Counter-Strike right now. Scary-looking Vitality, who I think would be relatively disappointed with their 2024 campaign. IEM Cologne champions, sure. One of the biggest trophies within the calendar, but they're in a couple of other finals. They had a couple of other opportunities. But Katowice, the first big event of the year, the first big event of the season. It is a great way to set the tone. Counter-Strike World comes in with expectations, and you get to define yours.
Surely this exceeds theirs. With only 30 days to integrate a new player into your roster, you're in the grand final, a map up, 8 rounds in the bag, T-side Nuke. Flames go and walkabout. Pressure will be applied to Donk. He's done well to dispatch of 1.
Because it's busy, you're expecting more.
Both simultaneously aware of the possibility of each other. Very spread out Vitality. This man disadvantage, it looks like it could be rectified. Robstow is going to get caught on the clear. Good work from Magic's, proactive. But there's a trade back. Is it good? Just about. Controls the spray.
Chopper has lobby. Is Apex really diligent enough to clear this without walking straight into his demise? ZywOo one back, removes Donk from the warehouse. Bomb loose with 35. Is there a conversation to be had?
It's flying around, you got to give it a go.
How do you even get back on that bomb? ZywOo sweeps through the site. And Shiro should have ZywOo dead to right. Does pull the trigger. And down they go. Shiro, he arrives in the last round of that half. 4, all they have to work with, or Vitality will be just one map away from the elusive trophy.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, good to see you. Sorry. Oh yes, Mr. Dinkles. Lovely.
Dinkler?
Well, as you know, the guys have been working with Valve on the community servers, which is a topic very close to Mohan's heart.
So we heard you had some ideas on streamlining the in-game browser. What are you trying to reinvent the wheel?
Look, we know it's hard because community servers aren't really revolutionary content, even though they are the original content. Well, huge patch notes are a glittering lure. But there is a rare occasion when the public can be engaged on a level beyond, if they have a sentimental bond with the feature. My first server, I was a regular in this, casual community. KZ, Op India, some surf. See, you'd think the most important idea to players is new. Creates an itch. You simply put out the gameplay as a kind of battle royale. The next big thing. But there's also a deeper bond with the content. Nostalgia. It's delicate, but potent. Mr. Dinkles, would you mind? In Greek, nostalgia literally means the pain from an old wound.
Pick up the phone.
It's a twinge in your heart, far more powerful than memory alone.
Bye. Who's that like?
This technology isn't a spaceship.
Pants, bro.
It's a time machine.
They're coming.
It goes backwards, forwards.
No, what? Watch me.
It takes us to a place that we ache to go again.
Oh,
It's not a browser. It's a library. It lets us play the way a child plays.
Move, please.
Explore the way a new player explores. Round and around. Back home again. To a place we know we love. So gentlemen, we don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Either now.
Just need to keep it moving.
I managed to get away. You will never find me.
Vitality full of life as our second map, looking good. 8 rounds on their attack. We get into the second one, Spirit. Quite the opposite so far. Just one man has showed up to play here on Nuke, just Donk at 13. Others struggling to contribute whatsoever in that first half of our second map of this grand final.
Okay guys, really good T side, careful, huh? It's not over. We played good, but it's not over.
Just keep it fucking rolling.
Hey, thanks.
Hey.
Keeping grounded, keeping the vibes high. Will this be 4 from 4 pistols?
Gotta lose a pistol at some point. Could be this one. Robs hasn't found a clean kill, but Flames certainly has. Oh, and Zai was there as well. They're running at him. They're testing him. Good work from Shiro, and there's Chopper to keep it interesting. Shiro has Heaven. Bomb on the back of Chopper. Last seen ramp.
That becomes the conversation. Where's the finish? Looking like it's going to be A. Bomb to be the last piece of this.
Zaiwu got a good read of the situation. It's not an easy shot to hit. 3 members of Spirit. A Molotov and a smoke, and now missed shots from Zaiwu. 5 left for him to work with. Mezzi reveals himself. Good clean taps from Merriman. Quiet first half of play, but Vitality needed him to hit both of those.
Beautiful stuff. Another pistol round added to that tally. This map feels like it's going one way and one way fast. Zaiwu up to 16 kills. 3-time world #1. He didn't like how that 3rd place felt from 2024. He's back with a vengeance. He's back to prove a point. Slow starts to every half leave you like this. A deagle for Shiro, 1 for Donk, Glocks for everybody else, and what should be the 10th round, double digits already. We had a blowout in the Spodate last year. We're back for another, but this time with a different champion. Vitality, they've got a Major. They've got a Cologne. They want a Katowice.
You want to be the best, you have to beat the best. Indisputable #1 major champions in Shanghai. Starting their new season in a grand final.
Ops is so fortunate to have made that timing right there. Bodyguarding Mr. Zaiwu. That'll be that. You tried your luck in yard. You're going to drop back and look for space elsewhere. You know that Rops was over towards Hell. So the ramp player has repositioned. Magic will hoover up all that space. And they are aware of the possibility. You can see just how inquisitive Zaiwu and Robs are of that position at the moment.
The desk asks questions of Zaiwu, and he's certainly present here on our second map.
2 players have rotated down towards B. 25 seconds left on the clock. Has to be ramp.
Yeah, Robs will report that the entire squad is there. He's actually not been able to find anything, but Magic's greed gets the better of him.
Forces them into this.
Yeah, and that's a... Oof. MP9s. Pop in heads. Shiro does the same for just the one. Double digits already found for Vitality.
There's so much evidence for me that the vibe and the communication, not only from that little comp piece, but the way that they're handling a situation like that. There's no pressure being felt at the moment from Vitality. Maybe when we make it to map #3, if they're 2 to the good, if they're 13 rounds away. Spirit not the only one feeling the blues right now. 6 rounds the difference, 10 to 4. The AKs are out. If it's going to start, Spirit, it needs to start now, or we'll be talking about a reverse sweep in a best-of-5.
Dong trying to avoid that conversation, but couldn't avoid the nade. Hamstrung, round 15. Zaiwu, a forward position. They're going to set him up for success. It's Apex, flashing in his countryman. It doesn't matter, Shiro was not prepared for that engagement. Now Zaiwu trying to get away from the Dong spray. Successful. Smokes won't last forever. Chopper trifling with trouble. Donk will punish. Huge acceleration from him. They have ramp. He has access through secret. And Flames trying to trifle with Donk here. Just an MP9 versus Donk's AK. He's done well to do some damage. Zaiwu found 1, but will be caught by Zontix. Lingering ramp. 2 on 3 for Vitality to try and overcome.
Bomb to go B. Chopper can smoke off the single door. Molly for the stairwell as well if they need, but looks like it is going to be the save. Apex is calling this one off. Playing the long game right now, Team Vitality. They know they're just 3 rounds away. No need to risk a number disadvantage retake. Hold on to the 2 M4s. Work out what the drop situation is going to look into the next. But Team Spirit showing they're not done just yet. Donk with 2 kills. Another multi thrown to his name will make that 6 for him. It's just him and Zontix the ones finding opening kills. The likes of Shiro and Chopper bleeding in that department. 0-4-0-3. So when the opening kills and the pistol rounds are going against you, the only thing that can really save you is clutches. And at the moment, we haven't really had too much action.
Terrorists win.
Unless you're a Vitality fan. And then you've had more than enough action, which it appears the Spodek is.
Vitality doing what Na'Vi couldn't.
It would be wild if we get a 3-0 in the final. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but every game in the playoffs this year have been 2-0s. Nothing's gone 3 maps.
Interesting.
So this, you would love to push it to 4 because the 4th is going to be trained, but...
We'll talk more about the 3rd when we get there. Donk has dropped straight into his demise. He's trying to be the playmaker, trying to do everything, and instead, Spirit left with nothing. Sontic's next on the naughty list. It's Flames that's checking them off one by one, and just like that, an 11th.
It's going to be damn easy when the basics are being missed. Team Spirit missing the waterfall smoke on top of main. So the little details not landing, and they're in trouble. Well, you had a masterclass from Rops on map number 1. It's ZywOo's turn. 21-5. This superstar, the game, there's been questions about his performances in big matches before. Maybe, just maybe, getting trophies because of easy runs. Well, right now, ZywOo, it's his map. Spirit are getting deleted right in front of our very eyes. Just 2 more rounds required for 2 pretty damn clean victories moving into Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really rough year for ZywOo. I mean, his lowest placing ever on the HLTV top 20 chat. His lowest placing ever.
Yeah, when you used to be in 1 or 2, and you finally get the bronze, maybe that is enough to light a fire under Mr. Erbo. Always so humble.
And they landed it this time.
Well, will it make a difference? The buy, a whole lot worse. Donk with the AK, pistols for everybody else. Zontic's literally rocking a Glock. The intensity needs to really start to light up for Spirit. I can understand losing a group stage game to Na'Vi, but now you're in the Spodek, now you're back to defend your title, and right now it feels like you're still sleeping.
Oh, the timing on that engagement was great from Apex. He did lack the accuracy. Shiro still lives.
Had the bomb, so there's a great little note to work with if you're Team Vitality.
Chopper going looking, and actually he's been spotted now. I think that information was only going one way. Yeah, he's too comfortable there. Apex draws first blood, another opening. This conversation continues, and really all eyes on Donk with this hero AK. More often than not, he can find impact in these rounds where his team demands it of him.
Should go single door and use this smoke, but looks like they're going to try and breach out double. This is going to be very tough.
Very tough setup to break. Look at the positioning here from Vitality. Heading towards windows, Flames adjust his angle. It's a favorable duel for the AK. I say that, the Tech 9 does connect, so he's in trouble. ZywOo, there's the cover. But Magic's Tech 9 continues to be a problem. Magic's doing everything in his power here. The rotation trying to cut off from Zontix.
They got a Glock, and they've got head armor.
Did he catch him? No. Hello? Hello? Oh no! Zontix empty-handed. Magic's down. It's a 12th round for Vitality.
Well, Spirit couldn't keep their streak going. It was broken map number 1, but Vitality, they aren't having any problems on one of their comfort picks. Nuke about to be extended to 7 on the trot. Will be another one of these broken-looking buys for Team Spirit. Couple of rifles, couple of pistols, util there, but they are getting thrown around. The team talk after this is going to be about waking the team up. It's do or die.
Good timing. Exposed in the open. Booked by the Woo.
Chewing them up, spitting them out.
Just as easy as that. These dragons lacking their bite. They ain't even fighting back. 13-5 and a 26 frag haul in just 19 rounds of play. ZywOo arrives in this grand final exactly when he needed to. Spirit on the ropes, battered and bloody. Will we even need a 4th map?
Constant Brocade, let's begin. Recite your baseline.
A thin black reticle began to spin. A sequence of rows, interlinked within rows, interlinked within rows, interlinked within one system.
Roles.
Rows.
Have you ever been in a system? Roles.
Rows.
Do they keep you in a role? Cells?
Cells.
Oh, you don't even smile.
Do you long to answer their questions? Frags.
Frags.
Would they understand if you did? Frags.
Frags.
When you're not performing your duties, do they reduce you to a number? Stats.
Stats.
What's it like to hold the drop of someone you loved? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
I swear I saw your eyes. I felt it coming. UFO that I could taste. Only love can bring me face to face with you.
What a day, You look lonely. I can fix that.
I swear I saw the sun in your eyes. I know black holes are on the horizon. So I called the doctor, said I need a real gasoline dream that I drink from my cup. I swear I saw the moon in your eyes. I saw eclipse, a kaleidoscope. I called the doctor, said I need a real gasoline dream that I.
The Three Musketeers, the Three Superstars.
Welcome to base, motherfuckers. You're not even close to baseline.
Okay guys, I'm sorry, but now you have to fucking listen to me. I don't give a fuck, I'm asking to come. Don't go against me, please, don't go against my goal.
I know Mirage was tough, but we had a lot of frustration. After that, we were pretty good on it.
It's the key if you want to win Cologne, guys. It's just one map. Thinking about your fucking Counter-Strike, your DNA, eyes in the sky, locked around, discipline, guys. 3v3, discipline, use your team.
Vitality! One map away!
And this grand final feels like it's damn well written in Vitality's DNA as well. Unrelenting towards the side of Spirit, tearing them limb from limb. Sure, Rob's map number 1, 26 kills. Cyber says, I'll just match that on Nuke as well.
I mean, Fred, we saw his face on the arc that Triumph. You might have to put this finals performance in the louver by the time he's done with it, because it's been an absolute masterclass against Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, we all begged him to show up. We all wanted it. That was like the big thing for today, is you don't win without ZywOo, and Homeboy's here, and in a big way, and that's a 2-map lead in the series.
And it's off the back of 4-for-4 pistol rounds. Yep. And then it's not only that, you look at the opening kill department for the side of Vitality. You have a 5-1 in opening duels for ZywOo. You have Apex at 4-1 on this map, and you have Drops at 2-0. That's 11-2 in terms of first kills. Like, no response, not even from the Donk himself. It's just a one-sided affair right now.
And the Vitality players are doing really good in their little like micro fights, right? Like, you want to touch on those opening kills. Apex sliding into Secret a number of times, having some really precise headshots. Rob's active on his lurks, finding magics in the upper bomb set of the silos. Yeah, Vitality's being really proactive, and they've done their research. There's around, Rob's this whole tournament on Nuke has been jumping down off mini into a specific spot, and ZywOo's holding for that specific angle when he tries it in this match. Like, they are so well prepared, and you can tell what it's doing for him individually.
It seems so well synergized. It was something that you, I believe, asked ZywOo yesterday in the winners interview, asking him, you know, what is it like to actually be able to be in a server with Robs, be able to practice with Robs, theory craft with Robs. He said this guy is just like an absolute machine, always finding new cheeky little angles, and that's what we expect from him, right?
Yeah, he's on a different level, and that's why it's not that difficult for him to get adjusted. When you're a great player and no Counter-Strike, I mean, you can pick things up fairly quickly. You know, it's just what are their names for certain things, for certain strats and so forth. But I mean, Team Spirit, you need a better start. Vitality hasn't decoded one time in 2 maps. It's been nothing but gun rounds and a couple of, you know, force buys, mixed buys, and if it's going to be like that, you're not going to be able to win a map.
Look, on the subject of ROPS and finding these timings and everything, we have to look at and compare and contrast like FaZe versus Vitality right now in terms of like how ROPS gets the openings. And we saw a stride in the middle of that first half for the T side of Vitality where they do the same wall of smokes, the diagonal smokes. ZywOo gets to walk around outside, lead with his op, look over the smokes to see if there's anyone looking while his teammates skill downstairs or a wrap under heaven. And what's happening there is they're actually winning those fights. They're getting the opening kill on Shiro or on Donk, and that's causing the rotations. That's allowing ROPS to decide, is he going to go ramp? Is he going to go door? Is he going to go hut and catch magics in transition?
I believe we've got one of those rounds as an example, right? Let's bring up round number 9, because again, we heard it from a mic'd up moment from Apex, an incredible T-side coming out of Vitality.
I mean, they also had, this is another opportunity for Spirit to break Vitality. They had them on a couple, on Dust 2, they've had it here, right? We see the early wall of smokes. Donk is there, going to try to do some damage with the HE. Does so. They're posting up, they try to get, Messi gets into secret, they see the bomb, right? But now the second wall of smoke comes in, and because Vitality lost the last 2 rounds, I don't think Shiro expects an op from ZywOo. That's why he re-peaks, gets punished, right? But now the information is gone. They had 2 players down on B, now Spirit is overcompensating. Look where Chopper is, sort of in the middle of nowhere, doesn't expect this fight. Now Zontix, they have no idea he's here, only able to find 1 kill, right? All up to Donk. Is he gonna bring it back? You think this is another multi-kill for him, but Messi, crucial trade, and they close out the 2v1.
And this felt like an interesting moment for me, that like re-swing from Donk, because it is kind of the only play you can sort of make to sort of save and win the round. But also, it's kind of a tired conversation of it being only Donk in my mind within Spirit, but this was a map where it was only Donk. The surrounding pieces were not slowing down Vitality, we're not helping, and I think that was a moment where I looked at it and I saw that play from Donk, and I'm like, you're feeling the fact that you have to do a lot right now. You're really feeling the weight of you having to be the main impact for Spirit, and that's forcing you into aggressive plays.
100%. Where was Shiro during that map, Bianco?
Nowhere. He was absolutely nowhere. I mean, in one of the first gun rounds, he's on ramp. ROPS is solo trying to work ramp. Shiro just misses the shot. He was 0 and 7, 0 and 8, first kill. Not even, he just closed out the round in a 4v1. Got that multi-kill in the final round, you know, to sort of close out. Nothing he could achieve. I mean, even in this, like, this feels like inflated for me still somehow. Where are his 17 kills, right? But the impact is on as this guy.
That's including the Dust 2, I think.
He was the 6th best player in the world last year, according to HLTV. Where is he? Maybe Hallie's doing his Blade impression. Shiro, I'm begging you. Please, like, it's 2-0 down.
I wouldn't mind defending Shiro, especially if it means I get to go against Yanko and have a little argument with him, but like, he's right on.
But you can't.
On Nuke, there's no argument that you can make. He missed some real sitters, and here's the thing. You can talk about the positives and benefits of being a passive opper versus an aggressive opper, but if you're going to choose to be a more passive style like Shiro is, you have to hit those ones that come into your crosshair. That's the entire point of staying passive, is to grab that 1 kill as they wander in and reposition after the fact. And if you're not hitting that one, it's a big problem.
Particularly when you've got the, you know, compare and contrast of ZywOo on the other side of things, just doing God's work on this map.
Yeah, ZywOo is fantastic. Just walking around and having that the smokes basically set him up to be able to go and isolate angle after angle. And we saw in the highlight round there, for example, that he got the arm of Shiro not expecting the op. What happens the very next round? Basically the same opening from the side of Vitality. Shiro goes to the exact same spot at those windows by the locker room, and ZywOo gets the exact same shot off. It's like, there's no work needed. It's all the preparation's been done. They just go through the motions of it, and they're just being like, everything's going their way. Especially like, you look at someone like Zontix, you say CT side Merchant, he was getting maybe 1 kill, or he would pop up, miss his shot, and literally just run away, just tuck tail and run.
Yeah, the store was closed on Nuke, Zontix, but I think for ZywOo, you look at how he did it on Nuke, every single way, you know, pistol round, clutching, with the AK in the mid round, getting the trades, with the op, getting the openings, being aggressive on yard at the beginning of the CT side, even though they lost the round, like, he was around red, like, trying to find kills, like, he's not sitting back. It just seems like he's enjoying himself, like, he's having a good time, playing with sort of zero pressure, which isn't too difficult, I guess, when you're playing from ahead all the time.
And that does mean Vitality now just 1 map away from potentially lifting the trophy in Katowice, which I imagine means there's some probably quite happy fans in the audience.
Yeah, I'm in the thick of it here in the Spodek. What is your name?
My name is Casper.
Hello, Casper. I see that you have a ROPS sign.
Yes.
What's going on with that?
A massive Rob's fan. He's a big nerd for the game, which I respect a lot. I just love him.
And did you used to be a FaZe fan, or how does that work?
I used to be a FaZe fan, now I'm a Vitality fan. So
Can you do that?
I have to. For my boy, yeah, of course.
And are you happy with how Robs has been playing? I mean, they're 2-0 up, insane.
2-0 up. We have 28 kills in the first game. I'm in love.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's see. Maybe Robs is also in the running for our DHL MVP, and we got to keep thinking about that one.
Yes, indeed. Make sure you put in those Twitch channel points to good use as our DHL MVP contenders. The top 3 have now been announced. You can vote on who you think deserves to go home with the MVP at the end of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025. And I think it would be amiss to say probably not Donk, right?
I don't know. It sounds like Yanko might be voting for Shiro, so there's some chances there could be a little bit of an upset somewhere.
I think also, listen, you can't count out Spirit just yet, right? I mean, sounds crazy to say how they got dominated on the first 2 maps, but not a single pistol, not a single good start early. They've had to struggle from behind, and the first 2 maps are probably Vitality's 2 best maps as well. You know, Mirage up there, but if they can just turn it around, on Anubis and Train is where they have the upper hand as the more stable team.
Do they?
That's a wild take.
That's aggressive, but I mean, I don't know. I think those 2 maps are going to be toss-ups a little bit in my mind, but I'm with you in the sense that they can still turn it around, especially going into Mirage. We saw Zontix yesterday, had that fantastic game on Mirage on his catwalk defense and CT side, so if you're looking for that supporting cast to step up, you've already got a little bit of evidence that your boys can do it on Mirage.
I bring it back to this point about the opening duels, because when you look at a map like Mirage, who is your cat player, who's your window player, and who's your connector player? It's Apex, Rops, and Zywoo, the ones that had 11-2 in opening duels on that Nuke map. So when I look at this, that's going to be, they have the momentum on their side. They've got, you know, the championship point in their favor right now. If they win this map, they're done. So those are things that are going well for them right now. And Donk, we talk about him, what kind of impact is he going to be able to make? And right now, if his teammates are falling apart left, right, and center, it's not like he's missing his duels. It's that everyone falls apart and they lose that big swarm capacity to be able to just overwhelm the other team.
Well, if Spirit want to be pulling off that reverse sweep, that needs to be starting now. We're going into Mirage. They might pick off Spirit. They're going to be starting on the T side of things. It's going down after this.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Hey Future Pros, I have a classic Mirage smoke for you today, and that is the mid-window smoke from T-Spawn. If you're feeling a bit too lazy to learn all the spawn smokes, or you want to smoke mid in the mid round, this should help you out. To throw the smoke, get into the corner of the bin. Aim at this point about 75% to the right of the door, then just below the middle point between the door and the roof. Then hold D to walk into the bin and jump throw. Just like that, mid should be smoked off. I see a lot of missed smokes for window, so don't be one of those people. Be one of the good ones.
Very tenured storyline here for this next individual that we're going to be talking about. He goes by the name of Apex. Now, he's no stranger to Counter-Strike. He has been playing the game seemingly forever in what encompasses a very long tenured career.
It's been a guy who's been around for, as you said, a very, very long time. I remember growing up with Apex, playing with and against him. I've even been at a couple of LAN tournaments with him as well, and his career has just taken a trajectory that, look at that. Look at all those trophies. Look at everything that he's won. The fact of the matter is that Apex has been around for such a long time, speaks volume to how great he is as an individual. Started out as an entry fragger, now he's an in-game leader. He's done it all.
Well, let's talk about where he started it out, right? I'm looking at his first S-tier event being ESWC back in 2011 with a 3D Max. Yes, a long time ago. They got third, fourth place there, so already you started off on the right foot. But at 31 years old, and with such a long legacy of a storyline going into your career, this is a trophy that has escaped him. He's won 2 majors, but Katowice has just eluded him up until maybe today.
And it speaks volume to how big of a tournament it is to win. Not everyone gets to win IEM Katowice. Not everyone gets a chance to play a grand final. And not everyone is just one map away from getting that trophy that he can then add to the accolades he already have. I think Apex is going to do it tonight. I think Apex is a man on a mission. And as you said, he's been around for such a long time. It would almost only be fair if he can add a Katowice trophy to that list of remarkable achievements.
And it almost really does kind of complete the graphic, full circle. So Apex and company really got off on the right foot here so far in Katowice, and we're going to keep our eyes on that prize.
Katowice! Are you ready for the third map? Katowice, Poland. The unlikely pilgrimage for over 10 years of Counter-Strike royalty. Starting a new year, a new season strong, and a trophy that symbolized not only history, but legacy. That's the difference between mythology and legacy. One is a fiction, the other is based in truth and history. And history being written on this stage today, defending champions down, but are they out? Is it really this cut and dry? Is it really this easy for Vitality to claim something that has stood just out of reach for over 10 years? Let's find out!
An opening kill and a pistol round. That's how Team Spirit need to kick this off. Third map, their second choice in the best of 5. Chiro crawling up cat with space. Zaiwu close to assist this B defense. Apex and Rops.
Donk spearhead of this assault. Can he hit them with brute force? Look at him swiveling around. Ready, searching. Zaiwu puts him to bed. Tucked in tight. One back, important from Shiro. That P250 consistent. And so is Apex. Oh, the flank, they didn't know about him. Just the one, kept humble. But Mezzy and Flamesy partner up to remove Zontix from the equation, to secure another pistol round. Spirit, they can't seem to catch a break. Can Zontix overcome the numbers disadvantage? Give Spirit something to start this map with a smile. Not today! Flames ensures it.
I don't know what more Apex needs for the confidence. The fact that he's played 3 players up for the B defense means they've read the finish. He's the late activating piece. The bomb doesn't go down. Another pistol round added to the tally. And now you know you're up against a full eco, because that's how Team Spirit have functioned with all of these second rounds after they don't get the bomb down on the pistol rounds. So you just see them go in with a Deagle, this one for Chopper. And, well, he's hammered. He had a massive map number 1 from Robs, a massive map number 2 from ZywOo. The MVP was looking like it was going to be Donk, so I think Mr. Wu has maybe changed that dialogue completely. And Spirit aren't here. The team talk, it needs to be, boys, we need to wake up right now. It needs to be vicious. You need to fire them up. It can't be kind. It can't be friendly. If you want to defend your title, if you want to continue into 2025 as how you left 2024 as the world number 1, you need this. The desk painting the picture that we could find ourselves slipping back into territory where Spirit can turn this series on its head. Train next, Anubis as the 5th and decider if we need it, but Mirage becomes a must. Round slows down, looking for any util they possibly can. You can see the heavy investment from Vitality. Finding ourselves on a patch that has the buffed Famas, the cheaper price point, and 4 of them invested upon.
Yeah, that is a criticism I've heard levied towards Spirit in that they can be quite readable. Overcome, of course, by their strong individual. But right now, Apex definitely does look like he's got a good read of his opponent in this grand final. Donk the exception, finds just the one. You give him too much, careful now. Solid from Robs on the FAMAS. Plenty of FAMAS as well invested. Seems like Vitality like the way the new FAMAS feels.
Also helps them when they get into the 3rd round rifle round. So the cheaper of the 2, but able to get that one into play. Diha in the building alongside our owner Pixel. Again, Team Spirit opening kills. You need to start racking them up. You need to give yourself some space to work with. And if you can't get the opening kill, you need to find a trade. Setting up for an A execute, feigning the mid control. Window smoke, top cat. Chopper shows himself as a deep nade down the gullet does damage to Donk. Flamesy, Apex, and ZywOo all can respond, but not entrenched within the site currently.
Their smokes signify commitment. Flames throws some bullets down range. Nothing connects. That opening in pursuit. Oh, look at the nade damage. Well placed, well timed. HE Donk starting to take that space, confirming the site is theirs. And still they can't find the opener. It's ZywOo on to Chopper. Donk, hang on, you want that trade. How about a late one? A swing. No one home. Oh no, and blocked! Santic stood in his way on the door. And just as easy as that, Vitality into the site, a triple out of the Woo.
So many concerns in that situation. Sure, ZywOo gets the first kill, but Spirit don't have any extra smoke, so their up-down is already starting to fade. The pressure's on them. They get forced into this fight. But the teamwork is always there for Vitality. There's a team flash, there's a swing, there's a teammate just mopping them up. Making light work of Team Spirit. What a way to justify this roster change. We knew Spinks was on the way out, and Robs, it was the piece they wanted. It was the piece they got for free.
I'm sorry?
Swinging out, and another opening kill, this time for Apex. Spins on a dime, Donk goes down, and they just keep on falling, frag after frag. So there's just poor Magics, last man standing. They're not getting into rounds. They're not even giving themselves an opportunity, Spirit. Or maybe Vitality are the ones who are denying them any chance to make this one competitive. 2 years on the trot, we could see in the Spodek just, well, light of a competitive grand final. Robs knows how that feels. He was the one on the receiving end of the donkening.
Yeah, we certainly witnessed something I thought we could see in back-to-back years.
Just the other way around, right?
Suppose so. Roles reversed. The advent of Donk in 2024.
Sometimes you're the nail, sometimes you're the hammer.
Well, very forward stance from Apex in this round. fade. Can Apex really prevail? Okay, well, belated. Mezzi's nade finishes the job. Rops is in a lot of hot water if he doesn't get out. Has pulled back. A 4-on-4 with a bit of T utility to block the window.
Bomb still pivoting. Shiro was heading back towards A, but the call has been changed. Chopper and Apex get to see the big picture. Flicking through their teammates' POVs, listening to the comms, helping to move the pieces if necessary. Rops and Flames take space on A. Zywa is still tucked in towards the site, low on HP. There's a good amount of utility to work with Zywa, but the question is, will he get to throw anything out? 3-up connector, Zontic's the late piece. Well timed, but too deep. They're ahead.
Zywa, wow, braves himself back across. Well aware of that potential late palace piece. Rops was the cover. Doesn't finish him off and clean. Zontic's Magic's partner up, break into the site. They know Mezzi's the B anchor. They're looking for Flames. They can't find him. They found Mezzi.
Tonight. Oh! Plant was relatively open, but well covered, well handled at Magix. Puts his name onto the board. Spirit grabbed their first on their T campaign.
That felt necessary, Chad. It had to happen now. We can't have another nuke.
But this is the thing, it needs to be back and forth, right? You can't allow Vitality just to surge forward with a massive scoreline because this one will be over before you know it. People came in to be entertained, and I know that it is the crowd favorite Vitality who are 2 maps to the good.
The fullest of buys.
Clear of the smoke.
Geeky. Doesn't get anything out of it. Will block her towards the underpass. Progression halted of Magix.
Started to be jarring. Didn't want to let them set up the default for free as Magix scoffs a big nade there, down to 47. So into the AWP. It'll be hard to push him off that line, so we'll be able to hold a forward position for the defense, but pivoting once more.
Got to get this smoke right.
Take a look at the defense right now from Vitality. There's nobody in A again. They're just tending to it from jungle and connector. And mid's clear.
They've kept Magix completely behind the Flames. Now Apex confirms presence on A. He eats a flash, spots one Palace. Commitment in. Oh, Chopper could go down again. The A4 spams away. Chips away. Chopper, half health, one across the bench position. That's important territory. Chopper fighting for CT. Mezzi's early to arrive here. A flash could be the undoing. And he swings straight in. Crosshair perfect from Mezzi. Looking good for Vitality, especially when you keep Donk humble. He only gets the one.
I know Magix was mid. They know he can't be part of this. He rotates the long way round or he has to come through connector. This round is done. The defuse comes through and they piece another round together.
It definitely seems like this game plan is working. You don't take those fights on the initial execution into the A-bomb site.
Yeah, it looked like there could have been some panic there because they were out of position, but they're more than happy to give away that space. And then once they noted the lurk of Magix coming late top mid, they knew they could press forward. 2 kills come in, now you know you have a 2v4 situation on the site, you just need to isolate those kills. You know that Magix is going to be out of the picture, and the pressure is there. I don't know what Halley is meant to do, what he's meant to say, because there's 3 maps that are all feeling the same. Opening kills, few and far between, no pistol rounds, your individuals, it's not flowing. Today is not your day. What a time for Spirit to go missing. Don't know what you could have said in that tactical timeout that you didn't just say about 10-15 minutes ago in the huddle outside. We're 2 maps down.
Opening offensive. Empty-handed Shiro. More staunch on A side this time. And Zontix and Flames in a bit of a standoff. Both wise to the other's tricks. Oh, and maybe not. Zontix pre-aim was off. Flames gets away. Up the ladder. And he... Oh, guess what? Was he hit that? Flames, you are ridiculous! It can do no wrong! A nade! Humble nothing.
And he won't get anything else. Look at Robs. He's already all the way through spawn. Flamesy pushing as well. You will be denied an exit. You're going to sit in Palace for 55 seconds. You're not even going to walk away with scraps.
Sure, it's 2 kills. It was something about the flow of it and the audacity in his game there.
Oh, they are playing like a liberated team. They're not feeling the pressure whatsoever. Zontic's only going to be a matter of time till Robs pokes up his head and says goodnight to you, unless Flamesy wants to take this one first. Off shot there. Robs pops up. 6-1. They are running away with this. The spoils of the Spodek not too far away now. Apex is the one topping the scoreboard for map number 3, 10-4. But these opening kills, we're 7 rounds deep, there's only 1 for Spirit.
Oh, it does align with the numbers at the top of the table.
It's so tough to be able to frame because this isn't just one map, this has been the entire series so far.
Yep. Distinct absence of openings.
And your in-game leader, he's not feeling himself. With this 1 kill in this map so far, he has 11 over 2 and a bit maps of play.
It's bleak outlook, but look at how much space Donk has slipped them there. No, he hasn't! This is Flame's sight! Double kill, Donk down, Chopper meets his fate at the hands of Zywoo's Orb. Magic's clawing back into this, trying to stabilize, makes a 2-on-4 feel a little more manageable given the time. Shiro, is he actually... He's being chased. He's being hunted. Zywoo's already proactively pushed down the ramp. Now he is going to maneuver the bomb away.
Yeah, and there was a gap for a moment's time. Mezzi is starting to address that now. So Magix and Shiro to pair up. They can get past Mr. Merriman. They do have a free bomb site. Apex starting to float over, but the question is, will he get there in time?
These are those rounds that a B anchor has to deliver. Don't always get the most glamour, not the most kills, but when they test your sight, the numbers advantage, you must close it down. Apex couldn't, but can Mezzi? Oh, nearly both. Magic's limping, recovers the AWP, and he's thinking. Does have to plant eventually, but he's waiting for the frag to come to him, and it might! Oh, Magic's steps up in the absence of the others. He is the one that makes the difference, makes the clutch.
Well, we've had that conversation before, and that was on Dust too. And he wants to take the fight. He doesn't want to play that post plant. Mezzi could have shut it down right here, right now, but Magix will correct into the kill after the leap of faith. And then, yeah, wanting Zywoo to play into the crosshair. Perfectly done. Still not a great looking buy for Team Spirit by any stretch. A couple of Galils, a Mac-10. Donk gets the AK, the AWP for Shiro short. But fully strapped out Vitality, and we get to see the double AWP in play. Saw it on Dust 2, Robson, Zywoo.
Oh, and Mezzi's already in a lot of trouble. Robs has done well to catch that chopper advance. And Robs is rocking it on the AWP. A third actually available, actually realistic. Can't hit it. Whistles one past Zontix. Chance for Zontix to find a second. He needs to find that second frag. Mezzi at that bench position. He's up and over, and he's delivered. Matches Magic's output in the previous, but still the round could elude them. It's Shiro and Zontix up against the world, up against the 3 remaining Vitality players.
Rerouting, not going to go through market.
Can they make the jump? Yes, they can. Shiro responsible for this, even has a smoke, could block, it could be round defining, but he's got the AWP, they're going for the boost.
Flick.
He'll have to hit the flick. How quick is the wrist? Not quick enough, misses it, shy of the mark. Zywoo now posted, he knows he's under scrutiny, that's the smoke, Flames will swing. This is what Flames does best. Bring the fight through that smoke. Tagged up the supporting cast of Zontix, keeps them humble. Apex cooking, does get the quick scope. 2-on-2, but there's Apex very late, they don't have the time. Zontix will close it down, Zywoo preserves his AWP, but that's another Spirit round.
Finally, a bit of a scrap, finding themselves in mid-round situations where the individuals are able to battle. Well done, number disadvantage on the B side. They walk away with that and they humble the finances of Vitality with that round win. A very important one if we want to see this one go the distance. If we want to get to Train and Anubis, that's a dream. That smoke you highlighted, it came into play. Hallie's still not loving exactly how this is unfolding. It's going to take a second tactical timeout in the first half. You tie things up, you get 6-6. You're more than happy with that on the T half of Mirage. You can work with that. And if it buys time for players to wake up, Magic's with a good clutch. Zontix, not too shabby with the important to hit kills. Shiro, 7 to his name. It's Donk. And how long can you keep him down? Was contributing on Nuke, but wasn't enough to make the scoreline even competitive. That's a round where they lost the 2 opening kills, but still converted. This is where you need to find the difference. If you're unable to get the opening kill, you need to take the space, and then somebody has to multi-kill.
Well, they'll be cognizant of a saved AWP. Doesn't stop ZywOo from going looking.
This is a gimme right now for Spirit. I understand that you can't trip over your shoelaces with the AWP in play. But as far as the comeback conversation is concerned, you must convert this. The mistake might just knock you over the edge of tilt. Scope will have been heard. Chopper knows where the AWP is.
Oh, wow. That's a mistake. That's a huge scalp for Mezzi to put. Oh, wait a second! Wait a second! Oh, they can't lose this! Shiro makes it clear with a double back. Damage inflicted now. Tension mounts. Flames has got nothing more than a USP. Is Shiro going to commit to this? Just the fake. Flames confirmed. Nice again from Shiro. He's saving them. A nice leg shot, though, onto Magic's. The bodyguard, humble to 10 HP. ZywOo throws his AWP on his back to bring him close the gap. And Shiro's gone! Mezzi starts it, Rob chips in, and Team Spirit collapse against nothing more than sidearms.
That first duel was a P2K.
Yes.
A starter pistol. Here it is. From the van to short. That is your first death within the round. Mezzi has absolutely no right winning that fight. Shiro tries to claw them back into it, sure. And I said you can't be losing those. Well, you just did.
Interesting, this Vitality that called the timeout as well, just to compose themselves. They probably found themselves a little jovial, a little excited. Now, I think not only coach, but captain, gonna just try and make sure his boys don't start counting their chickens before they hatch. The same kind of words we heard exchanged on Nuke in the check-in.
Oh, now you've won the half.
Yeah. And you just did it with a P2K opening frag.
And this is map 3 of a best of 5. And you're 2 to the good, and you have dominated the world #1 in back-to-back maps. You broke their streak on Dust 2. You continued theirs on Nuke. And we always say this is a marathon, not a sprint. Well, Vitality are lightning fast right now.
Feels like a sprint in Vitality's book, and a missed shot from ZywOo goes into a nice opening from Shiro. Now Magic's actually catching a lot of space. Could go down empty-handed. He has, and Flames finding 2 on the spray. Oh, the knife is out! Zontix, he does punish, but still, it actually falls into Shiro's wheelhouse. Can he wide swing this AWP? Does ZywOo miss these? He certainly does, but Mezzi doesn't. An 8th already. Vitality fans are starting to believe this could be a very quick trip to the grand final stage for their team.
A small moment. There's a little bit of hope this one could have been competitive, but this is looking like to be another blowout in the Spodek. Enjoy the next few rounds, everyone in Katowice, because I think this one is going to be quick. Spirit haven't come to deliver a competitive game of Counter-Strike today. At least Flamesy's doing his best, pulling out the knife. Final round, first half, map 3.
Ooh, and already Donk dinked.
You've walked down that hall, you've ascended those stairs, you've embraced this stage, and it hasn't felt like, oh, that long ago, just because of the pace of these maps. We are talking domination. 13-6, 13-5.
Not even close. The defending champions of Katowice, humbled on the grand final stage. Everything seems to have aligned for Team Vitality. Flames, one of the crucial components in this machine. And the angle he selects is perfect. Unable to convert onto Shiro. Pressure applied to Ross. Is he good for one? No, not at the hands of Zontix, and there's a double. High impact fragging to try and end this half with 4. A meager 4. And as they convert it, reality sets in. This must-win Mirage and a must-win pistol await us. Must have been an agonizing halftime for Spirit. Mind racing. Tantalizingly close now for Vitality, for Apex. Donk's frustration starting to become visible as he feels helpless, unable to replicate last year's performance. An 8-4 half. Is this really the last map? Is this the last half of our grand final?
Not good signs to kick this one off. We'll take issue on the sideline, Donk. And Zontic's trying to solve this one. You're already frazzled. Now you might be coming unraveled. Look to get this one started ASAP. Bear with us. We want them situated. We want them ready. We want them locked and loaded to see if they can make the comeback a possibility, a reality. Or is this Vitality's opportunity to lift the trophy here in the Spoda, here in Katowice? Mezzi, Flamesy, this is their first time, the debut for them in front of your beautiful smiling faces. You can kind of feel the tension down there on that Spirit side of the server as the tech issue being discussed.
Oh, I'm seeing the frustrations of someone unfamiliar with this side of defeat and victory.
Wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for them in 2024, but they closed the year with the major, the statement piece.
And a statement it was.
That was an entertaining final. This one is not.
Sure it is for some members on the stage. But I can't help but feel like for Vitality as well, you don't want to let your thoughts race, right? It's just banter. It's lighthearted. It's cheeky. It's just stay where you are. Don't go anywhere else.
Round at a time. You cannot get too far ahead of yourself. I don't need to be a rocket scientist to tell you what that one means. It's a TeamSpeak issue.
Katowice awaits a champion. And for Team Spirit, the back-to-back, that discussion, thing of the past. At this moment in time in this grand final.
Feels like the dreams they were having last night before they woke up and got this cold shower.
Yeah. It has been a wake-up call. I mean, can you walk me through the scoreline on the first two maps again?
I believe we were looking at a 13-6 on their home turf of Dust 2, a map that they were 10 on the trot.
Right, and that already sets, the stage.
It shows that Vitality, they've come to play. The fact that they could make it one better, 13-5 on Nuke, and then dominate, coming into Mirage again. With all the pistol rounds going in their favor so far, 5 out of 5, looking to make it 6.
Yeah, we went to the break talking about the importance of a pistol, a cliche in Counter-Strike, and yet this one rings true. I can't help but feel like there is nothing Spirit can do if this pistol is not theirs, the exception to what has been an exceptional pistol haul from Vitality. You said coming into this they were already the most successful in that particular round, and they haven't let off the gas into this grand final.
Still having issues with the audio, some down from Chopper. Right now there's just smiles for Vitality. I'll put them under the microscope right now. We've been talking about Apex, this man, an IEM Cologne, not that long ago in pursuit of that one for many years, but the same with Katowice. We've been coming here since 2014, back when it was a major. Since then, he's attended 11 out of 12. He's only made the playoffs of 3, this being the 3rd. His time in Vitality, they have had their struggles. They've only made the playoffs here twice, this being the 2nd, and they had never won a game in the playoffs until being one map away, one half away from that trophy in the center of the stage. That's what's racing through their heads, I'm sure. Been very creative with the signs this year.
I honestly think it might be the best year for the DHL drops. You guys have got incredible creative abilities.
It's tough to tell if they want this to go the distance or if they want Vitality to get it over and done with.
I'll check in. Oh, Katowice! Are we crowning a champion at the end of this Mirage? But what about Train? You don't want to see Train? I think the jury's out.
That was a mixed bag.
Yeah, they're not sure. I don't think they're sure. I feel like for Vitality, though, starting to feel like a certainty. Apex has been reading Chopper's game like the Little Prince.
Yeah, Chopper's been having a real tough time. Still only 1 kill to his name in this third map. It's 11 in total for the series. Donk's on 4. The Impact players have been Shiro, Zontix, and Magix on Mirage. We got some good news for you. Round live, fist bumps are in, and we're about to get this second half underway.
I will reiterate the importance of this pistol for Team Spirit. A 1 kill half from Chopper, but a couple in the pistol could change everything.
Stack looks good. It's not fast and furious. They're going to hit the brakes. It'll be a second tempo with the U2. Magix jumps up. Has the dual Berettas. Flash at the ready from Zontix. Needs to go now.
Looking a little late. Oh, but he's right on time, is Mezzi. Headshot found. Donk noted. Zontix overwhelmed by Zywoo. They're already on the back foot. It's getting worse. What was that from Flames? Nasty from that death POV, and oh my goodness. They have not taken a moment's respite from this bullying of Team Spirit. They keep the boot on the throat. Shiro the last to fall. A perfect pistol haul for Vitality. 4 rounds, all that separates Apex Vitality from that trophy, the oldest trophy in Counter-Strike history.
The best of 5 last year. Rops was on the receiving end of Spirit's Awakening, but at least FaZe managed to get 23 rounds. And now we're looking at a total of 15 for Team Spirit over 3. B again, just Donk.
It's just Donk. And the Deagle doesn't hit a thing.
Taking another eco. Something that Vitality haven't had to experience. Such good starts to all of these halves. This is a blowout. This is a bigger blowout than last year.
That's saying something.
It's crazy to think that if we continue in this fashion, there will not have been a single series in Spodek for 2025 where a map was taken. Whoever was winning was getting it done clean, fast and concise. As they're going to hunt down the final 2. Flames have spotted 1. That is just light work.
Can't help but admire it. Vitality makes Spirit look mortal.
Well, Zontix got something there at the tail end. Flames goes down, sure, but they are going to be going into the rifles. What are you meant to do if you're Halley? You're just witnessing the collapse of your team. They haven't come to play today. There's only so much you can say. 3 tactical timeouts per map. 1.5 minutes to try and rally them. Time between maps to try and fire them up. Nothing's working.
So close now to realization of a dream. Apex. Years in the making, unable to start this round off with the opener. Instead, it's the B side they once again want to twist the knife upon. Flames has dropped Van, Magix staying active, spotted, bench occupied. Shiro good for it. Gets a necessary kill. Bomb now spotted on the radar. Mezzi somehow miraculously pulls 2 off, and oh my god, Robs hard on the Z-axis, looks down, nails it. Somehow it's fallen apart, but Donk is here. And Robs is looking for him. It's too easy for Robs. Reading Donk, rips his head off and makes the 11th.
That's even the perfect setup for Team Spirit. They had 2 players fighting out Cat who could help B quickly. They had Shiro hidden over towards bench. They get multiple kills on the entry on the way in the door. and they still lose the round. The setup was there to secure the first rifle round. There's not anything more that you could ask for. Mezzi with the double, and then you're in trouble. Rob's finished it off. Donk trying to be cheeky through the smoke, and just 2 more rounds. They're just going to force this game out, Team Spirit. I don't think they even believe.
Chopper does, as he finds himself a handsome pair of kills. Donk onto Rops in the Palace, is forced by caught off Vitality. And now ZywOo. Only ZywOo remains. And Donk puts him down.
Well, I don't think I spoke too soon. Maybe Vitality. Overzealous maneuver, given an opportunity to pick up some AKs, 3 of which Scavenge, Donk, Magix, and Shiro get to wield those. And Chop Up, well, his first multi-kill of the game.
And it was needed. To understate it. Replicate it, that's a different question. ZywOo out mid. Different look to this opening from Vitality.
We're going to pop out Palace. Knock from the stairs. ZywOo now noted. Should be a dead man walking.
He gets away with it. ZywOo's still alive. Flames into the site. Donk throws out his Molotov, but it could have been caught out. He's in the open, and he's empty-handed. Not like that. Donk forced to watch as this round is ripped away from them piece by piece. Chopper and Magix. Good shooting from Magix. He's been holding his own, doing what he can. And now he needs to pick up the 2 versus 3. They are worse for wear. Apex the only man with health, and he's the one that's going to bring the fight to Magix. Magix prevails. An important kill, but it's still not the round. ZywOo posted and delivers onto Chopper. Magix, can you really give us the ace clutch? Just to keep Spirit in it to win it. He certainly could. Missed shot onto ZywOo. ZywOo down. It's Magix round. Single-handedly. Second-guessing Team Vitality's easy walk to the trophy.
Is that inspiring, or are they just delaying the inevitable right now? Will have to be a light investment from Vitality, so it's buying a bit of a buffer for Spirit to work with. But Magix, in these big games, he is starting to make a name for himself. Impactful, that's an understatement. Gets them into 6 and likely securing them 7. Have to be a catastrophe to have this one fall apart. Couple of digs, P250 and a flash. And an early tag. Shiro chipped down.
Robs takes some liberties. Backs himself into an Angel, so 2 Deagle bullets have connected.
A good map for everybody on Vitality so far. ZywOo, sorry. Definitely not 0. 17 kills for him, so continuing the hot streak in this final. I think he's now taken pole position as far as the MVP is concerned. Still gonna get the job done. 2 more rounds. Run boost out top mid.
I thought if Zontix beats him to the punch. A very late resurgence.
Just a 4-round game. You see Vitality against the Mongols on Nuke allow a couple of oopsies to slip past the keeper. The Mongols had no issue winning 2v4s, 2v3s, rounds that should have been outside of their wheelhouse if delivered the opportunity. Apex likely wanting to get this done as quickly as possible, but needs to remember, round at a time. Keep the focus.
Yeah, it can be hard to keep sight of that when so damn close. And ZywOo's got no bullets, he's got no body, taken down by Donk. Flames accelerating, Magix feels that scrutiny coming. Zontix, what? Loses his head. Flames, an important find on the short side. Into the site, Magix, more impact demanded of him. Oh, he got 2. More than he was worth. Flames somehow lives on. Oh, and a missed shot. Apex lives on as well. There was a chance from the Orpha, but Apex should go down. Out of bullets is Donk, and hold on! Hold on! Apex could do it on his own. Chopper's already slipped out, overlooked perhaps. He hasn't got the health for this. Up against Chopper. Saves them. Starting to look a little bit of a slip here from Vitality. So close to an Apex 1 versus 3.
Oh, this should draw ever closer now. Will have to be another partial buy. Bomb didn't go down. Finances aren't there. Lost bonus accruing, maxed out. 3,400 into the next. Can get a little bit crazy with it. A few extra investments allowed because of that loss bonus. Apex has gone into a scout deagles for everybody else, and even some head armor for Robs, Kevlar for Flames. Better late than never if you're a Team Spirit fan. Keeping sight of the bigger picture, don't just rush into this one vitality. Even damage to the finances is big. Double swing.
Punished on the repeat.
4 more to find. We get a 2-round game. Pivoting now, Mezzi the late piece. Romps out Palace, Flames the Apex up the ramp. Chopper and Shiro over towards A to deal with this. Shiro into his AWP.
And Shiro down to the scout of Apex. He set them up for something there. Good work from Chopper. Good. Oh, hold on. Mezzi with an opportunity. Bomb on his back and time to plant. Can they molly him? Can they nade him? He's going to get away with it. He gets the bomb down. Still an impossible round as long as they hit their shots. Zontix is doing that, and he gets it done. This gap, it felt like an impossible void for them to overcome, but round at a time, Chad. That applies to both teams, and that is their 5th consecutive from Spirit.
Scoreline read 11-4 at one point. So this game is back on, and that tactical timeout, that implies the pressure is definitely being felt. So max loss bonus with the plan. Extra cash money to work with. Zaiwu can buy an AWP if Xtaz desires. And looks like it is going to be 5 AKs. So no AWP in the mix. Does that imply something more direct? Will we see an execute? Just saddle up, pick a site, feign your mid control, and hope the Team Spirit are vying for space elsewhere. Most competitive map we've had in this series so far. The late awakening of the Dragon. Well, his sleep still in their eyes. They breathe some life to the Spodek, make us push us to a 4th. Not a side execute, very heavy middle. They want to brawl.
On a brawl they shall. Zontix welcomes it. Open arms. And opens the skull of Mezzi. Donk removed. Or rather removes. He's low though. Somehow still alive. Somehow. Bullets from every angle. Nade thrown his way. Finally felled. Zontix worse for wear. Window smoke a gift. Allowed to retreat. Mid-centric from Vitality. Off of the back of the timeout. Xtaz watching. Tension mounting. Rob's on the move.
Well, pivot now. Robs will be able to hear these rotations. Has Zontix not too far away, but isn't to know it. Shiro's had a couple of misses. Can't happen again. Chopper, he's here to help.
Zontix falls. Shiro does connect. A necessary shot converted. Another one coming his way. Chopper's there. The support is good. Chopper delivers the necessary double. It's Zaiwu in the clutch. He's got 30 seconds to show us what he's got. This phenom talent. Up against 2. And Shiro holds on. A necessary pair of frags from Spirit Sniper.
A tense moment there. If you're Donk, you're dead first. You have to sit back and watch and see if your teammates can piece this together, but they're the ones dragging him through right now. Sure, Donk up to 13, but Zontix, Magix, and Shiro are the ones finding impact. And a good rotation in from Chopper. Buys them a buffer. Beautiful little multi. Important work done. Bahali not content. A tech timeout coming into the second half. Looked like worries, looked like trouble. Could see the pressure. But they have been able to reset, and at this point, you're back in the game. The score reads 10-11. One more round, you tie things up. It's the first time in 3 maps of play you feel like you've even had a chance. Don't squander it.
How do you control your thoughts if you're Vitality as well?
The pressure's still on Spirit.
I understand, but at this point you start second-guessing yourself. You start finding the worst-case catastrophe that could perhaps become reality. You have to silence it. You have to keep your head in the game. Still, 2 rounds away. 2 is all they need, and yet Spirit have made it just a 1-round gap. And there's an opener. Shiro cracks open round 22 by removing an aggressive piece off the board.
That's been a difference maker.
Round 22 by removing an aggressive piece off the board.
That's been a difference maker. The big conversation was pistols and opening kills, and Spirit have been starting to get more than a couple of those. To convert this from 11-4 to 11-11, all tied up.
Who do Vitality look to now to take that space?
They're all in mid.
Zontic's no secret of his position. Throws out a smoke, blocks Con. Shiro throws out utility to test, and that Molotov forces Zontix into a committed position around the ladder. All spotted now, bomb top mid. ZywOo noted. Restraint from Zontix, they're trying to force him into a fight here. The Molotov might spread, and he is blocked. Ooh, dink exchange. AK just better. Pulls us into a 4-on-4. Uncertainty grows.
50 seconds on the clock, still plenty of time for Vitality to re-round. They're not being challenged right now. They've been given the space. Apex still with a smoke. It's going to be set for ZywOo. One's going to land perfectly to obscure the vision of Shiro. How's he meant to contribute? Can't stand behind that. They can just usher themselves up through connector in towards A. That's going to apply pressure to Chopper. He's creating 180 degrees worth of angles, but that smoke removes Shiro.
Beautiful smoke. Can they make it work? Chopper really disconnected from this. He's going to let them cross.
I give away the plant.
Certainly at a minimum. But will there be another round for Spirit? Chopper finding his timing. Oh, the cover! Mezzy! A pirouette on the triple box to find the head of Chopper, and now Donk long range can't control its magics. Puts ZywOo low. Double kill from Donk, sure. Mezzy silenced. Magic's overlooking. Rops, but still hits it as his boots hit the ground. Just ZywOo to win the round. Bomb planted for him. Donk seems to have a good idea, but still ZywOo's got the aim. He backs it up. Magic's a time-sensitive crab. Walk into him, and he's got it done.
The time, this is going to be damn close. I think he's got it.
Magic's, again with impact, keeps the dream alive for Spirit. He was the only one that showed up at the start of this half. Now everyone's starting to arrive, but Magic's continues to demonstrate his value as a big game player.
11-4 to 11-11. Xtaz, third tactical timeout called, and this one was down to the wire. Donk knew that he had to cover, but that meant he was always going to be susceptible first. Magic's had to make that trade. Under the pump, under the pressure, but all tied up. Both teams using all the timeouts in regulation.
He is impervious to pressure, Magic's. In the absence of others, he can deliver, and has done. 2 rounds remain in regulation. Apex, one call could break this run.
And it's been a long time since they've been able to post a round. This streak at the moment from Spirit is putting pressure on Apex to find the right finish. Looks like they might keep it simple. All 5 heading over towards A, lining up Yuto immediately. Smoke lands window. Chopper playing from ticket. Donk from stairs. What's the timing on this?
Do they get answers middle? Seems they have. It's too quiet. Reinforcing the site ahead of the execute. First contact is Shiro, a hard shot, a tight line. Flash is good, they're out, they're in. Break of the smoke, a boost on the AWP. This could be effective, and he's hit the shot. Apex lives on at 9 HP. A break of the smoke, the flames! He'll profit from! Double on the Galil! Spirit left wanting, begging for a hero moment out of one of the remaining 3. What can you do? This feels like it's a guarantee for Vitality. Thanks to Flamesy. And a stunning break of the smoke he punishes. Chopper on the walk up. Pushes through towards the triple box. They're playing this passive. They're playing for the round. They're playing for the elusive trophy of Katowice. Magic does find Robs, and there's Chopper with one, but the time is too far gone. And Vitality have bucked the trend. After a 7-round run from Team Spirit.
Map, match, and championship point confirmed. One more round. A 3-0 sweep of Team Spirit, the world #1. Can they hold on? The saves necessary to keep a bye, to hold the minute, to push this to overtime. A double kill from Flames. Massive work. Is this it? Or do we need those extra rounds? Passive stance from Vitality. Letting the play come their way. Knowing that Spirit are on the back foot.
Looks like the go sign's been given. Action B apps and middle simultaneously. Donk is going to swing into them. He's been spotted, gets the info, falls back, playing this one like it's life and death. Likely feels that way for Spirit. They're on the very verge of elimination defeat at the hands of Vitality, or overtime, a moment's respite. If Zontic's gonna hit a head, he can't! Flames again features in the feed as he feasts, and all they fumble, Spirit crumble, piece by piece! Vitality, it's theirs for the taking! 5 alive, 5 souls, 1 common goal! They have Spirit, they have Katowice! Vitality revitalized! A decade-long pursuit realized for Dan Manisclair!
The Katowice curse crushed! Robs is the talisman! He won this before, and he's won it again! A heartbreaking loss to Team Spirit last year, but this time round, they're the ones in the dumpster! Vitality! They have changed their fate in Katowice! They have set 2025 as theirs, the first step forward! Spirit went missing!
Look at that from Mezzi as well. First trip to the Spodek, a success. You can't spell Mezzi or Flames without easy, and they make it look so today in the grand finals.
IEM Cologne, IEM Katowice, back to back. A feat for very few, but today they taste that victory. The building block of the Dragons dynasty was starting to stack up, but Vitality, they kicked down that wall. They are here to play. They are here to stay. And Zywoo, I think the MVP in Katowice will be his. A major MVP, a Cologne MVP. Add Katowice to that mix.
He took down his usurper today. And for Robs, he is the difference. 3 finals, 2 trophies. They're full of life! To the victor! Go the spoils of the Spodek! Vitality! Wow, what a final here in Katowice. How does it feel when I say to you, after all these years, you are the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025 champion?
Well, it took time, but I feel I finished the game. Won every big tournament, finally. It took time for me, but finally it happened. I think also probably my best final for years individually. I don't know, I wanted it so much that it's crazy. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Spodek.
I can see the emotions on you. In those 11 years that you've played here, you've never won on this stage. When you won on Dust 2 so convincingly against a team who haven't lost that map in 10 attempts, what did you feel?
Well, to be honest, we have a pretty similar map pool because Dust 2 is also one of our best maps with Nuke. So in a way, we are happy to play our best maps. It's just normal, so we were pretty confident on it. We played really well. And yeah, I think we delivered today and this tournament, so I'm so proud of the guys because all the work we've done in 1 month, you can't imagine how many hours we put in CS. All of us, and it paid off after a fucking shit 2024 with a lot of problems. Now we came back at our real level and it's amazing.
Well, listen, it's amazing to see you win. Is there anything left to win? You've won a major, you've won Cologne, you've now won here in Katowice. So what's left to win for you?
You know, I'm 32 in a couple of days, but you set new goals all the time. I love CS. I can't stop CS, I promise. All the people that want me to retire, just fuck off because I won't, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Intel Grand Slam?
Yes. No, when you win Cologne and Katowice, yeah, you might be, but no, we have a lot of goals this year. Major, maybe the Grand Slam. Let's see how it goes, but let's celebrate here first and think about next goals.
You're a popular winner. It's great to see you win here on the stage after all those years. Please, Katowice, for your champions, Apex and Team Vitality!
We don't want you going anywhere soon, Apex. A mission over a decade in the making. 6 months ago, hoisting a trophy that also eluded him in Cologne. Now he puts the demons to bed in Katowice, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned what a road he's been on. If you think about all those accomplishments he's had in his career, I think leading into all of them is failure on those stages first. He had to fail at every single one before he accomplished it. So this is another one today where it's like when it lasts that decade, that relief he's got to be feeling is incredible. But that's another step towards making his name as one of the greats, as one of the all-time greats.
It's a sea of gold underneath their feet. It's almost like it's a fairy tale of sorts. The ending that everyone wanted, a happy ending for Apex as he gets to don those Vitality colors as he lifts that trophy as well.
Amongst him, Apex, obviously, and ZywOo, the first French players to ever hoist the trophy here in the Spodek. It seems almost criminal, but they've damn well done it tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he said he completed Counter-Strike with this one. You got the major, Cologne, Katowice, that's what everyone plays for. But also, you could tell with the way he was playing. I mean, he had so much impact. He played such a great final right behind ZywOo and Rops as the best player on Vitality, and just what a performance. I'm happy that they got tested a little bit at the end, because if it was just a stomp all 3 maps, it wouldn't feel as good this way. It looked like, wow, Spirit finally woke up, but Apex put them to bed.
Those images of ZywOo, just seeing his reflection in the Katowice trophy, running his finger along all the names that have inscribed it before, now he gets to join them.
Yeah, and again, one of the all-time greats, so this is the piece of hardware you absolutely need, and it's such a storied obstacle Katowice has always been for them now overcome. I think, too, if you look at the face on the other side of the stage, the Spirit guys, they look like deer in headlight. This is like the kind of win that makes you rethink everything kind of heading into this. Like, we played 8 good rounds of Counter-Strike in this grand final, and now we've got to think about what we need to do when we get back to the drawing board.
Yeah, Spirit was looking completely stunned up there, and it's kind of endearing, though, looking at Vitality, how ZywOo and Flamesy are looking at the trophy like, this is where we're going to go. We're going to be here, right? It's like they're so giddy for it.
Picking some confetti out of ZywOo's hair as well.
Yep.
He has a bit of time with it.
An absolute dream run for them, only dropping 1 single map over the entire duration of Katowice 2025. An incredible feat. You see how elated Apex is to finally be getting that well-deserved medal around his neck as well.
Impressive stuff, and just how they manhandled Spirit in this grand final, right? Complete and utter dominance, and I think we saw the difference between a team that just made a roster change and is in their honeymoon phase and everyone is motivated versus a team that made 4 finals in a row, right? And is getting a little bit jaded and sort of going through the motions perhaps a little bit, and all of a sudden when your main engine starts sputtering, there wasn't really much behind it, and some deep conversations in store for Team Spirit.
And you see the medal going on to Ropster, the last man in line there, and it's like, you know, maybe the magic wasn't with FaZe, maybe it was with Rops the whole time, and he brought it with him back to Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance, what a change that he's looked in this team, because it's not just Rops, he had that incredible first map, but Mezzi had some incredible rounds in this series. That 180 on Mirage on top of the box, defending the plant, that's craziness. Flamesy had so many good double kills. It feels like individually, and as you mentioned, this is the honeymoon period, but like individually, everyone from Vitality came into this ready to party at Katowice, and this is the result.
It's got to feel extra sweet for Rops as well, obviously faltering to the opposition on the other side of the server, Team Spirit just last year, but I think it is about time we find out who is our DHL MVP.
Well, I tell you what, one of the hardest things I think was trying to walk down these stairs. It's an absolute ice rink. We have our DHL MVP of the match, and it's somebody who's played amazingly, not across the years. He's played amazingly here if he's never had the most of luck. First off, before we award you this trophy, talk me through it from your view, Zaiwu. That was some final.
Yes, it was a crazy final to play anyway. For us, for Vitality, and also against Spirits. I think we played really good this final.
Just towards the end, it was looking like they were coming back. When you got that final round and it was done, you were champions. Explain that emotion.
It's really tough to explain this emotion because obviously when you see like we are winning 11-4 or something like this, we want to win so much. I think we are just thinking about winning and not finish this game. So that was the point. Whenever we want to like win a round, we give our best. We didn't give a fuck about thinking about the consequences, and we give our best for the end.
Well, we know French is the language of love. In French, what does this mean to you?
French?
Yeah.
Means a lot, obviously. Like, they're supporting us a lot, so thank you guys to support us.
Très bien.
Merci beaucoup.
Let's hand it over then, the MVP of Katowice 2025, Zaiwu!
Could not think of a more well-deserving player to be taking the DHL MVP home tonight. He also includes a list of players that have won Cologne, Katowice, and a major. A very, very small list, but Apex also up there as well.
Yeah, and their new teammate Rops too, and what a final for Zaiwu, right? I think this is something that a lot of people were asking for. I don't really care about the numbers themselves. You just look how he was playing. Like, he was going for it. He was trying to find impact on the map. He was trying to make plays, and more often than not, he found them and delivered for Vitality.
And I mean, it was apparent that there was that attitude with Zaiwu and with the rest of Vitality from the first 6 rounds of the first map. You could kind of see like, oh boy, Spirit's in for it today. And I mean, that's a beautiful thing. And I think when you have someone like Zaiwu as like your star player, your kind of center point of the team, delivering this kind of a performance and exuding that attitude in the server, it's easy that it transfers to the rest of the players around you as well. That star player is a leader in his own right in terms of passing on the mentality and the attitude that the rest of the team plays with.
He looks so fearless throughout the entire duration of basically this whole tournament. It's been incredible to see, his evolution as a player, and I'm sure he's not done yet as a young girl.
I think we can see now that things were not really great in that last Vitality roster, right? Because just getting Robs for Spinks on a player level shouldn't elevate everyone else as much as it did, But I think it's more the atmosphere within the team, sort of starting fresh, that's gotten everyone playing better. I mean, we're talking here about Mezzi and Flamesy and everyone. Sure, Robs as a closer gives you a sort of a safety blanket, and you're able to sort of not go too crazy in rounds because you always have him to fall back on in the clutch. But I think everyone's just seeing the potential in vitality of this roster and how far they can actually go.
There's one guy we haven't really given a whole lot of flowers to in this win, and that'd be Xtaz, the coach, who obviously, I mean, I don't know, it's an interesting one with kind of the way his career has turned out in different various teams and lineups and the way he's gone in and out. But he's someone that I know Apex has spoken very highly of, and especially that relationship between Apex and Xtaz. And I remember when he rejoined the team, Apex was like, I want to bring trophies to this guy. He was like, even like, I think he's incredible. I think he's a coach. He's the guy I want behind me, and I want to bring those trophies so he can have the same success that I'm enjoying.
He needs to get him a major now. He's got Cologne, he's got Kato, major on the horizon. But speaking of winners, we've got to welcome Zaru up here. First of all, huge congratulations. That went by in a flash. Like, talk to me about how quickly that went down for you, how dominant you were there.
Actually, we were really prepared to play this final. Like, we wanted so much, also for Apex, for Robs, just join the team. You can see Apex crying because we didn't went out for since never. So yeah, we wanted so bad this Katowice because it was the last tournament for Apex also to succeed something really great on CS. So we wanted so much for him.
What was the energy like in the team today? I mean, we've just kind of been commenting on how confident you guys felt in entering the server the first few rounds of play. It was very apparent that we were going to get the fearless vitality inside the server. So what was it like preparing with the team this morning? Is that energy just full focus from everyone?
For us, our energy was just, we don't here to just play, we just to win the final. It didn't matter like about the fear, like we just chose the preparation before. We just chose our individually teamwork as well. So I don't think we had the pressure about the final. We just play our game. That was the most important thing.
I think for you as well, you were all over the map. Yeah. You know, different maps, like aggressive, but like you were doing everything. Did you make a case for yourself? You know, if it's a 50-50, I'm going to try and make a move, or maybe not, that you were going to go for it. You weren't going to, you know, regret anything in this final?
Yeah, like you said, I didn't want to regret anything because also it was my first final in Katowice and I didn't want to miss it. So no regrets, play my best game forever, and that's why I get it.
Tell me a little bit about Rops, as we were just talking about. Obviously, Spirit bested him last year when he was on the side of FaZe. Now he gets to enact his revenge with you alongside him as well. That must feel extra sweet.
It's a really good feeling to have him. Like we said yesterday, he has the experience for that. He's really calm in terms of, like, he can be on Mirage 13-9 or 14-9. You don't feel anything from him. He's trying to find solution. Like I said, he's really calm. So I think that's the strength for him. You can lose or win. He's gonna try to find solution. You're gonna try to win some round.
After seeing how he was in this final, were you like, so that's what happened in Shanghai?
Yeah,
that's how it is.
When he jumped everyone and they're going to kill us, and yeah, like on those two, he was killing everyone. Like the rotation, the short guy, like he was really insane. And I have the feeling like, oh my god, this guy did that against us in the major. So it's amazing to have this on our side.
I'd like to give the opportunity for you to just say a few words to the fans at home, people waiting around for you in the arena as well. You've got a hell of a lot of fans here in Poland.
I know.
Anything you want to say?
Thank you for all the fans cheering for us. It was amazing playing in the spot deck, amazing to play in front of you guys. So thank you very much and see you next year.
Thank you, Zaru. Huge congratulations. I'll let you get off and go.
Thank you very much.
Celebrate with your team. Beautiful words from him. Just think about his career arc as a player, right? From 2018, I'm sure we'll all remember that interview on stage.
Lovely interview.
Now, super confident both in and out the server now.
Yeah, and I mean, I hope this is the Zawu we get for the rest of the year. Like, I want this grand final Zawu to show up everywhere. I want to see him every single game. That's the kind of, like, I'm addicted to Zawu when he's playing that kind of Counter-Strike.
I think also it's misunderstood when we talked about and say maybe we want people to have an ego. I don't need him to trash talk and have an ego in interviews or anything like that. I want him to have an ego in game, right? Like, to believe that there's no one better than him on the server, that when he feels like it, he can dominate everyone. You know, he talked about not having any regrets. You could tell that he was playing that way on the server.
I think, just throwing it back to the Cologne Grand Final, right? We had him up on the desk, obviously the MVP of that as well. It's so tough to get him to admit that he's a good player, right? I feel like he's getting there slowly, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you said, like, oh, you got a lot of fans. Everybody just goes, I know. Yep, I know. I'm used to it. Yeah, it's he's getting there now. I think if that attitude continues to develop inside the server, as you mentioned, that'll be a massive key. But this vitality have already matched what they did in 2024 with this win here. They won a championship level event. That was it last year. Everything from here is just how much better can this vitality be?
Yeah, for Vitality, obviously lifting the trophy here in Katowice does mean Spirit finished second here in 2025. So let's get a few exit thoughts.
Donk, commiserations. What happened today?
No, we just lost. Bad communication, bad decisions, but bad aim, but everything we were just worse. They were better, so it made difference.
Okay. Sometimes when I see Spirit losing a map, you can get it back the next one. Why do you think that wasn't the case today?
The same, like I said previously, they were just better, and like I don't know, to be honest. Like we will search reasons why it happened, and we'll fix them.
Thank you.
It's kind of crazy to see, this version of Spirit turning up to the server today. It took them 2.5 maps to basically get anything going on the stage.
Yeah, but you know what? Anyone who has any kind of playing it, like we would experience this as players and coach. You've obviously experienced as a player with many teams. Like you just have some days where just everything sucks. No one can hit a shot. No one can make a right decision. No one's calming properly. And yeah, if you have to give an interview after that where you're like, what am I supposed to say? We sucked. That's all I got right now. Because I think your head's floated with depressing emotions. Like you're just toast.
In MR12, life comes at you fast.
Yes.
Like you lose all the pistols. You can't win the reset round. You don't have a good economy. There's not too much to do. But I think for Spirit, it's going to be important just sort of to look back and maybe they were, I don't know, I don't want to say complacent, but there's definitely getting jaded from playing all those finals. All these other teams made changes. They're chasing you, right? So you need to sort of sit down after this event and make a plan for the rest of the season, how you want to approach it.
I think this series might be the first series where they've experienced probably that idea of like, man, they knew exactly what we were going to do every step of the way. Like they were ahead on like every micro play that we tried to make, every way we kind of used a certain smoke. They were ready for all those details, and I think that's probably the first time Spirit's encountered it.
It's like that saying, like everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. That happened for Spirit here, and it's like you're looking at when is Vitality going to close this out, and then you're looking at it. It's like, come on, man, you figured it out on Nuke. Get in that flow state, realize Chopper's like 3 and whatever, and just hit A. And they do it, and then they close out the game with it. Just, let's go A few rounds in a row.
I was laughing in the green room because you had brought it up in like map 2 that like that Vitality had never had to take an eco round in like 2 maps. They got their first one like 8 rounds into Mirage, and then Vitality won it. And it's just like, what is happening? Like, why is this a thing? So a really rough, I think this feels like a very bad day for Spirit and a good day for Vitality, and that's the disparity.
Well, gentlemen, we do need to crown one more winner in our 1x clutch.
Going to be hard to let this one go, but Donk will find a way to get Spirit firing again. Another chance. Donk with 3, and you cannot stop
It is the Intel Grand Slam, a coveted piece of Counter-Strike history that these teams are all vying to get their hands on, but it is not as easy as that, Jacob. Today we take into what is Season 5 of the Intel Grand Slam.
Yeah, and we have just witnessed the grand final. We witnessed the result of it, and that means Spirit is now out of contention. They needed to win this event. They needed to win the following 2 events at Melbourne and Pro League. Not gonna happen. Spirit is out of it. Meanwhile, if you're Vitality right now, you have 6 opportunities, 6 chances to claim that Intel Grand Slam. It's looking pretty good for the Hive.
And the craziest part is this is awarded to the first team to win 3 ESL Pro Tour Masters, plus that 1 championship level event. Well, if you're Vitality, you've already locked in Cologne. Now you've locked in Katowice. So I would say it's looking pretty good.
It's looking darn good for Vitality. Obviously, we're curious to see if they can replicate this kind of performance. We're curious to see if this whole Robs being brought into the team was a bit of a honeymoon period, or if Vitality are going to establish, I wouldn't say dominance, but establish themselves as a team that are going into the grand finals and occasionally winning some of them. They need to win 2 in 6 tries. That should be doable.
Should be doable, but in a perfect world, who really knows anymore sometimes? Like with teams and how they show up. What I can tell you is this. Yes, you might get that Intel Grand Slam title, but you also get a million big ones to go along with it. That's because you do get $1 million when you win this thing, right?
I mean, you can buy a lot of stuff for $1 million.
Fair. Facts. Yeah, very much the facts. Anyway, we do have a ton of opportunities coming up, obviously, for the Intel Grand Slam. Each of these tournaments that you go to, you win it, you put a notch towards it, you try to collect 4 and put your score on the door. Jacob, we've got a couple opportunities coming up. So ESL Pro League Season 21, the Intel Extreme Masters down in Melbourne, Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas, and then we head back to that Cathedral of Counter-Strike in the summertime.
Yeah, as you said, there's plenty of good tournaments coming up, and especially if you're Vitality, you're now eyeing an opportunity now. I mean, there's more teams in contention for it as well. Navi have 2 notches on their belt as well. However, they haven't won a championship event, so they will be setting their eyes on Cologne to win that event. But with Vitality, with FaZe, with Spirit as well, making revenge, it's going to be tough.
And for Vitality, congratulations from Jacob and I suppose. That's the Intel Grand Slam from us.
This would be like the ultimate baller way to do it. You're winning 2 championship events, which are regarded as the hardest ones to be winning. And Vitality, you've got 2 of them.
Well, he said he needed to set new goals. And, you know, this is one thing he has yet to achieve, Apex.
Complete it in Cologne, why not?
Yeah, that's the best stage to do it. Liquid did it there. I tell you, it's fun.
Look, they got 6 chances left, but I do wonder, like, in 6 months from now, are we going to look back and be like, Dallas 2024, the G-Stew, 2nd place. That was the difference maker. If that comes back, oh man, that would hurt. That would sting even.
You know, I wouldn't mind it, personally.
Well, speaking of Dallas, have you guys got your tickets yet? Because if you're watching Katowice, you can get 20% off code for that tournament coming up. We can take a look at the other events that are going to be going down as well in the EPT calendar come 2025. As Trey said, obviously, EPL up very shortly indeed. We've got a couple of weeks to be turning around on that one. We're also going to be going to Melbourne as well, Jason. You been down under?
I have been, not Melbourne. I've been down to Sydney. Beautiful place. I'd love to see the coast elsewhere. Yeah. I don't know anything about it.
Obviously.
Not on the coast? I don't know.
Let's talk a little bit about EPL, though, because obviously that's the next tournament coming up in the calendar. A hell of a lot of teams are going to be going down there March 1st to the 16th, and I believe it's announced where it is going to be in Sweden. So
it is now, Freya. There we go.
You've been there, Jason?
I've been to Sweden.
Yeah, we're going back to Stockholm. I've never actually been to the studio.
Yeah, oh, it's lovely. It's a great coffee machine. They order pizzas at night. I think there's a ping pong table, which is critically important.
I'm sure we'll make a mess of it real quick and call it home.
Closing thoughts about Vitality, though, Josh. Is this simply a honeymoon period, or do you see this as something that they can sustain throughout 2025?
I actually think they can sustain this. Obviously, there's going to be ups and downs to a certain degree with every team, but you've got the players in form. You've broken a curse. Look, they have a lot of the pieces that were there already. It was just getting over that hump and getting that consistency. That's all that their struggles were. It's not like they were ever in conversation about, can they ever win a tournament? No. It's like, can they consistently win tournaments? And I think right now we're going to see them get over that hurdle that they had last year.
I think I'm with Josh. I think this can continue. I think they can build upon this. I don't think we'll ever see them win a grand final quite this cleanly again. Those first 2 maps were like really problem-free. There's going to be more challenges, but I think this is a level that Vitality can get back to.
And I think this was the way for Vitality to win. I think if it got a lot close, they would maybe run out of ideas a little bit. They only had a month with Robs. Like, we shouldn't forget that. So, yeah, I think down the line, getting him integrated a little bit more. You have one of the best players in the world in Zaivu. You have strong players, young, hungry, motivated across the board. So I think they'll absolutely be one of the teams to beat this year.
Isn't it crazy to just think when Robs first joined FaZe, this was the first tournament he won as well, and the run that they went on FaZe Clan was something, I mean, unmatched.
That was maybe the best year a team has had in Counter-Strike. I mean, winning Katowice, Cologne, and the Major all in 1 year. The next year completing the Grand Slam as well. So who knows? Maybe like Apex or Zaivu said, maybe it's not, Vitality or FaZe or it's just Robs.
He's just chilling.
He's the difference maker.
He's just having a good time there. He's just relaxing.
He's used to it. He's been here.
I wonder what the celebratory dinner is for a team. Did you guys have any traditions when you would...
When I won Katowice?
Yeah, not Katowice.
Yeah, tell me about
that. But
when I won
just junk food.
When I won tournaments, it was for like $500 split amongst the team. So it was like the difference of like getting your own hotel room or sharing a hotel room with 5 other people.
It's comfort food. It's junk food, Freya, because you stay away from that during the tournament. You don't want to have those crashes. You don't want to overload.
Very true. Ed did teach us a lot about that. We saw Robs obviously, chilling out behind the stage, but on stage as well, all our players have been chilling out on the new Anthros chairs. They've been signed, tested, and approved by players, and you guys at home can get your hands on one, an ESL branded one. I had a chance to sit down on one on media day. Very comfortable indeed. Gentlemen, closing thoughts to wrap up what was a speedy grand final here in Katowice. It's been great to have you on the desk with us, Jason. I've missed it.
Yeah, it was a nice little vacation. It's been fun. It's been real. You guys are great. Yeah. That's all I got. I got that.
That's your closing statement. Steele, any words from you?
I'm just happy to be here. I get to learn from the best and work with the best. So it's been enjoyable. The matches were great. We got to see curses, records, everything lifted, broken. It was great.
Yanko, give us a mic drop moment.
Another awesome final where we get to see some of the world's best battle it out on stage, and Zaivu did humble Donk.
He did. Indeed, and everybody is deaf in the arena. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. Thank you, everybody at home, for tuning in. Of course, thank you to the wonderful production staff behind the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025.
lifting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation, Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay, through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame, out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light, going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite, blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light, going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite, blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance, indispensable, I'm not redundant, incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it, I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay, through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame, out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light, going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite, blowing up, dynamite.
Me, manager of Vitality. How do you feel, girl?
We won IEM Katowice. What is this? I don't look at them. I am so proud. I am so unbelievable. They worked so hard. You have no idea how hard they worked, and it paid off in an incredible fashion. I've never felt these emotions in my entire life.
Is it a coincidence that you join them and they win Kato?
I'm gonna say it's all on Robs, it's all on Robin. I'm just here for the hype vibes, you know. But no, they really, you should have seen them. They're a whole different team. I've worked with teams for many years. I've never seen a whole entire unit form like this in such a short amount of time. It's insane. It's incredible.
I love to see you smile. So I'm happy for you and I'm happy for Vitality. I love you. Messi? Messi! Hello! Congratulations, man!
Thank you. Feels good?
Yeah? Did the beans on toast not annoy Robs too much then?
No, I don't think so. I think we definitely got the right balance. I mean, this guy's coming in, he's changed everything for us. I think, it just feels great to play in this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I was telling Apex, like you grew new wings with Robs joining as well. What is that about?
I don't know. I think, of course, when you get a new player, everything feels brand new. But I think just overall, as soon as you come in, the team chemistry, the team atmosphere feels great. So, I mean, I think everyone's just enjoying playing CS, and that's the main thing.
Congratulations, man. Flamesy! Hello! Congratulations!
Thank you very much. This thing is fucking heavy.
Is it?
Yes, it's really heavy.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful, but the trophy is even more beautiful, and I'm glad we took it home this time because it was a stressful last map, but we played really well the two first maps. But I'm very glad we got this trophy. I saw how much it meant to Dan.
Yeah.
He was crying, and when you see your captain crying, you get quite emotional. So I'm very happy we got this trophy.
Yeah, specifically talk me through the end because it felt like overtime might be on the cards, right? So, how did you get it over the line?
I mean,
it was you actually.
The thing is, I was like every round was competitive. Every round we lost like 2v5, we lost like a 2v2, 1v1. So we knew we're on their nerves still. They're not having like a field day, and the main focus was to keep those rounds, keep being competitive. And as long as you do that, you'll have the opportunity. And we had a lot of opportunities. We didn't close it out, but the second last round we had a really good call. And I was, sometimes yes, just clicks like that, and you say thank you God and move on with your day.
Sometimes maybe shit, sometimes maybe good. But the fact that it was against Spirit, which a lot of people are afraid of as a team, and that you did it with the addition of Robs, that must feel so good knowing that, okay, now, we can take them all.
I think the main thing for us is that when Robs came in the team, he said, guys, I don't have a Blast trophy and you guys don't have a Katowice yet. We're going to win your Katowice. We did shit in Blast Bounty, but for us it meant a lot. And when we got into the stressful period of the last few rounds, I think having Robin is really, he can push, he has a lot of ideas, he's really good, and you saw it in this grand final how experienced and how good he is. So yeah, I think right now we're in a good mood. We believe we can conquer everything, but now we conquer Spodek. So
Match made in heaven. Thank you, Flamesy. Robs, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's crazy. I mean, had you thought this in the realm of possibility when you joined this team just a little while ago?
I mean, yes and no. Obviously, it's not an easy task, but this is a trophy that Vitality was missing, and we expected to go deep. And this was the goal. It was the special agent for me, coming from FaZe to Vitality, to give Vitality a Katowice win, and it's mission successful.
And also, the double edge there is that you were on this stage last year against this team. So tell me about how, or what you could bring rather to the team, because I'm sure you had exclusive insight into how to play versus Spirit in a grand final.
No, I mean, there's insight. Everyone knows how to play. In terms of Pro CS, I think, number one, this win was for Vitality, but number two, this is all the people supporting FaZe, or the FaZe fans, the players that went through heartbreak last year. And I think, for me, obviously, it's a bit of a revenge. So I think a lot of people enjoyed this one tonight.
Beautiful to see from both sides, for the FaZe fans, as you say, but also the Vitality fans. Good things coming. Thank you. Zaiwu, congratulations.
Thank you.
Not only do you win Katowice, you're also the DHL MVP, so nobody can tell you nothing.
Yeah, nobody can tell me anything, but I still need to improve like in terms of a lot of things, so I will still working. Even though I want Katowice, Cologne, Major, for me it doesn't matter, I need to want even more. So I will keep grinding. Yeah,
anyways, that's the spirit of a champion for sure. I mean, but tell me about, I talked to some of your teammates as well about the addition of Robson. Like, you can talk about honeymoon period, but I think it's more than that, right? The amount of views on the game he's bringing, the willing to contribute, and the way he works in a team.
He's bringing so much. Like you can see, he's a really experienced guy. Even though he won already everything, Intel Grand Major, Katowice, Cologne, but he wants even more. So that's why I think he's making him a greatest player. So he didn't want to stay at his level, he wants even more every day. So he's working really hard. You can see him like 5 hours on like each map every day almost. So he's working really hard, and that's why I think he's such a good guy, a great guy. Yeah.
Do you see yourself in him, and the amount of hours he puts in, the things he wants to scope out, the way he wants to revolutionize the game, or not?
No, obviously not. I'm really a kid close to him. Like he's He's spending so much time like trying to find nades, trying to find like strats, finding like you cannot imagine. Like it's amazing, but he's like that. He's playing, and I think that's why he's one of the greatest players.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much. Congrats.
history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. I'm Strolling winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Novi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! Your champion!